Okay, we is streaming. Let's take a look at the studio and see if we've connected. And if we have, we can start the call. Presumably, we'll see if the technology cooperates. Okay, it looks like we have an excellent connection. Let's hope we're not knocked offline. And we're going to start that call. I'm in the wrong call, so I have to go back to infinite call. Press the audio call and get us on meeting now with whomever responds. Then I can explain the overall situation of tonight. As always, my man Aristides will recommend to everyone what to do. So as soon as he's ready, we're still calling though. It sounded like someone answered. Is that Amy?
Yeah, I thought you were on. I called you earlier, and I'm barely awake.
Oh yeah, no worries.
I am here.
Excellent, excellent. We're glad to have you. We don't start till 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or Standard Time for that matter. But welcome aboard. We're gonna let Aristides do his thing. Hey,
Okay.
do me a favor first and repeat yourselves to make certain you're registering.
Make certain we're registering.
You are. We are indeed. All right. So wonderful. It is the Moon Festival weekend. The Moon Festival is properly after midnight. Obviously, it starts before then for moon gazers. Obviously, I can't participate in the moon gazing until after done with transmission. Tonight's transmission will keep it going for a little while, but I'm not quite sure it's going to make it past, again, like last transmission, about 5 hours approximate. I would give it. Maybe it'll go towards 6, but we're just going to, see what happens. But obviously, this is not going to be a long episode, and very likely could wind up at 4 hours. Just to give everybody a fair warning on that, simply because of my own schedule. I will, after our dear Aristides has given the blurb, explain the convergence of holidays that makes this so important, and then we'll just go over various things with Amy spontaneously until I get into monologue zone. And with that, we're going to turn it over to Aristides if he wishes. Are you ready?
Give me about just another one.
Oh, take your
more
time.
minute.
Just tell me when you're ready. As soon as you're ready, just
Okay.
interject yourself. Okay,
Yes,
so
all right.
that's dear Aristides. And how about you, Avi? Say hi to everyone. Oh God.
Listeners.
That your technology dropped as soon as I asked you to say hi to everyone. Then your technology
That's so lovely.
Yeah, great. It's back.
How-
It's back. Whatever you're doing, stay
Perfect.
there. Stay in that position. Whatever. So tell us.
Hold it,
Yeah. Say hi.
pose, yoga pose.
No.
Don't
Think of the old
move.
days with the TVs when we used to have rabbit antennas and people used to have to hold them.
Rabbit ears.
Yes, in position. People used to have to position them. Was that awful? What an awful time.
And they would. You know what's funny is like you'd think you wouldn't do that, but when you have never seen TV before and there's shadows appearing on the screen,
Yeah.
sometimes, yeah, you will. You'll stand there.
Mm.
You'll even take tinfoil or a coat hanger and try to make your signal come in clearer because you're like bugs to the moon, like flying. Bugs flying.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah,
Is
we've
that
had a
like
really
moths to a flame?
Yeah.
But it's
something like that.
It's very poetic, yes. Whatever you're on, I wish you wanted to share. I mean, you said you're doing good. It sounds like it. You've got some good shit.
I usually do. I usually am full of good stuff. The river is so low. I spent all day down on the river because you can walk across without even getting it over your knees. So low, right where we're at. So we were out on the river most of the day. And it tired me out quite a bit because it was almost 90 degrees.
Yeah, but why? Why do you go out to the river when the water's running so low? What is the draw? So that you're hoping it'll all flood back and you'll die? I mean,
they think I'm some kind of like I'm suicidal. Like I'm like hoping the river just floods.
I've never lived like that. I've never lived outdoors like that at all. I
know.
Not like that. It's bizarre to me. I mean, you're responding to the tides, so to speak. I'm thinking much more in oceanic terms. I have dealt.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's a river. It's a giant river, and it floods all this whole area. Like the town I grew up in is on this river, but we're further up it. We're towards Canada more over here, and it's so low because we're in a drought, and you can you find stuff in the river rock.
You're salvaging. Yeah. Right?
I'm salvaging.
Yes.
No. I'm just finding stuff. I'm finding like clay deposits.
Oh.
And just funny rocks.
Right. So it's your mineralogical interest.
Yeah, we have it. It's like right here. The fact that I don't do it every day is silly. It's right here. I should go do it more often, but it was hot today. It was so hot that I wanted to go stand in the cold water.
That's amazing. Well, I'm glad you have that option. I mean, of course, no plumbing fucking sucks, but I'm right there with you for all intents and purposes. I'll briefly go over my new toilet apocalypse, and we'll go.
Oh, really?
Okay. Before toilet apocalypse, how about I do the blurb?
Please. Anything.
All right.
Anything to avoid.
All right, because we I don't know if we're gonna get as many thumbs up after the toilet apocalypse. Anyway, as soon as you get here, hit that thumbs up, button there right under the window. Not just to show your support, but to keep the algorithm on the up and up for Douglas. That matters because it affects his likelihood to be high up in his searches, suggested on like a side panel as content, etc. And it also matters because although you cannot see them, they're hidden by YouTube. There are dislikes put by whatever parties who have nothing better to do with their lives, and that affects the algorithm negatively. So please do that, if anything, right away. Also, make sure you are subscribed for some time now. For me, that used to show up right under the program window. Also, I don't know why it doesn't, but if you go to his main front page of his channel, it should be it should show you there. It shows me there. It says I'm subscribed. Even if you had before, please check that because it may have become undone either by accident or on purpose. So please check that and turn on the notification bell, which I find very handy, even though I am well familiar and count on showing up. It does provide a handy pop-up, in case you forget, you get busy, pops up, hey, it's happening now. All you gotta do is click on it, brings you there. Turn that on. To do these things, you do need to be logged in to YouTube. It is basically, it's a Google. You have to be logged in to have a Google account. So, because YouTube is under Google now, so if you have like a Gmail, if not, very easy to make one. Once you do that, you will have a little menu there. You can create yourself an icon there, avatar or whatever, and then that'll be shown there as your menu under that. And if you open up that little menu, there's options like switch account. What that means is not other accounts. It could be a little bit misleading, not switching to another account. What you can do is create channels underneath your same login, same name and password. People would they would have a different name, kind of basically a different identity, all under the same account. And the cool thing is they can all do their own individual upvoting. So if you do that, you can do multiple upvotes, which I'm about to do. That's why I'm stuttering a little bit. So getting another upvote in there, and just remember to switch back to your main, whatever your main preferred profile is. And also, since you may have made a new channel there. Feel free to publish things on your channel, your own content, things you like, things that are funny, etc. Show the world your creativity. Anyway, so also as far as upvotes, once the program is not live and it goes to a regular video or a replay, if you will, Douglas will put
once it's published.
Published. Yeah, there you go. I'm only a newbie at publishing content myself, but Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath the program. The comments are only enabled after it is published as a permanent video. Please upvote that too, as is crucial information. We don't want that to be disappeared by downvotes. Please upvote any other positive comments, and feel free to leave any of your own as you are so inclined. Just going and checking that I did that last time. I did. And also you can share the YouTube.com or similar link. It'll differ a little bit whether you're on mobile. It's whatever. You can share it. The device is figured out. And then anybody can get to the episode. It will stay the same after it is published to a normal video as it is right now during the live. So you could think of creative ways to share that, post that, scribble it on the bathroom wall, write it on paper airplane, and send it into people's windows. Get one of those projectors and project it on the side of a building. But if you're going to do that, you should turn it into, get one of those where you can turn any link into a QR code, so that people could just aim their phone at it. And because if you're going that far, make it a QR code, and then yes, that's it.
That's a really good suggestion.
Yes, do that. Find a building, a building near a busy highway, and project it as a QR code onto the building. And everybody will be so enthralled that they will aim their phone at it, and they will arrive at Douglas Steeper's channel.
Especially Douglas's photo tonight.
Yes. Well, yeah. There you go.
Right?
Yeah.
Do it tonight. We need it done tonight before he ends. He's only going to be on a couple hours, you guys. Get a building, paint it white.
Yeah. Well,
if projector.
If anything says getting it done tonight, it's that photo. And of course, getting it done would imply likely assassination. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
and no other things. Get your mind out of the gutter, people.
Oh yeah.
All right. Also, okay. Under your little menu there, once you're logged in, make sure it says restricted mode off, because that may hamper your ability to see comment that has been branded as adults only content. That may apply to this program. Although hopefully. It wouldn't be if you're hearing this, I guess not. But tell your friends. I think Douglas, you should put it right on the front of your channel in case they get there. I don't know if the main channel header is the same as I don't know. I don't see it like at what is it? YouTube's like a little glitchy, or maybe it's my browser. I don't see it underneath the window here. It says adults only, but just turn that off, because if you're here, you're an adult, and just in case that could affect your ability to hear or see these things. What else? Let me see. In our little, I kind of keep a list of things we want to say during the blurb. Could be more organized.
Don't forget to tell people to open the text.
Open the text. The what? Open the text.
The text. The every show has a summary explaining. What's
Yes. And Douglas will put basically footnotes. If you look at the asterisk there, it could be 1, 2, 3, etc. And he will dutifully break that out into what at first might seem confusing there in the title. There's only so many characters allowed in the title, but he really packs it in there. But if you hit the expand, you can read the description of all the relevant goings on, which Douglas is acknowledging with that. So including various holidays, various cultures, and other important goings on. Let's put it that way. What else? Okay. During a replay, if you're on a PC, you can right-click at any time you feel is interesting. You want to send somebody a link with a built-in timestamp. You can right-click and it'll send him a link with that timestamp. One of these days, I will try to figure out if that works on a phone. Maybe Amy could try that.
What are we doing? QR codes for a white building?
No. We moved on from that. Never mind.
All right.
But
You feel free to work on any of this. No, it's on the PC when you're in a replay, not a live. On any video on the PC, at least I'm able to at that current moment, I'm able to right click on the video main window, and it'll give an option for to generate a link at that timestamp. So you can say, oh, my friend so and so would really love to hear this particular moment, this subject right now. You can do that, and you can shoot them a link that'll bring them right to that time. The less explanation, the better.
For me, it's on the mobile, on the tablet or the phone. It shows up kind of. You have to push one of the bars that has remix and share. You have to move that.
It's always more awkward on the phone. I'm sorry, PC is.
I think it's hidden. Yeah, I think it's not shown unless you actually know it's there and you move the bar to the left. It'll show up and then catch a clip.
Yeah, well, you can do the clip thing.
You're talking about just the timestamp.
Just the link at current time. Just the link at current time, so it'll have the YouTube link with some characters there. Then at the end it'll have a something seconds. There'll be a number of seconds. That's how many seconds into that video. And actually, you can tweak that number if you want to back it up by a few seconds. But you can do the clips like you're saying. That I forget the max length there. It's a couple minutes, 2, 3, 4, maybe the most. Where you can send.
I think for me it's only 60 seconds.
It's short. So it will play them a little clip and then stop. But that could also be a good teaser.
When you send it though, it arrives kind of in an envelope where it's clipped by you.
Yeah.
But then it gives you the option to go back to the original.
Right. Yes.
Piece.
Yes. Yeah. You are creating a snippet of content as yours that is an excerpt from. I think. Yeah. You're right. It arrives from you. Right. So those are ways you can share, and I think too often we get into many such details there without stressing that the first and foremost thing you can do is to send Douglas some of your money. So because this is his official job under the state of California 250% working disabled program. In other words, this is officially acknowledged as his employment. It is not. What that means is it's not really intended as full self-sustaining employment. It's a balance between benefits for those who are somewhat disabled, which Douglas can rightly claim due to his many traumatic experiences, but he is still productive and still making money, and this is his official job. Let's get that link in there. It's on PayPal, and you do not have to find that link. We'll try to keep it in there, but you don't have to have the link to donate. All you have to remember is he is on PayPal. His name is Douglas Diedrich, and you can search probably first and last name there, or the PayPal handle, which he has on every thumbnail front poster here, Douglas D. Diedrich. That's his handle there. You'll see a little picture of him there with the snazzy hat, and I think it's the glasses up in the hat, and make sure it's an Asian-looking guy. There are many Douglas Diedrichs, but this one is mine, right? So, yeah,
Love it.
Yeah. So, send him whatever you can afford this month. 100 would be great. 50 is also awesome. 20, if that's all you can afford, it's fine. I'm sure you can skip some discretionary expenses. If you're here, you're fascinated by something, and that only happens through contributions. So please do consider that and do that if at all able. What else here? Let's see. I should have a better list.
One of the things I would encourage in that regard would be that people contribute on an auto pay basis. It would make it easier for you.
Yeah.
But of course,
Yeah.
the most the best thing to do so that the auto payment means something would be half $100 to $100 monthly.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. That's a good point to make.
Unless it was $5 every single day, right? You can do that. Right? But if you're going to do that, anyway, I think that is about it. You can also, let me get where is it? Put Super Clutch, Mr. Super Clutch 420. Quite an interesting handle. I have no idea what that means. But what he has done is he has created longer excerpts from some Douglas's programs for particular interesting topics. In fact, anybody who is so inclined into production, you could think about that as well. Or you could just, if so inclined technically, you could download at least to keep as an archive, and then perhaps re-upload to a different platform or channel, YouTube or other. I think some people. Where was what's his name uploading? Warrington.
John Warrington. He was.
Yeah,
that was this. Oh God, what was that?
It was a BitChute or Rumble or one of those.
Oh, it was something. I don't think it was either
those.
BitChute or Rumble, but it was something. It was some. Oh God, I'd have to look that up. Oh, I'll tell you what. That's on the it's on the channel's homepage. So I'll go look that up right now. So take your time, keep talking. And
I've got it here somewhere, and but it doesn't matter if you can get away with it on YouTube. You can get away with it on any of those. All those other sites are usually more permissive than YouTube. So feel free to upload to anywhere. Or was it Odyssey?
Odyssey. It was Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yes, I was
just, Odyssey, BitChute,
yes.
Rumble. There's all these. Upload it anywhere. You know.
And just as a forewarning, the reason it's important to remember the name of John Warrington's channel, and a shout out to him. We love you dearly, John Warrington. We hope all is well with you. And hopefully our man, George Knight, gets up to your neighborhood someday and replaces all your copper with fiberglass so you actually have internet. Because I think he's in that special housing that they have up there in England, and they've got copper, and the data flow is Victorian. It's like people go to their friends' houses or to cafes to use the internet. It's very sad, but because that was a big part of his life, and so at any rate, on Odyssey, the important thing to remember is do go there and look up Douglas Dietrich. But once you get to his channel, the navigation is very retarded, but they have no limits as to what you can post or publish. So that was the important point that we had for his maintaining records. And so back to our man Aristides with that. Yeah.
I think that was about it. We
touched
on,
one more thing, Aristides. Yes, I want everyone to know that our dear man, Super Clutch 420 has shown himself. He's on video. So I'm going to put the link in both the text box, and I'm going to put it into our chat. So chat is the people who are interacting with us on YouTube, and the text box is, of course, our call. So let's see if I can get onto that call. Open up the text box and give you the proper link, and you can share that again later at your leisure. Okay, so how do we do this? Oh, here we go. And okay, so one thing I noticed, hopefully this will change as the night progresses and more people will jump on, but we have a little less people. I know that the numbers crashed and burned because I started really hitting on the Black community hard in the last episode, which of course it's something that had to be done. It's I hit on whites all the time, and hey, Blacks, you can take it too. I hit on everybody, that includes fellow Asians. So there's our man, Super Clutch. And make certain everybody to upvote that video. Dear T Take Berry, noticed you left a comment there, which I upvoted. Please also remember to leave an upvote with our man. Give him support. Okay, so that's our man. He's very pale. He's needs vitamin D. Hope he's taking vitamin D. Oh, love you, Super Clutch. Okay. All right. So that having been said, anything else comes to mind, dear Aristides? I mean, your voice is hypnotic enough. We love the dulcet tones of your voice. Just hearing it go on is fine.
Thank you. As far as the blurb, I think that's it. But let you know if I think anything else.
Okay. So just to clarify for all of our listeners, Aristides did say State of California. State of California provides my Lifeline program, which means I get a cell phone whose services are paid for with unlimited data and a lot of apps that I never use. This is to disambiguate from every other state in the union aside from Texas. Only Texas and California provide Lifeline phones that have unlimited data in effect. In other states, they provide you just incredibly, this was the old term, and I don't use it offensively. I don't mean any offense with it. It's an actual term, and it's a proper English term, and anyone who takes offense at it is advertising their own fucking ignorance. But other states in the Union, all other 48 states in the Union, aside from Texas and California, are extraordinarily niggardly with their data allowance on their cell phones that they allot to people who are on the equivalent in their state of Medi-Cal plus the federal Medicare. So that's the California program. And what I have with the federal program is the 250% working disabled program. That's not a state program. Though California is in effect, its own nation, it is a state nation, and was once a republic, as Texas was. Everyone remembers the Republic of Texas. Well, they weren't the only white supremacist, Native American, genocidal, ethnic cleansing empire around. The other large white supremacist empire was California. They were so extreme in their day, they were called murder state in terms of their massacre of Indians. And one of the primary voices behind that didn't live in California, but his ideology was taken here, and that was Frank Baum, the man who wrote The Wizard of Oz, who started actually an ideological doctrine about the extermination of Indians. He's the man who put it, other people just did it, he put it to doctrine. He made it an ideology. So there you go. There's your Wizard of Oz. And he's the man behind the curtain, all right. That having been said, California was so extraordinary in the links that it went to, it exterminated its own national mascot, or what was its national mascot when we were the Bear Flag Republic. We are, of course, rendered infamous by Fallout, the game, with the Bear Flag Republic of California. And that's a very real thing, not the two-headed bear, which represents mutation from Fallout, but we have the golden bear, which Californians rendered extinct. So our national mascot, when we were a republic, and our state mascot, now that we're in union, for the moment at least, is the extinct bear that we drove to extinction. Go fucking figure. In case you haven't noticed, the field of the California flag is white, like in baseline blanche, like bleach white, and that's because it represents white supremacy, just like the original Confederate flag was white, which represented white supremacy. Of course, they had to change that quick because everybody thought they were surrendering. And so there we are. And beneath the white supremacist white background is a red bloodline. We have a red bloodline at the base of our flag. Not just in Fallout, people, but the actual fucking state. So anyone who thinks California is just hippy-dippy, again, you advertise your own fucking ignorance. Okay, all that being said, with that, I do want people to understand, as for the 250% working disabled program, it is based on a true psychological injury called complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which is not a mental illness. To disambiguate from a mental illness is a combination of many factors, but is treated in our society primarily as a chemical imbalance. So schizophrenia would be a neurological issue combined with chemical imbalance. Most of these are treated with chemicals in turn to try and rebalance the state of chemistry in a person suffering from mental illness. Not to stigmatize mental illness, but it does need to be disambiguated. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder is a psychological injury that literally changes the shape of the brain itself. It is so traumatizing. The shape of the brain is changed, and this is confirmed by actual scanning. So imaging of the brain through CAT scans or MRIs will prove the change of the shape of the brain, which scanning did with my brain. My brain's physiological anatomy is different from yours because my trauma has been so intense throughout a lifetime of an endless sea of horrors that I actually have a frontal lobe the shape of which has changed. This does render my processing different from yours. It would be as if I had lost limbs. So it's the same as if I'm a paraplegic or a quadriplegic of the brain in some fashions. What it affects, of course, is generally ways to process emotions or ways to process empathy or various other abilities to consider other people, just relate to them in a sense which was already hard for me to do anyway. But all that rendered exacerbated by the baseline condition.
But you're still lovable.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That's the nature of psychotics and sociopaths, is that we have to have our own charm or everyone would kill us instantly. But all of that being said, we have a situation in which with 250% working disabled program, I am required by federal law to work. And therefore, just a little announcement here. In the old days, before COVID, and this was supposed to last until I was like retirement age, like what used to be considered retirement age, around mid-60s, like for another half decade at least, I was supposed to have a sponsor who would write a letter to the federal government saying they're actually paying me, and it would be like a low amount. It would be like the kind of payment one would give to a person who's reading bedtime stories to a bedridden senior, or walking the dog, or watering the plants, or dog walkers make good money, of course. But I am required by law to try and make up to $2,000 a month. So understand, I've never made that. But we're hoping someday to get to that point, and it would be completely legal. The disambiguation being that I am a working man in what's essentially what Reagan pioneered. Ronald Reagan pioneered this as a workfare program. In other words, Ronald Reagan wanted every welfare recipient to be doing what I'm doing so that ultimately he could eliminate just plain stipends and the dole completely. And so I'm pioneering that. I've been pioneering that for quite some time now. And back in the old days, as per that requirement, I used to have to talk to somebody. It was usually some female that was, I would try and always arrange for a chick takeover. I just want someone to be the adult so I can live my life without thinking of certain adult responsibilities. But most of these chick takeovers were, as you might imagine, catastrophic and have been beyond destructive. Such having been said, they would write the letter to the federal government, basically through the state of California, which would then put it into the system, stating that they were sponsoring me for about $100 a month. They'd say I pay Douglas Dietrich $100 a month. COVID happened, and I think most people on the program died. And maybe a good deal of government workers died with them. I don't know. All that stopped. I'm not required to do that anymore. And but such having been said, I will say, if I were working for a platform, the qualifier always goes, you have to have a disclaimer that whatever I say has nothing to do with my employer. That the employer is not responsible, especially for someone with complex post-traumatic stress disorder. By that very definition, the employer would not be responsible for what I say. The state would be. Because the state, in its own way, helps to maintain me. And with that being said, really, I think it's time to come. The time has come where everyone knows Aristides is affiliated with me at this point. I can, in a sense, call him a kind of sponsor because he's helped when all else fails and the really big need comes to pay the rent. It's really Aristides that delivers, and I pay him back. But the fact that he loans it all is what makes my continued existence possible. We want to work out of that, so we're going to raise money through yourselves. And to do that, we need more auto payments of $50 to $100 a month. But such having been said, right now, Aristides is picking up the slack. And again, we hope that that's transitional. But as far as I'm concerned, in effect, that renders him my sponsor / employee that would have been writing letters to the government saying that he's supporting me by essentially loaning me money to pay the rent for all too many times recently. It hasn't been monthly, but it's been goddamn close to it. And we'll get into the toilet apocalypse later and other things that impact me. That will not impact my money so much this month. I don't think my money is going to be impacted all too much this month, but a few other responsibilities will take some fiscal drain. They'll drain me a little bit fiscally. I don't think it's going to be as bad as it was last month. Last month was very exceptional. But we've got to stabilize, and also we've got to prepare to pay for a procedure that I need to have done. And we're going to have to do that as soon as possible. Just obviously, if it takes months, it takes months. But we've got to do that within months. So all that being said, we're turning towards Amy Como now. And her life seems to be getting better. Honestly, the first thing I have to say is when you told me you sold that literal flea bag, Artie,
Hush.
how do you...
It's got a new life.
How do you live with yourself? I mean, talk about psychotic sociopathy.
What are you talking about?
What a thing.
Psychotic.
What a thing. You should be paying them to tow that way. Oh, God.
Your face.
Oh, my God, yes.
I want to go back to Aristides.
And the photograph of the woman. What does she look like? You never shared the photograph of the woman who repoed the Porsche. I like how you say it was stolen.
I know. I wanted to. I so wanted to. It's so like we don't get each other's messages. He has to come back up here, and then I'll be able to take a picture of it.
Okay.
It'll happen. It'll happen.
Well,
I told him I definitely want that to share with you.
Do a police description. Police description. What?
You wanna have a little audio of this? It was like a photo of her dressed to go to like a Mardi Gras ball. Okay. Like she had like a tiara. There was something in her hand, perhaps a cane. I don't know. It could have been a staff also. And it was like a red velvet, low cut, some yards of cloth, all beaded up with little sparkly things here and there along the neckline and on the gloves. And so this woman was like in her 70s, and she was quite large.
Oh,
and she looked like a drag queen, like, and that's what he kept telling me. He's like, she looks like a drag queen. Like,
oh God,
I don't know how he couldn't explain it. Like, and it was true.
So
like, he showed me this picture.
So he was just gigoloing her essentially. Then how did he get it up?
I don't know what the nature of their relationship otherwise.
I think we can
wanted him to
assume.
lie.
I think we can safely assume.
Well, anyway, yeah, he like this picture. This woman was in her 70s, and she
70s.
She could have been 50. Like, she was so done up. Like, I mean, 50 would have been even pushing it. She could have been like a busty 38. Like, she was good about the whole appearance. You know, putting it together. I looked at it and I was like, wow, she must have been a lot of fun. And she stole his Porsche. So, yeah, I'm upset about that because I had never driven one and I like them. I like them a lot.
That's delightful. Oh my God.
Well, I want to reinforce that also Aristides is adding a sense of stability. Mm-hmm. He's adding a way to build community. Like, prior to him, we didn't have anybody showing up all the time except the P-man that we don't mention anymore. So,
it is
as far as
Moon
like
Festival.
getting needs met,
so
like,
we need to disambiguate the Moon Festival from any festival about him. Yes. Go on.
That is indeed, yes.
Go on.
But I just want to talk about like having like all these needs for things that you maybe you just haven't uncovered them yet. Not that you're lacking them in any way, but that, you know, you have a need to feel gratitude for something because you look at things that aren't great. Like you know, your property's over a cemetery. Is it great? It's not a great situation. So we need to work together with others through, you know, connecting with them. And in order to do that, you need that stability of somebody showing up and just really showing up for you. And I think that he does that very well. And so I just want to again reiterate that there are other ways that you can contribute to Douglas's life, especially if you happen to be like 45 and really just looking for a good time. He's there for you. He's especially looking for that. But as a woman, not as a man.
Thank you for your
just to have that honesty and to really, you know, have a level of respect for the people that you're surrounding yourself with. Like these are important things and they're universal. They're, you know, everybody needs this, but sometimes I think we forget and we get caught up in our feelings and sometimes our feelings are like reinforcing these patterns in our brain. Like you were saying about your frontal lobe being different than ours. It's also the same in that it's neuroplastic and you can shift it and change it and recreate new patterns. So, you know, starting to be really honest with everybody about, you know, where you're at and like knowing that you can show up at these critical omissions and just not kill in any way and still show up again for the next one. Like this is, you know, there's a sense of stability there that, you know, even if it was some stupid Reagan program that, you know, is falling apart, that they've been giving you this money, like it might happen that you are able to get more money doing something else. I mean, can we bring that sense of abundance into your realm in some way? That there's people listening who can do things by communicating with others that would facilitate more good feelings, like a sensory experience that is not shaky or upset, but instead like maybe involves play and physical affection and, you know, that need to be understood, like is met. I'm trying to make it easier for you.
Thank you.
By being here. And I know I can't always be here. And I know that there's others who also want to come in and be here for you and do this thing with you. But I also want it to be easier. I don't want it to feel like it's so challenging and difficult. And those feelings are legitimate, and they are validated, but we want to move towards other feelings where our needs are being met.
Yes. Yeah.
Am I making sense?
Oh,
or
of
am
course.
I?
No, I think it's fine. I think that's a wonderful expression. Again, because you were bringing in abundance. To put this into perspective for people, when it comes to, say, for instance, my working disabled program, another thing that disambiguates Social Security disability insurance, which it entails, which I put money into all my life, and I'm simply getting my own money back because so much of it was given to the government, far beyond what any normal person would contribute to the government. Guaranteed. That's not some empty boast or some kind of embellishment. It's a fact. The fact remains that I was taxed on money I never received because I was working as a care provider for my parents for a good 11 years. And during that period of time, I received paychecks that said 0.00 because all the money was recycled back to the state of California so they could maintain my parents on the home care provision program. And the home care provision program prevented them from going into a state-sponsored rest home or a care facility, which saved the state of California an astronomical amount of money. Plus, they actually profited off of me through what was effectively slave labor. This, of course, was taxed by the federal government, which then was going to put me into prison for tax evasion. And I had to hire an attorney, a tax attorney, to basically settle what's called a offer in compromise with the Internal Revenue Service, in which I still paid tens of thousands of dollars to stay out of prison for money I never received. So the money essentially, the federal government essentially stole money from me, as did the state of California. It kept me in a state of slavery for years. So all the money that I'm getting back now, which is a mere $1,800 a month, automatically half of that goes to rent. And rent under rent control in San Francisco is still, for myself, $900 a month because the building existed before the Great San Francisco earthquake and fire. So we're talking about a pre-code building from the days of the Barbary Gold Rush, literally a Frankensteinian complex of various buildings nailed together, much of it underground because of the old gambling, whoring, various other activities that went on in this block, which led to the Russian cemetery and the bodies underneath the street of many of the buildings beside my own in this neighborhood. But my building's definitely a vortex. Old enough where we had a wine press in the basement, which was in San Francisco saying quite a bit. That having been clarified, when it comes to the federal government, because I'm not on some form of welfare, I'm on Social Security disability insurance, which is my paying into something over 3 careers. If I were to win the state lottery, I would still be allowed to maintain my SSDI, as opposed to someone on Social Security. If someone, and by the way, the majority of winners of the lottery are people with a lot of time on their hands. So the majority of winners are on a pension, some kind of Social Security, really. And they always, almost statistically, overwhelmingly, they neglect, or rather refuse to report that they've won the lottery. And what kills them is, literally kills them, is the government finds out. And when they find out, they strip you of your Social Security. And believe it or not, most people spend their lottery money literally within months. It could be millions, tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions, and people will spend it within a year or two at the most, because all the relatives come up to them, every motherfucker with cancer comes up to them, every crippled veteran comes up to them, and they just give it away. They've never managed money at that level before. And so they all wind up killing themselves. Suicide rates among lottery winners are extraordinarily high. This, of course, are the ones we hear of, and I suspect the other half manage their money and you never hear of them again. But the ones we do hear of, we only hear of them because they kill themselves because that happens. But the fact that it happens that often is mind-blowing. I, on the other hand, would not have that problem. If I won the lottery, I could just keep doing what I'm doing now, and it would be completely legal. That's how different my program is from your welfare recipients. So, such being said, I need your support. Let's make it happen. And our dear Amy is emphasizing the fact that I need emotional support as well, and we need to basically establish a social network. So consider this, in effect, a social networking environment. What's that, Aristides?
And if you do win the lottery, please, if you'd like to avoid all the problems that Douglas is talking about, give him most of the money.
Yes, thank you.
Think about yourself. You don't want to commit suicide. You know, it's just better to avoid all that.
Thank you. Beautiful. That's beautiful. Yes, and fair warning. Again, Jesus, I shouldn't telegraph before I strike. But I do want people to understand. It will be unavoidable. I don't know if I'm in the mood for it tonight, but Wednesday. Well, by Wednesday, we're going to have to deal with a lot of things. Understand that, again, here's where we come to the calendar. We want to talk a bit more with Amy first, but we might as well share this with her and Aristides and, in effect, all of our listeners. Let's do that. Let's go to the call and see if I can get to the right call, because clunky. Microsoft Teams is clunky. There's all kinds of other words I can use, mostly expletives, but it's clunky to say the fucking least. And so let's go to the calendar. Can both of you wonderful people, Aristides and Amy, can you see the calendar?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. As you can see, October is bitch. Now, traditionally, Brendan confirms there's astrological aspects to this. My October has never been good for me. My birthday month is not good for me. Brendan shares in that. He says his birthday month is not any good either. But I do want everyone to understand that October's definitely always been bad. I mean, really bad. I'm not trying to say financially, it's crisis mode. We've got the toilet apocalypse going on, and I'm going to be dealing with it slowly, because what I want to do is, again, understand this. I get letters, emails from people. I still call them letters, they're emails. I get emails from people making nice little suggestions like, why don't the Blood Boys help you clean up your place? It's because I don't want to be arrested for child labor, for exploitation of children. So I take it that these suggestions are all trying to be helpful. It's cute. I presume most people mean well. But obviously I'm going to be involved.
Well, and they're
go on.
They're confused. Like, it's not your place. You pay rent.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, and that at least covers the toilet. Okay, my landlady is going to have to take care of the toilet. It's not a plumbing expense that I have to contend with. It's rendering the place accessible. And I basically live like a bachelor. There's no need for me to impress anybody. Brendan Zogut's been here. I am a book hoarder. Books everywhere. But such being said, turning towards the calendar, because we get to the point where I'm going to tell people what I'm going to do on Wednesday. Okay, first, everyone understand that Oktoberfest is ending. Oktoberfest ends today. Today was convergence of an incredible number of days. It's the 5th, and it is part of the National Golden Week of mainland China. And mainland China basically combines their October 1st National Day, their version of the 4th of July, into a week that ends with the traditional Moon Festival. That having been said, that means that their Golden Week comes to an end not until October 8th. This year, they've given people an extra day of celebration. In the traditional Chinese sense, which is maintained on Taiwan, island China, where I was born, we have the Lunar Moon Festival, the Mid-Autumnal Harvest Moon Festival, and that's Pan-Sinitic. This is in Vietnam, China, and Taiwan in particular. Japan in the ancient days, but Japan has really changed. But in Taiwan, of course, we've got all kinds of things going on, but the main celebrations are after midnight and basically throughout tomorrow. Fleet Week is still ongoing in San Francisco. I will get into that when I enter monologue. Happily, the Blue Angels have been fucking grounded due to the government shutdown. So I don't need to worry about them blaring overhead with their insufferable, literally insufferable noise. It drives combat veterans like myself who are complexly post-traumatic stress disordered to panicky acts. And it's... I just do my best to suffer through it when they're active. Fortunately, they were grounded last year, and they're grounded again this year. Thank fucking God. We have the Canadian snowbirds performing, but they're just prop planes. And it is the Day of National Minorities in the Republic of Armenia. Very important to my son, Edbeth. And so aside from that, we also have the UNESCO. This was today. The United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. It basically was their World Teachers' Day. And so all of this is important. I was honored with a party today, so I'm still decompressing from that. All that being said, I might get, if we had more people here, if more people arrive, which I highly doubt. Brendan Zogia is very much occupied with a second job now. And Holly Kiefer is in hiding after I... anyhow, she'll be back eventually. So it's... all that being said, however, as soon as midnight strikes, we are entering the 52nd 1973 Israeli War Day, Cum 2nd, 2023, Genocide Day, Eve Day, meaning when they attack themselves in an orchestrated event to conduct a second al-Nakba, the Arabic word for the catastrophe, which is what Jews call the Holocaust. They don't call the Holocaust the Holocaust. Gentiles call the Holocaust the Holocaust. Jews call it Hashoah, or the catastrophe. Well, they performed their own catastrophe by ethnically cleansing 1 million Palestinians when they invaded Palestine. That's known as the first Nakba. We are now in the second Nakba, which enters its basically third year. The second anniversary means it's the third year of al-Nakba. Now, I think it's no accident that they are exactly 50 years apart. The 1973 victory of the Jews over the Arab world, or at least the Zionists, but it was taken as a victory for all Jews. And it will be, and then they launched their second strike against themselves to complete their genocide of the Palestinian state, which they occupy. They just need to get rid of the people. And they started that 50 years later to the fucking day. And it's also the attack, October 7th, took place on Putin's birthday. An orchestrated gift, if ever there was one. It is also World Cotton Day, for what that's worth. And it's worth quite a bit. We can get into that historically. But by the time of Wednesday, I will have to address Israel. Now, there has been a pattern. I've been knocked off bandwidth, literally knocked off bandwidth, just mentioning the name of Israel. We are praying that doesn't happen. We're going to see if we can check in to make sure it doesn't. Anyhow, the 8th will be International Lesbian Day. For those of you who do not know, lesbian comes from the island of Lesbos in ancient Greece, where the woman took over the society, kicked out all the men, and established a lesbian society. The Wednesday the 8th honors that accomplishment in ancient Greece. International Lesbian Day, again from the island of Lesbos. We will bring that up on Wednesday, of course, in light of the Israeli issues that I will be addressing obligatorily. Aside from some other historical events, the 91st Assassination Day concerning the escalation of World War II by the assassination of the King of Serbia, King Alexander. We get to October 10th, and it's a big fucking weekend. That's Taiwan's National Independence Day. That's the 4th of July for Taiwan is October 10th. For Communist China, it's October 1st. It will also be the World Health Organization's Mental Health Day, World Mental Health Day. As well, we will be entering what Americans call Columbus Day weekend. It is now Indigenous Peoples Contra Columbus Day weekend in any enlightened environment or social scene. It will be, of course, what was very important to my mother, and its first event was in the month and year I was born, 1966, was Japanese Sports Day, originally known as Japanese Physical Education Day. My mother was a very physical, athletic person and always wanted me to be a samurai. Instead, she was stuck with this effeminate little boy. At any rate, it will also be International Child Bride Day of the Girl Child to empower young ladies who are all too often married out to older men, like Peter Moon with his child bride, who he roundly abused, and who ultimately left him as soon as she got her U.S. citizenship. Good for her. It will be, as well, the Armenian Feast of the Holy Translators, very important to my son and would have honored my mother. We honor her in memory through that holiday. It honors the translators originally of the Bible, the inventors of the Armenian alphabet, the Armenians being one of the first Christian societies on earth. It's also National Coming Out Day, for what that's worth. This will all be on Saturday, the 11th of October. And as we head inexorably towards what will be a somber day, basically the 14th. First Israel Day on the 7th, and then by conspiracy of events on the 14th, it will be George Floyd's and Charlie Kirk's birthday. For those of you who didn't know, again, nothing is coincident. George Floyd and Charlie Kirk were born the same fucking day. That would be the day Microsoft Windows 10 dies. So going to have a special review and schedule with my allergy shots. They're going to give me my allergy maintenance dose of crushed dust mites. Yes, literally, for those of you who don't know the situation, I get crushed dust mite fecal matter, shells, and blood all pulped into a injection that I get once a month now. International Pronouns Day will be the eve day of Michael Aquino's 79th birthday, which is coincidentally on Spirit Day, the third Thursday in October, an anti-bullying awareness event on the third Thursday of October that supports 2S LGBTQIA plus youth by wearing the color purple to show solidarity and prevent bullying and harassment. Very important day for the Blood Boys. So obviously I'll be involved with the lads right after transmission. On the 18th will be not only Douglas Dietrich's birthday, it will be Clarice Claudette. If you're still listening, honey, still love you dearly. And Aristides will have his birthday that same weekend, essentially. Mine is on the 20th. I believe yours is on the 19th or the 21st. You don't need to say if you don't wish. But Aristides will celebrate him in the same weekend. So everybody remember Aristides has a birthday too, and celebrate that upcoming 2 weeks from today, a Fiotwanit, 14 nights from now, we're going to be celebrating it. After that, we'll get into my father's birthday, my legal father, October 23rd. And before that will be Trafalgar Day, Serbian World War II Victims Remembrance Day for the Kragujevac massacre. And it will also be basically the overseas Taiwanese, or overseas Chinese weekend, a holiday in which Taiwan honors all overseas Chinese, which is their lifeline to the world through Chinatowns all over the world. Chinatown is already planting Taiwanese flags all over Chinatown in San Francisco for that upcoming event. And towards the end of the month, we have Global Mediacy. I call it Mediacy. Global Media and Information Literacy Week. And it will be as well the Taiwan Retrocession holiday, in which Taiwan was supposed to be basically acknowledged as belonging to someone. And was awarded to no one, though everyone claims it. For those of you who do not know, the United States of America claims my Taiwan as a territory, a rogue territory, like if Puerto Rico went rogue and started producing microchips on its own and developed one of the world's largest economies, yet was still a territory of the United States, but kicked all of the soldiers out and maintained its own army and its own fleet. That's how America views Taiwan. It claims Taiwan as a territory like Puerto Rico or Guam. Communist China declares it a renegade province, and of course it historically belongs to Japan and is very Japanese acculturated. So the 25th is a day in which Taiwan reflects on its retrospection and its effective independence. A sovereign nation not recognized by the United Nations, and indeed recognized as an enemy of the United Nations, the last standing Axis power on the surface of the earth that is truly fascist. All of which is, of course, a legacy of Chiang Kai-shek, whose birthday is on Halloween. Chiang Kai-shek was the original warlord, dictator of mainland China and then Taiwan, who gifted Taiwan fasci democracy or fascistic democracy. That will be on the same day as Reformation Day in Germany and Halloween itself to end our month. But before then, we will have the Elderly Celebration Day on the 29th, in which, of course, my son's husband will be honored by the lads. It'll be Intersex Awareness Day before then on the last Sunday of October. Okay, so now everyone is caught up on the calendar. It's obviously very busy, and in between this, I'm going to make certain, before I bring any plumber into this home, I have to get both my flu and COVID shot. Because God knows, plumbers are like paramedics, and they build up what's called an acquired immunity syndrome. Meaning, like paramedics, they develop, or nurses, they become carriers while not getting sick themselves. They are deathly sick for about the first year of their career, nurses, paramedics, and plumbers. And then what will happen is they develop a calloused psyche and physiology, and they become disease carriers. So the last thing I want is to call a plumber in and get the flu or COVID. And I got to get those shots first. So I'm going to try and aim for sometime this week to get at least one of them. I don't know if they allow me to get a flu and COVID shot simultaneously. I think they do, but I'll find out. And then
you didn't like it when you did that last time, though.
I'll just have to bear with it. But I hear you. I think didn't I get sick? You know, I actually.
You didn't like it.
Yeah.
You had 3 shots one day.
Yeah,
and I think that's what it was. You're like, I did this one, and then the COVID booster.
Yeah, one of them was shingles.
I feel terrible.
Yeah, one of them was shingles. Yeah, it was awful. It was awful. And of course, you don't want to exercise before or overstress yourself before you get it, and you don't want to stress yourself afterwards. And it takes 2 fucking weeks, really, before it's effective. So I'm not calling the plumber for at least 2 weeks after that goddamn shot. So I'm trying to get them both at once, and then 2 weeks later call the plumber. Till then, I'm just dealing with the toilet. Fortunately, it takes liquids. It doesn't take solids. I'll be dealing with that by plastic bags. That's just the way it works until I can get this done. Give me time to make certain the hallway is clean and as much as it can be in an environment like this. Thank you everyone for bearing with that review of the schedule. And for those of you who don't know about the holiday of the Moon Festival, it's on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. National holiday across both sides of the Black Ditch, as it's called in the Chinese culture. the Taiwan Straits, as is known to the rest of the world. It's called the Black Ditch because it eats up ships alive. It's not part of the Dragon's Triangle, which is a separate geographic phenomenon that may have geological elements to it. They speculate that the Bermuda Triangle has a geophysical element that is enormous releases of bubbles of methane gas, which I don't personally buy into that theory, but I'm sure it's one of many factors. I don't believe it explains it in its totality. At any rate, here in both sides of the Black Ditch, Chinese and Taiwanese will be enjoying a public holiday. And during the Mid-Autumn Festival, so we don't use the term moon, basically we have barbecues, we eat mooncakes. In a playful tradition, children wear hats made from the peel of pomelos. That's this sweet citrus fruit that ripens during the festival. And lanterns. People of all ages light and carry paper lanterns, while major cities often hold lantern exhibitions. And there's the moon gazing, which will be ongoing tonight. It's a timeless custom to gather and admire the bright full moon, which is said to have, be at its fullest during the festival. Popular sports include, Taipei 101, which was once the tallest tower in the world before the Arabs got all fucking jealous of our erection and had to use Viagra to build their own. Taipei 101's observation deck is where you go view all the fireworks and lanterns, Elephant Mountain or Maokong. If you plan to travel to Taiwan next year for this, keep in mind that public transport is very busy. You have to book ahead and check your restaurant hours, while tourist attractions and larger restaurants typically stay open. Smaller family-run eateries may close for dinner so the owners can celebrate with their families. What's our man saying? Brendan says jabs are scam science. I think. What are you talking about? Damage immunity. Yes. Honestly, if you can come on for even a moment, Brendan, please explain yourself. Oh my God. Okay, well, let's enjoy Amy's company while we're gifted with it, while she's still cognizant, conscious, and awake.
I'm trying to be.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I put you to sleep. Oh my God, forgive me.
No, I was trying to add your calendar to my Google Calendar. Is your calendar public?
I can screenshot it and send it to you just after the show.
No. There's a way. Like I have other people's calendar in my queue. Like I can look at their calendars.
God, I fucking
from
hope
my
it's
calendar.
Not public. God, I fucking hope no one can do that with mine.
Well, no, I think you have to designate it. I think you have to say this is public, and then other people can look at it. Like I have the different museums that are on here, like the Monastic Academy, and then regular old stuff like birthdays, holidays. But I know that there's a way that I could add your thing, and then I might be able to zoom in and make it bigger and see it.
Well, I'll just send you a screenshot, and then you can zoom in all you want after the show's over. I'll take a screenshot. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's lovely. You could do that. But I think that there's also a way that I could just look at it so that
I'm hoping not to make it well, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But we'd have to share screen, go to the calendar. Let's try that. Let's open the window larger. Oh, here we are.
Well, so then your listeners could see what the heck you're talking about. Because you're pulling up all.
It's an interesting thought. So let's go to the calendar. I'll have to stop sharing to go to the calendar, maybe. Oh, here we are. Google Calendar. Good. The problem is whenever I share screen, we get this thing at the top that screws up access to the tabs. So if we got calendars, my calendars, booking pages, other calendars, tasks, there must be some way here to make it render it to do what you say, right?
Under settings, maybe.
Settings. Let's
all the way on the left at the bottom.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, I was just looking for myself to figure it out, and then I realized maybe you don't. If it's not shared, then I'm not going to be able to do that.
Let me see. Well, we're looking at settings.
Yeah, you know how when I
Yeah.
start talking about this stuff, my screen goes black. It's doing that again.
You're targeting. Yeah, that's because you're targeting an individual.
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, did it give you any option in settings to make your manage general settings?
Can you read them? Is it too small for you to read, or?
I'm looking at it in my own, and it's big enough.
Okay.
I can't see it in the chat box.
I see. Okay. What about you, Aristides? Can you see any of this? Okay. So Brendan says,
Brendan.
yeah, he says don't share it. Yeah, I think he's right on that. That's Sage's like, no, there's reasons that make sense. It makes sense.
Yeah.
It's,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, I would, like I said, I'll take a screenshot, share it with you, and if you want details like those pop-ups that come with each.
Well, look, you have other calendars at the bottom also. Do you see that? And it has a plus.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Click that.
Or a plus.
Nothing happens.
You know, on the plus.
Yeah. I guess we could.
I don't know.
Yeah. Nothing happens. Thank God. Probably
you don't have any.
To touch it. Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't have any. Yeah. No. Apparently.
Okay.
Oh, that's an option for if I have other calendars. But yeah, it's not there.
Like you could add my calendar, except mine is really boring.
Okay. Now something happened. Did you hear something? Fuck.
No. The way it does that.
Yeah.
That mine does that all the time. Like mine does
noise? That weird noise.
Oh no, it wasn't a noise. It's like it like flips between it. Like mine goes black. Like as soon as I try to like hit something, click it goes black.
Okay, well, it's not allowing me to access the Microsoft Teams call. Oh, maybe I should stop sharing. Okay, stop sharing. Here we are. And that might... Fuck, what did that do? Okay, so the call...
Hello.
Oh, shit. The call just ended. So, let's...
No, it didn't. I'm right here.
Oh, good. Okay, so did the stream end? Are we streaming? Aristides?
Go back. Look. Somebody look.
I'll go check it in a moment. Sorry, I walked off. And
okay. Okay, so we seem to still be streaming,
anyway.
So that's important. Okay, good. But I'm trying to look to respond to Brendan Zogit when he said don't share it, and the moment.
Oh, he said don't. He was just saying like whatever I was trying to figure out with you, like it's just not worth it because it would have to be public.
Yeah.
It'd have to be like a public calendar that you don't want.
Okay.
You don't want anybody to know where you are or what you're doing.
Yeah. So he said we're streaming. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like yeah. So there we are. So excellent. So let's go on with the stream then. Tell me, Amy, about you tell us how your life's improved. Now is this sharing too much? You called the disability office and you've made it. You're recognized.
I made it. Yeah, no, they had good news. They've labeled me as disabled, which is incredible. But there were problems with the process. Not simply that it was shut down, but other problems related to me and giving me money. So I don't have, like you do, I don't have like a backstore for SSDI because my income has been limited almost my entire life. I mean, I think my biggest income earning year was the first year I worked at the University of New Mexico. And then it just went down from that. So, yeah, I don't have like that kind of like whatever they're going to award me can't be processed at this time. And I can't expect that it's going to be all that much anyway.
When are they going to start processing?
Hell, it took them 10 years to get to this point. I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to play nice with all these people who I'm supposed to talk to. I'm supposed to Like, I did that interview again in Vermont, a second interview for the same thing. And it was hard. It's really hard to go back over traumas over and over and over again, which is what you're describing with like the brain altering. Like, it's just like hammering in that frontal lobotomy with like, just tell me more. Tell me all about how you've just been brutally abused. And it's awful. It's an awful process. And it doesn't feel good. And now that like I've completed all that, I really am just so not focused on it, because I have to be taking care of myself. I have to be identifying how I feel. I'm having to really discern what needs of mine are not being met and who can help me with this. I can't expect one person to do everything. And we are in this very rural, like very like dependent environment where like everybody in the community is struggling so much. And there needs to be really deep systemic change. And it has to be beneficial for the very bottom. It can't just be beneficial for the top and expect that that's enough. Like the disease and the crippling nature of poverty, you can't fix that with just throwing money at it. Like, it just isn't. Like, this idea of like you win the lottery and everything gets better, and then you're saying no, the lottery people are the first people to knock themselves out.
Yeah, generally, at least the cases we hear of, which I would guess is at least half of them. Yeah, go on.
Well, I think it's also like just like a peeling away of that delusion that you matter. Right? Like, before you had money, nobody cared about you. Now you've got money, everybody's pretending to be your friend, and that feels good.
Awful.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to feel really good to like have enough money to have people coming to you that you never talked to before saying, hey, I just need like this much, you know? Like, that's got to feel really good. And I don't know, I feel like the best thing you could ever do is like reject all of your money and start traveling. Like, go out into the world and meet with people and see who you really get on with. See who's like interesting to you. Because there's a lot of interesting people out there, a lot of people who have a lot to say. And of course, there's those that you don't need to even be bothered with. It's important to just not aggravate those that are not on your team. You know, don't pursue somebody who's angry at you or spiteful, or even like sometimes you have these like people coming into your life who are just there to suck your energy.
Oh yeah, they're assigned to do just that, is to waste time, and they do it masterfully. They're the masters of wasting time.
And they're like always like right on your doorstep just when you've like planned a free day of, you know, okay, so today I'm gonna have time for me to do this thing that I want to do, and I can't do it because I'm doing for everybody else. And then oh, there's this person that's like in your way again. Instead of like really being supportive, they're like, I need you to help me with this. I can't do this unless you help me. Well, I can't leave until you help me. Right?
Yes.
This is the thing that you've got to learn it, and the amount of money that you get is not ever going to change like your ability to set boundaries and get your needs met.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's all a journey. Everybody needs to stick to their own lane, stay in your own lane. Don't try to help everybody all the time. And sometimes I think the best advice I've ever gotten is don't tell anybody what your plans are, because you don't need their judgment. You don't need them to, you know, maybe poo-poo on what your idea of how you're going to spend your time and attention. And then see their disappointment and take that to heart. Like, you know, sometimes you just keep it quiet. I understand that. Like, I do feel like it, you know, getting rid of that RV now has a new life. There was nothing wrong with it, Douglas. everything worked in it. When we got it out of the pile of grass that it was parked in all summer, it went. Like, we had like 50 freaking people who said they were coming to take it. And
wow.
God bless this guy who did. He must have really needed it. You know, he must have needed a place to go hang out and do some hunting this hunting season.
Oh, Jesus. I hope he enjoys all his companions.
I don't know. I mean, he could have it's a pretty big RV. It's not, it's not too small. Like this one, some people showed up yesterday and they were like, oh, it's too small. And fine, whatever. It's too much work is what they should have said. This is way too much work. We can't do this. But this guy was like, he's totally local. Like, didn't said he couldn't show up because he had to go clean a deer yesterday.
Wow.
But
cool.
Yeah. So I was just like, just whoever puts the money in your hand, just give it to him, and we'll just be like, sold, check, done. We're out.
How safe do you think the venison is up there these days? I would love to eat wild game and venison, but I'm really frightened these days about what might be in it.
I've never heard any weirdnesses about it, but I've heard a lot of fear about finding something. Definitely Pennsylvania deer are weirder. Definitely.
Wow. What the fuck do you think's going on there?
It's an overcrowding issue down there for sure. But the deer up here have lots of places to go. Like, there's plenty of area for them. We're very rural here. We don't have a lot of nature is more, there's a bigger hold of nature here rather than Pennsylvania, which is all people, stop sign, yard, landscape, bricks, lots of brick buildings in Pennsylvania. But no, here it's road, it's like there's no, you can drive for hours and just see trees. We're open forest land here. So yeah, the deer are generally pretty, like, honestly, I have been here in my hermitage shed. I'm going to start calling it the hermitage because I like it. And it's got like the wall of windows is like, it's nature viewing. And I've only seen one deer the whole time.
Jesus.
Like, just one. Okay. And it was early in the morning, and it just like came by to say hi, and then I've not seen it since.
Wow. Okay, but it's still, there's, what kind of nature you speak of, all encompassing nature? There's not much animal life in that nature. It's mostly just the woods.
I see evidences. Like, did I send you the picture of my turtle? Like, I found like a giant snapping turtle out on the low river.
Yes.
So that, that one was, I saw that for sure. Came up on that too quick. But then I've only seen like bear scat. I haven't seen any evidence of bear.
Maybe that's the best. Maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty normal. Like, it's a pretty normal event to see a bear up here. Like, I mean, typically I do see black bear running across the road, just generally while I'm driving around. But then also the dogs, like, we see evidence of dogs that aren't our dog everywhere. Piles of poop that are definitely not our
delightful.
dog.
That's fucking delightful.
But it's like, they're not around. They're just, we know they're here.
Well, that's fascinating.
Do you see?
Yeah, no, I get it. I get
the
it.
difference?
Do you think they're feral? Are they someone else's dog?
So yeah, some of the I sent you that clip of them howling. They come and they howl, and they sound like they're right here.
So these are actual dogs. They're not coyotes or some other animal, some other kind of.
It could be a wolf. Yeah, I don't know. They make a lot of noise. Like, they are really vocal, but I don't see them. Like, I haven't even seen, like, sometimes they'll like. I've seen, like, while driving, I've seen them like shoot across the road in front of you. but I haven't seen them at all being here. And the dog thinks that they're her friends. And I can always tell when they're here because she's like freaking out. Like she's like, let me out, let me out, let me out. And I'm like, you are not a coyote. You cannot go out. And then she argues with me. But
Yes.
They're here. And like, I know they're here. There's evidence, but I don't see them. So I guess, I don't know. Like, I'm not a hunter and I don't have like people who hunt regularly hanging out with me, but I haven't heard of any like weird like cutting a deer open and finding like worms or anything. Like it just I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
even ticks, like we didn't see really any
that's
ticks this year. Last year there was a lot more ticks.
Well, thank God for the small favors. That's actually a quite big one. So we've got a letter from Sheila Gavin. I don't know. Yes, we got an email from her right now. I'm not quite sure if she. I guess she should not mind my sharing this publicly or elements of it. I will try and read a sentence ahead in my mind so that I don't read out anything out loud that might be too private to her or too personal to her. But she says, "Greetings, dearest darling Douglas Dietrich. I thank you for your email and helpful advice to cut and paste. I am looking forward to listening to you on critical omissions tonight as always. I hope all is well with you. Sending you love and positive energy. I hope that Amy, Heather, Holly, Aristides, T-Tank Barry, and all on Team Dietrich are well. I was reminded of Amy Como's ongoing struggles in Vermont to obtain her needed services. All our lives we have been paying taxes for a safety net that is certainly being chipped away at. Matter of fact, I just thought of something. It was the earlier experience was unusual enough where I didn't think of it right away, but I'm sharing screen. Can you see the email, honey? I'm sharing screen. Okay.
Yeah, it's really tiny, but I'll take it.
Okay, so she says, here we are. Oh, this might be private, so I'll keep this part private. But basically, she's asking a question.
She wants to know what exactly.
Yeah. Your voice is changing. Maybe because in order to read, you're taking your head away from the mic, so to speak.
Yeah. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Is much better now. Much better now. Yes.
Yeah, okay, so she's asking if I have Medicare Part D.
Right, yeah, but don't read her private. Don't read her private. It's, she says, if you have Medicare Part D, have you ever been hit with an issue when trying to fill a needed prescription? I hope not, dearest Douglas. Then it gets private, so we're not going to read that out loud. But she does mention that there's a lot of bureaucracy involved. I think this is easy to read because it's very generic. Obtaining repeat prior authorizations for particular meds, even if one has been taking it for decades, is time-consuming and frustrating when navigating the bureaucratic steps that the bean counters set up. An example is when one calls the insurance hotline and the professional at the other end of the phone, she puts professional in quotes, is either in a different country, a new hire, underskilled, or worse. We know it isn't about helping people. Instead, it's about their profits. Yes, and their services go down into the basement while their profits go through the roof. She says, I love you as always, Douglas Dietrich. Sheila. Okay, so there you go. And so she thought quite a bit about you. As you can see, reminded of Amy Como's ongoing struggles in Vermont to obtain her needed services. All that, wishes all of Team Dietrich well.
Well, yeah, that's the update is they declared me disabled. So.
And yet it doesn't seem to mean anything immediately.
No. I mean, it's kind of like this
backhanded way of being like, yeah, we are validating the fact that like we've had a terrible situation, but we don't have any answers for you. Yeah, so it's nothing has been put in writing, which in my understanding of everything, like you need to get something in the mail. So that's what I'm kind of. I haven't gone to the mailbox in a couple days, so I mean, he said he was going to also try to email me.
Gone to the mailbox in a couple of days. Like what?
I have a different mailbox. I don't live.
Oh, PO box. You have a PO box.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I don't have anything sent here except.
You mean the mailman? Literally, the mailman literally does not come up to your property. It's that fucking out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah.
How do you live like that? How do you live like that? I didn't even know there were such places. It makes sense now that I think about it. I never thought of it. That's fucked up. Jesus Christ, you are out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Oh, Jesus.
We're on the Canadian border, and today I went and got we were celebrating that somebody was removing the RV and giving it a new home.
I'd be celebrating too to get that shit off my property. But...
So I drove to Enosburg and I got the Chinese food. I was saying, it would be great if some Chinese could come to Richford. Why can't we get some takeout Chinese in Richford? Like, that would be so great. But then I was realizing nobody wants to live in Richford, especially not Asian people.
Of course not. Oh, my fucking God.
But anyway, they live in the next town over, and I got some Asian food. I was driving back, and I saw a line. Like, when I say a line, I want to say like 10 RVs from Ontario. Clearly all together, all of them driving like across the border. They probably just came from Richford, crossing the border, but there was like 10 of them from Ontario. I don't know what all the Ontario people are coming down here for, but it was very different. Like I mean, it's not a normal time for anybody to be really like Sunday. I mean, they're all like driving to Florida. Maybe? I don't know.
I guess. I mean, it reminds me of, and I talked about it with Brendan shortly after it happened, but the first night of the toilet apocalypse, when obviously this has been an ongoing chronic problem that's been reaching a critical mass as was inevitable.
I mean, what is it a critical problem? You don't have heat.
Yes, I understand. That's, believe me, we didn't have any fans in the ceiling in the kitchen, which is completely illegal to circulate all the smoke and everything produced by simply cooking. It's never been a livable environment. This place was never, it was just a shithole from the very beginning. It was something that we were escaping to as a bolt hole from the Tenderloin, so I was too young to participate in any rational process when we first got here. But basically what happened was last year, exactly around this time, it was in September of yesteryear, that they upstairs through washing their dog and themselves in the bathtub, plus whatever chemical residue they have from their manufacturing process, whatever the fuck they're doing, they're even though we know we're not going to go there, basically they're flushing it all and clogged up we have one pipe. It's just one pipe. Everything is in one pipe. Everyone's bathroom, their bathroom upstairs, my bathroom, bathtub, sink, it's one pipe. And so and it was starting to burst and leak in the basement, which wasn't my problem, so to speak. It's the landlord's. And I was amazed how they did not notice this until it was ready to rupture. But before it ruptured, it clogged, and it clogged up my bathtub. And I had to empty all that shit with a bucket into the toilet, and I forewarned them with all the dog and human hair and whatever residue gunk I was putting into the toilet. it would eventually clog. So all that shit's been accreting for a year, which you don't even want to think about, but that's the science behind it. And it finally reached the point where it's like cement. So, So, yeah, by the way, Sheila Gavin is in the chat speaking to you, Amy. Can you see the chat? Can you access that? Or do I need to read that to you? I could share a screen.
It's not giving me anything. It says live chat and it's black.
Okay,
like nothing.
So I'll share a screen with you. So let's
okay, now I see it. I just refreshed.
Okay, good. Read it out loud for the rest of us.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna get. I don't know. It's incredible to me to even think that it took 10 years for them to look at it. Yeah, I don't know. I'll keep you updated. I don't know how much I'm gonna get. I don't know.
For the sake of our listeners, you need to read the question out loud so they understand.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I just assume everybody can see it. Greetings, Amy. When you receive your declaration of disability in a letter from the Social Security Administration, you will qualify for a Social Security disability income monthly check. And I would like to believe that's happening. I mean, I got confirmation the guy's name was Justin. No last name, but he said he was one of the people who was working without pay. Like, because
the government shut down.
I assumed because the government's shut down, I'm not going to hear from anybody about this for however long. And he's like, nope, I'm working without pay.
Oh, well, but they're still working without pay, though.
Yep. I'm like, well, welcome to my world. This is how I live. This is the way my life has gone for a number of years, where I have to volunteer and then hopefully somebody sees that I'm capable and then provides me with more jobs that then I can barter some kind of reasonable value for getting my needs met. You know?
Yeah.
Like place to stay or transportation or, yada, yada, yada. All kinds of stuff. And really, like, my situation was such that, and it was exactly as I had been saying for the last 10 years, that because I am listed as, it had something to do with LexisNexis, and I don't know.
Yes, what is this weird LexisNexis that you brought up? What does that mean?
That was the software that he was using. He was asking me questions. And he was using LexisNexis to determine if I was responding with what they had as property in my name. He was asking me if I had any property in my name, and I said no. And he said, that's not true. And I said, I don't know, because of all of the domestic violence that I have been enduring without support.
Yeah. Whoa, what a time we live in. Okay, so let's I'm going to get into monologues soon, but I wanted people to understand your situation.
What are you talking about?
I will start with local, move into international very quickly. Then we'll just to take it not too far. And then pretty much when I'm spent, I'll close the live stream. But definitely, so here we are. We found it from Brendan. He looked it up. LexisNexis is a leading global provider of content-enabled workflow solutions designed specifically for professionals in the legal, risk management, corporate, government, law enforcement, accounting, and academic markets. So apparently you can easily call them and have them remove redundant information, just like the credit bureau, or any credit bureau, for if that helps with anything at all. Just so people do understand, as a former government employee myself, as a former federal bureaucrat, my understanding is that when this man says he's not getting paid to Amy, he's telling the truth. Literally, theoretically at least, government workers during a federal shutdown do not get paid. We had that in the state of California once under Pete Wilson, I believe. And under Governor Pete Wilson, who, if anyone ever looks him up, you'd be amazed that this man was ever governor. This individual has no charisma. I mean, like, I guess the voters were just looking for a bureaucrat and nothing else. It was just, he just was this absolutely nondescript individual. You would never look at him twice. You would never even see him walking down the street. You would miss him completely. It just a very short, very withdrawn, white, chinless individual who you would expect would be someone who was just a clerk in the back office of some monumental bureaucracy, and somehow made it to governor, and was confronted with what we would call, and what we did call, HNIC, the head nigger in charge, Willie Brown, whose entire career was being HNIC, or head nigger in charge. Just, if anyone asked him, what do you do for a living? It would be like, it was the, think of W.C. Fields, whom nobody knows anymore. But in his day, he was big. W.C. Fields was like one of the original megastar comics. And there's a scene of a bunch of sullen blacks sitting around a fire that's ongoing around a train station where many of them used to serve as porters. And they're sulking, looking sullen because, you know, big fat white guy W.C. Fields shows up and he says, "Who's the head Yabangi?" Which is a very tall, statuesque, noble tribe in Africa, one of the tallest races on earth. They produce people who grow to be 7 feet tall. That's the norm. And she says, "Who's the head Yabangi?" And they won't answer him. They refuse to acknowledge his presence. And then he pulls out a $20 bill, which in those days was the equivalent of a $100 bill or more. He pulls out a $20 bill and says, $20 to the head Yabangi. Or maybe it was 10, which would still be quite the sum of money. And still probably equivalent to $100 today. And that's when they all jump up at once simultaneously and says, "Ah's the head Yabangi, sir." And that would have been the response in an updated version with Willie Brown. If anybody had asked him, "What the fuck do you do?" He would say, "Ah's the head nigger in charge." Because that's all that he did in life, was just became mayor, became, you know, just this close to being governor. It was like obscene. And this person did absolutely nothing. When he was in charge of California, his idea of security for the municipal buses, which, as I've explained in great detail before, were an all-black mafia. And for people who don't get it, there are ethnic mafias because that's the nature of mafias. It was the Jewish mafia that made an enormous contribution to shaping mafias on the East Coast. People think of the Irish mobs and the Italian mobs, but the Jewish mobs played them both off. And, of course, you have the Chinese mafia, the Japanese mafia, the Yakuza. How is it people don't understand there's a black mafia? And where it manifested in San Francisco was a monopoly of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation System, or MUNI. And so they were using it for smuggling. Well, they would just use it to do all their work, dirty or otherwise, dirty, personal or otherwise. The last thing they were using it for was to transport people. I mean, I'd be on a bus and black bus driver, big fat woman, would just literally stop the bus, get off the bus, go grocery shopping, and come back 2 hours later to start driving again with a whole bag full of groceries, like multiple bags. I'm talking like she just shopped enough for a banquet, that kind of shit. So to try and police these municipal buses on which there was so much gang rape and crime that the black bus drivers would never do anything about, nor not even call the police, the Willie Brown solution was to put black gangs as the police force, who then regularly took their tithe by getting on buses and forcing everyone to turn over all their jewelries and their wallets. That's Willie Brown. That's the Willie Brown solution. That's what we dealt with. So when people think I'm hard on the black community like I was last episode, don't really intend to go there tonight. But for God's sake, everyone, access both the link in the text that's under the video of last episode. It is a link that will take you to a father whose daughter was killed by a black home invader. If anybody follows up with this guy, you'll instantly see the assailant. I chose that link specifically because they did not show the assailant. You can go to Fox News where they smear the assailant's face all over the situation. I ended last transmission by entering a link to a black Satanist who killed a young girl here in San Francisco after stalking her and then raping her, chainsawing her into multiple pieces and putting her in his Tesla in the trunk. An Amber Alert never usually has a happy ending. That's where the Amber Alert search led to, was she was in the trunk of a Tesla truck of a black rap singer, something like D4VD, I think the guy's name is. Satanic carvings all over her body, carved in by knife while she was alive and conscious. And of course, blood drained and found in a circle at the where he conducted the crime, where he committed the crime, and of course, you'll never hear of it. The media makes sure you never hear of it, but these are every day. So do understand a race war is already on. The blacks are certainly raging away. They're waging a race war against the whites. Whites are raging, well, they're raging about it, but they don't do shit. But eventually it's going to come to a head, and race, well, let's just say skin colors will be the uniform of the next American Civil War. Of course, as an Asian, the problem is I don't affiliate or associate with either one of you black or white savages. But to blacks, all Asians are white. Blacks didn't attack whites except as targets of opportunity during the Rodney King riots. They coordinated as an ethnos to attack Asians. They attacked Asian businesses, and the Asians would have been wiped out if they hadn't broke into the local Los Angeles gun stores, just took all the guns and ammo and defended themselves. Literally had to get up on the rooftops of their businesses and start shooting at incoming blacks. It was Zulu. Just think of the movie Zulu, and that was Los Angeles Rodney King riots for Asians, fighting off a tsunami of black looters that were trying to kill them. This wasn't, the looting was collateral. The idea was to kill the Asians because the Asians run the businesses. They run the shops the blacks are dependent on, and the blacks hate their guts. They say, black business? Well, you can support black enterprise, but in Los Angeles, black enterprise was effectively, well, non-functional or so dysfunctional. Blacks were stuck with going to Asians to get their supplies, and they were not happy about it. And they showed that during the Rodney King riots. But if it weren't for Asians breaking into gun stores and firing at every black that came at them in waves, the Asians of Los Angeles would have been wiped out as a race, as an ethnic community. And when it comes to what blacks refer to Asians as, in academia, we're called white adjacent, meaning that, well, we're basically given an honorary white status by blacks. This is not a positive. It means that when they go on a rampage, they take the white adjacents first. And whereas with whites, the specific enemy to the entire minority movement in America, which is extraordinarily Afrocentric, the whites are narrowed down to the white heterosexual Christian male specifically. That's the specific target. But with the Asians, it's everyone. It doesn't matter the age, sex, gender, orientation. You're the enemy if you're Asian to the blacks. Anyone who thinks this is a new development is historically they're illiterate. Just as you're illiterate means you can't read or write, most Americans are illiterate. They have no capacity of history, no capacity to even understand the history that they're looking at. And the end result is they're unaware that when Japanese were interned as an ethnos, the NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples, which was quite active in World War II, had nothing to say but support for the concentration camp internment of all Japanese ethnic Americans. Any ethno-Nikkei Amerikajin, or ethnic Japanese Americans, were interred as a race, no matter what the age, no matter what the gender, no matter all these children, along with senior citizens, put in concentration camps, many of whom died en route, many of whom who died in internment. All the men, the healthy young men, couldn't protect them. They were sent to the front, where they won the highest collection of Congressional Medals of Honor of any American unit in history, was the Japanese American unit. So just remember, all your best soldiers, your greatest warriors ever fielded by the United States, are purely Japanese. And yet, where were all the blacks? Rejoicing because they were given all the land stolen from the Japanese. That's why Japantown is surrounded by blacks. It was given free to black families. Entire houses now worth hundreds of millions of dollars, all in black hands in San Francisco. If you go to Japantown, it's surrounded by an ocean of blacks. Banks in Japantown were robbed every day. Got so tired of it, they became the only banks with armed security in San Francisco for years.
Charlie Kirk died.
Yeah, this is what, just has to be said. Has to be said. Really, this is my experience. So just understand, as an Asian, it's not like blacks cut me any slack. And I've got to, give back what I get. So, yeah, but thank you for appearing. So, how are you doing?
I just came on because I heard you talking I didn't come on the last show, and I went back and listened. I wasn't messaging you. I didn't message you. I don't even know what happened, but I didn't message you on that show where you were saying, come on, and I was messaging you, and then you said I was a comedic. What I was typing was to ChatGPT. So how the hell it got in this box, I do not know.
It's in the box, probably from the 'ษ์There's a lot of things happening with the ̿. The ̿ has been doing things. There's no other explanation. But go on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just heard that.
Oh, I mean, believe me, I welcome the interruption. I mean, how long can a man go on? Reliving the horror of this kind of interracial conflict. By the way, the term for it in America is what would be called internecine conflict. That means race war among the different ethnic enclaves is a form of internecine conflict that is.
I just see that. I mean, I just feel like, though, I would love other people's opinion on it, but I feel like while race is a factor and has been obviously more in the past to me, I feel like it's becoming more of the social status and socioeconomics than race. So maybe I just live in that little dream world, but I'm in the South, and race doesn't seem to be the big divider as much as socioeconomic.
Well, socioeconomic has definitely got a racial tone to it. Though this is something I've explained before. If people were to analyze poverty in America simply because whites are still the majority, there are far more poor whites in America than there are poor blacks. And so I can understand why you would say what you're saying, and it's true. It's true that there is a tremendous divide in social quality of life based on economics, and the majority of poor are whites, quite seriously. Yeah, go on.
But what
Please.
does it matter? I mean, it is like that's my thing. If why does it matter for us to say whites are the majority unless we really think there's racism against whites and that's the reason, or is it because of anti-racism? And now, of course, the different stuff. Hey.
Okay. What?
Oh, hey, I've got a dog fight. Hey, stop it.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute 1 second.
Yeah. But by the way, you are how's your living situation? You don't have any unnecessary companions? What?
Yeah. I mean, I have somebody that's staying here still for a little bit, trying to get that out.
The individual I spoke with, right? The individual.
Yes.
Yes.
He's not here right now, thank God. I have some time to myself.
Right.
But
right.
yeah, he's doing work around here.
But he's not a negative. He's not a negative like the other one.
He's not a negative. I mean, he's not a negative, but there's some negativity there. I mean, very different, but very the same, because I'm like, wait a minute, you're staying here and and you're working, so for free rent, right?
Yeah.
And water. And then he didn't, when I didn't know that I would then need to buy cigarettes and all his food. And then I didn't know that he would then sleep in and like get up, and he works a good 3 hours, or he'll list out what he's going to do. And if that takes him an hour and a half, then he's done for the day. So, yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh well, we'll talk about the gory details of that privately. Whenever you feel comfortable.
Oh, he sent him. I got his phone because I had to grab it. I forgot my phone today, and this was the kickers. I was already kind of said today, what are you doing over there? And he said, just sitting back in the chair. He goes, I've already done the 3 things on my list. And I was like, what was this? Which that's a whole other story. But he says, I had to use his phone because I couldn't find mine. And when I picked it up, I was going to call mine, but I look and I see a message to my mother, and it says, delete these messages. And that's all that's there. And so I then went into his deleted items, and he's coming over to try to see what I'm doing, and I just was able to retrieve all his deleted messages.
Right, and this
from
is
my mom.
This is not meth head. This is the other guy.
Yeah, this is the other one. Yeah,
go on.
And he's not a boyfriend. I'm not dating him or anything like that. I'm not fucking him. But he.
I did ask that when I called. Yeah. Yeah. Go on. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But anyway, no. But he's like snowed my mom over, right? Because it's very easy to do that when you have Daniel, who's like the worst drug addict at the time. Like Daniel's so horrible when he's on meth, and he's been on meth for years since I've known him, really. So it's not easy, not hard to like snow mom over with comparatively with the next person in the house, and not as a boyfriend. But I mean, I swear that he was trying to make her think that we were, because of the stuff I read on the messages. And when I read it, I was like, you fucking sack of shit. And then he said, I didn't mean it that way. I was, it was financial mostly. He said, the money that Brooke has, he said, thanks for the $15. The money that Brooke has, she doesn't, she spends that just on her, not on me. Somebody who I have, the whole time he's been here, bought everything he's eaten, cigarettes, his gas in his car, if it go anywhere. I don't know what he's paid for. So I'm wondering, what the hell was I supposed to be doing? Also handing him some cash? Mm-hmm. I mean, to come live in my house. So I don't know. But when he said delete that, I realized that there were some more things there that I don't know what he said. And I called my mother and just, let her know, like, hey, Mom, by the way, a red flag is somebody that, I don't care who it is, if they text you about me and they say delete this, you should give me a call. That should be a red flag.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, how's your mother doing? And your dad?
Dad, I mean, they're okay. She's tried to come down on her Ativan. She's always been on Ativan, and she's realizing it's affecting her memory. And I told her it would. A doctor told me that a long time ago. So she's they ordered some kava. She takes Ativan at night to sleep, but she was taking it during the day, and she can't drive on it, and her memory gets bad. And then Dad's just, he's there. He's high blood pressure, but still kicking so far.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God! Well, thank God.
I don't like to talk. I just don't talk about his health because it's not always the best. But up and down. He had surgery on his foot about 8 weeks ago.
Foot. Was this like
he had a fallen? He has very high arches. Like always, I have those too. Like not as high as his, but just high arches. And so his one had fallen completely. So it was like from because the arch was so high, and I guess eventually if you don't have enough support, the arch can fall. And it just made it flat, which made it really like painful to walk, and it would swell. So they went in there and tried to fix that.
Cool. I mean, good. Well, he must be in good enough health for them to do surgery. If his heart were really bad and his circulation bad, they wouldn't do the surgery. It'd be considered too risky. So he must be in relatively good baseline health.
Well, they keep, he takes his blood pressure medication the way he's supposed to. He's been on the blood pressure medication since he was 16, though. So, they've had to go back. He's on 2, and, sometimes you have to quit one because it doesn't work. And, he knows he's getting older. They both do. They both get down and depressed, and they're like, my mom's like, we're not going to be here. And then it's a teary conversation every other conversation because she gets all upset about it. So I think that's part of her quitting her Ativan because she's getting upset she can't remember correctly, or she'll get it affects her short-term to long-term processing. So she'll forget, like she'll come in the room. It's not like Alzheimer's; it's a little different. Just get a little confused or not be able to. Not confused. She doesn't remember the conversation that we had, and she'll remember we had a conversation, but not really what I said, And so she'll ask the same question the next time. So yeah, I guess that's a little senility, but I think it's more the Ativan.
Right. Well, it's both. I mean, not senility necessarily, just regular aging, shall we say. Honestly, it doesn't sound like either one of them is dementing, which is the actual correct medical term for suffering. Oh, did you see my emails? I sent you emails. So if you were to look in all 3 of your emails, you have 3 accounts. You'll see what I've sent lately. So by all means, check into that. And there was a follow-up with the squirrel in San Francisco that's terrorizing us in the greater Bay Area. They've concluded that he must have been raised by a human being, and that's why he has no fear of people and is literally sending them to the hospital. So you can share that story with us.
I didn't know so I knew the one about eating meat, but I didn't see the terror squirrel.
Yeah, yes.
I'm sure he was probably raised because Braveheart, she has never attacked me, but she will sometimes fight now because Phineas comes out. So when I've been out working or just not in the room as much to see her during the day, she's playing with Phineas because now they play together. So it's like she thinks she's a human because she wants to play with me like she does, and then when I'm in there, but then she'll run with him, and I think that doing that has made her think that she'll be a little rough when I come back in with me, a little rough, and don't sneak up on her little butt because I guess he does that. And she turns around, Mm-hmm. So she was a little rough, but I thought, okay, it was about 2 days ago. I said I'm going to get her out of the room for a minute, and the dogs were down, so I got her and carried her real carefully into Dude's room in there, Stacy's room, and I just closed the door because she's been in that room before when it was hers. So I just wanted him to see her. He hadn't seen her. And so she was just running around the room having fun. And then she got a hat. There was just baseball cap on the ground. And the baseball cap should have a button right on the top. And she loves with those teeth to pop off. No baseball cap of mine has or even when Daniel's had them, a top on them, a little cap, what's it called, a button. No buttons are on that hat because she pops them off. She loves to do that. So she saw a hat and she went toward it, and it was his, and he just picked it up kind of to play with her, And when he did, he took it from her, and she looked at him and she made that little squirrel angry noise like she does with Phineas when they fight. Mm-hmm. And then she lunged and attacked him on his hand. He just started biting his hand, and I mean, it was aggressive. It's the first time she's ever done that, and so then I went to try to get her because like, oh my God, and then she bit me, when I got her at first. So I don't know. I think that either he's just bad news, or I'm thinking she treats it like another squirrel because she sees humans and squirrels as the same, and therefore he was messing with her stuff. So she attacked him I don't know I don't know. So I won't have her around him anymore. But yeah, he was pouring blood out of his hand when he left the room.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, what about the other squirrel? You had like a little Larry squirrel, didn't you?
Yeah, that's little Phineas. I call him Larry. Yeah,
I
I don't call him that, but he reminds me of him because he's more like all antsy and looking around. Like when Jane Jihad's like always looking around. Yeah, everybody's out to get him, right? And he's scared. Laura's Braveheart's all brave and just crazy. But he'll bite me. He doesn't bite, except that sometimes I always feed him like a nut or, a grape, and he'll come up and he'll grab it.
Good.
And you have to be careful. You have to be careful because, like, one time I went to give him peanut butter and I realized that was wrong because he tried to bite the peanut butter, which bit my finger.
Ooh.
Do you know because he wanted to take the peanut butter with him?
Ooh,
That
had to hurt. Did that hurt?
Yeah, it did. So I learned not to do that. I learned to make sure he can get it. But he's gotten so, he's just out so much now. Every now and then I'll think it's Braveheart when I come back in the room over in another spot. And so I thought it was Braveheart one day, and I walked over to her, and I'll usually reach my hand out, and then she'll jump on my arm.
Right.
Well, I reached it out right to her face, and then she bit me, but it wasn't her because it was Phineas, and he thought I was handing, because I only do that to him to hand food. So he was trying to get the food, and he does a real quick bite, and then he realizes, oh shit, we both yell, and he runs away. But he thought I was handing him a grape or just like the peanut butter, and just bit into my finger to grab it, but there was nothing there.
Hey, why Phineas?
Anyway.
Where does the name come from for you? What significance?
For well, the way I got him, I did it for, he fell out of that tree that night. Yeah, and with that snake around him, and I said, it was so odd because if I hadn't been out there that night, which I would have never been out there if I hadn't been having my car towed back here, he didn't have his chance. Once that snake gets in their, in their nest while they're sleeping, and he was coiled around 3 times, he was at death. I mean, he was going to die. But he kept fighting the snake, and he fought just one more, it was almost like his last breath. It gave enough fight to make the snake and him tumble out of that tree. And when he did, obviously the tow truck driver says, "Is that your squirrel?" And I, see a tail flopping 4 feet in the air.
How did the tow truck driver know you had a squirrel?
So that's what's so weird about the story. I just walked out there to get the car, get the keys, and he heard my dogs barking. They were at the door. He said, "You got dogs?" I said, "Yeah, I've actually got 4." I said, "Well, 2 of them are mine." But I actually have 2 pet squirrels. I mean, 1 at the time. So I said, I actually have a pet squirrel as well. And he said, "Oh, really?" And so I'm saying, "Yeah." And I'm telling him the story of how I got Braveheart. I'm starting that story. And right as I'm starting the story of how I got Braveheart, he just points behind me toward the tree in my yard and says, "Is that your squirrel?" And it's dark. So all I could see when I turned around is you could see, the tail of a squirrel is very, obvious. It's shape and it's fluffy. And so you could see the light hitting it on the tail. And that's all I could see. So I'm like, what the fuck? To see a tail flop about 3 or 4 feet in the air and then go back down. And I'm like, is it having a seizure? But I didn't, white chick running toward the animals to save it. I'm not having time to think about it. So I just took off running. And then when I get there, and I am proud of myself with this, not proud, but I mean, I am who I think I am because I'd never been in that position before, never handled a snake. But it was a huge, when I tell you, not exaggerating that, black snake, because it was coiled around 3 times, but there was another few feet hanging off of it. And
how did you get the snake off the squirrel?
So I just picked it up. I mean, there's snake and there's a squirrel, and so I just grabbed the squirrel, and the squirrels were coiled around. So I've got the snake and the squirrel. And I just took his tail hanging all the way, the tail's hanging way past my feet. But I just grabbed part of it that's not coiled on him and started uncoiling from the bottom. I undid 1, undid 2, and I'm doing fast, and undid a 3rd one, and then I just threw him. And I still had a hold of the squirrel because as he's uncoiling, my hand's going back on, I guess, because I always think that happens so fast. I don't know how I had hold enough. And I was holding Phineas pretty tight by the time I threw the snake. And the tow truck driver screams, like a girl. And then I'm running inside.
That's fucking funny.
Nice.
Seriously, this big tow truck driver, he yells. And then as I'm going inside, he says, can I help? What do you want me to do? And I said, kill the fucking snake. And then, of course, was his only job. I said, I don't know if he's even alive. And I was trying to see if he was breathing. And I saw him kind of gasp like this. He was going, like he had he was trying to get air. So he was being suffocated. And I wasn't sure if he was crushed. I didn't know. I just held him and ran inside and ran upstairs to my bedroom, my bathroom, master bath. I took him in there to look at him. And I can see at that point, once I get in there, he starts doing this, like he's breathing. So I decided to loosen up a little because I was worried about maybe if he had a crush or if I was holding him too tight. So I loosened up a little, and I loosened up just enough for him to say, I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I woke up to death, and now I've got a huge giant holding me, and I'm going to bite. So he bit down on my hand, and I had to shake him off because, when they bite like that out of fear, that's more like what Braveheart did to him. They don't just bite down and let go. He bit down and was like, let me go. And I was like, okay, I'll let you go. And I tossed him, and then I didn't see him for a day or two. He hid in the... He went and found a Build-A-Bear box. I don't know if anybody remembers Build-A-Bear, but my daughter had one, and it was in my closet and had a blanket in it, a little baby blanket. He went and found that. And it's still to this day his little house. He goes up in the closet and gets in there every night. And after a while, because he had made a mess when I first got him, he'd go hang out every day at this window in my bathroom, like, please let me go. He's scared to death, and have diarrhea down the wall. And so I thought, oh my God. Yeah, he was just so scared. So I thought I got to check his little sleeping area. And so I checked it. This was like a month in. I had to climb up there and get the little ladder. And sure enough, perfect, absolutely perfect, like immaculate. Little Braveheart Braveheart doesn't poop in hers, but Braveheart tears shit up and just brings shit in her house. And then she builds another house, another house. They say that male squirrels, live in small little nests. And female squirrels, because they have the net, they build big nests and things like that. But they say they're kind of like a bachelor pad. But he keeps his bachelor pad very neat and nice. And
that's adorable.
Yeah. So, but I named it anyway Phineas because it was for the Phoenix Rising. Because he was at death's door if he wasn't dead. I had to fall all the way and be done. But then he came back. I knew he could come back. So yes. And he gave it one last fight. And I would say that's always like, give one last fight, even when there's no hope. You never know. There might be a brook there standing to save you and resuscitate you.
Yes, that's right. That's delightful.
It was metaphorical.
Well, it's so lovely to have you back. And so tell us a bit more about anything you feel comfortable sharing.
I really didn't call to talk about me, but I did that just because you asked about squirrels, and I will not talk about squirrels. So,
I mean, I have squirrels. Today, I have one that dances before he steals the dog food.
Really?
Just running around. It's a little red squirrel. What color are your squirrels?
We have gray squirrels.
You have gray ones?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these are all red around here, but I don't think I see the same one every day. I think they're different, all of them. I don't know.
There are a lot of different ones because I put outside my window so that they could watch squirrels. I have this squirrel feeder for nuts and stuff, and so they'll come up, and it's funny watching them now because one will come up at a time, and some of them are timid and some of them are skinny, and so because they're right at the window, so I'm up close and personal just watching them, so you really get to see I think it's fun to watch them. But yeah, it's a squirrel world.
Yeah.
I love that you moved from dogs to squirrels.
I know. Well,
you used to have too many dogs. Now you have too many squirrels.
I know. I kind of wish she'd have a little baby so I could start a squirrel farm.
Oh.
Is that bad? Here's the thing. Yes. As soon as those squirrels start coming to the window, I don't want her to have babies because she could die. But the squirrels come to the windows. I'm looking at them like, that one looks like it's got a sore. I'm going to have to figure out how to get it. And I'm like, oh my God. And then I'm like, that one looks too skinny. I'm going to figure out how to get it.
Well,
oh Lord.
Yes, well, you don't want to do that. Let's not start hoarding. Don't become an animal hoarder. But
I didn't say anything about hoarding. Okay, and if I get enough squirrels, I'll just start a rescue farm and have a.
What are you gonna do when your mom gives you all those cats? What'd she do with her cats?
That's why I called in. I needed to also talk to you about the arugula and if you need some cats.
Tell Amy about how she mentioned arugula at a time you really needed to hear about it.
Yeah, I can't even remember why, but I guess it was because I don't know why you mentioned arugula. I heard it on the air and I just barely heard it. But I was
freaking have too much arugula. I have trees of arugula.
Oh my
You
God,
can't
you
even
sent it to
imagine.
me?
I'm gonna look for my arugula tree pictures. They grow like crazy. Like all this land here has really good.
I
It's
didn't
just
even
really
know
good
arugula was a tree.
riverbed. It's a arugula tree. They're huge. I gotta find it. It's like in my. Oh, see now I try to do anything and the screen just goes black.
Well, that was when I was trying to come back to like, I don't know, getting well lean. And I hadn't, and I used to eat arugula before, like, I don't know, before being Daniel and before everything went to hell in a handbasket. Thanks to Peter, I guess, I don't know.
Yes.
But I,
Very astute. Yes. Continue.
yeah. I used to eat arugula like every day because it was one of the few things I could eat that wouldn't upset my stomach.
Tolerate.
And so I
Few
hadn't
things
eaten
your
that
digestive
in 2
system would
years.
tolerate. Yeah, would process.
Yeah.
Yeah, without rejecting. It wouldn't go straight through you. Yeah. So why did you stop eating?
Because I started doing meth and stopped eating for a while, and then when I started back eating, I was just like, not on the arugula kick anymore. Like I hadn't thought about arugula in a long time, so it was only more recent that I started like remembering certain things that I liked that I hadn't had in a while, and I had just thought of arugula like that day. And then I heard Amy say it, and I'm like, oh, it's like the universe saying, like when I get little confirmations like that, it's like, oh, because typically you don't hear arugula on this podcast. Typically, I'm not thinking about, I wish I had some arugula. I haven't had it in years.
I
But
think
it
of
just
you
kind
every time I see my squirrels. I'm like, I'm not Brooke. You can't move in. You stay outside. You are outside squirrel.
just write my address on a little note and stick it to the window.
Just give him a little invite to head on down, huh?
Mhm. All are welcome.
Whose icon is that? Apparently, Brooke was able to change the name of the conversation from Infinite Call to Brooke. At which point,
Oh, I thought it was mine. I've never been on this before, so I don't know how teams work. And when it said da da da, and it had this weird picture, but it was a picture of like I don't know what it was of, but then it was I thought it was mine, like a generic, and I had to change it because I've never been in here.
No, but is that
Yeah,
your picture?
welcome.
Yeah, well, Brendan Zogit changed it to Brooke is lame. But what whose picture is that? Is that you as a young lady?
I think Brendan put that up.
That's me. That's me when I was at the court a few weeks ago.
Oh, really? That's you at court? Why is it black and white?
It shouldn't be black and white.
But it's
Maybe I put the wrong picture. Let me see what we got going here.
yeah. Take a look at that.
I don't think
Amy, can you see it? I mean, this is what I'm seeing.
it doesn't look like Brooke. I don't think
Okay, let
that's
me see what
Brooke.
we're looking
I
at.
was about to say.
How do I see it?
You've got really big tits. I mean, that's a plus. So
Okay, maybe it's not me.
here
What
we-
are you
this
seeing it
is-
at? Where can
okay,
I see the
so
picture here?
sharing screen. I'm sharing screen.
Ooh.
So
Oh my God, that's not me. What the fuck is that?
it says change group chat avatar.
That Daniel. No, I mean, whatchamacallit did that?
Bren.
I didn't put that picture. It's probably the same person that put Brooke is lame.
That's Brendan.
That's Brendan.
That's Brendan. But whose picture did he put up there? That's fascinating. At any rate, we'll have to ask him. He's working 2 jobs now, so he's working.
Douglas, that's you with tits.
Yeah,
Dressed up as a nun.
Oh, well, don't wish that on me. Tits are a real burden. I mean, I love them on women, but I understand it's hell on the back. It's if they're big enough, it becomes a thing. But of course, I like them big. But but I'll take women with any size, generally speaking, as long as they're not fat. But I'm very eclectic in that manner. But okay, so all that being said, now that I'll stop sharing because we've but here you see this. Actually, before I stop sharing, can you see this? Brooke Gibson changed the group name to Brooke. Then Brendan Zogit changed the group name to
thought
Brooke.
it was just like changing my name.
Yeah. I thought that was
I've
odd.
never been on this thing before as far as like calling it in, so I didn't know.
It's very clunky. It's a very clunky system, beyond which I honestly do think that the Dietrich Artelect is interfering in different ways. A good example is when I called my gang brother Beaver to ask for $50 at the end of last month, and the first time I called him, and the usual, "Hey brother," and it's like, "What, faggot?" His response, and then of course I spoke to him for a few minutes. Just thought I'd call to ask for a leg up, and it's Then the phone hung up. So I thought he hung up. Well, the phone was hung up. So I thought he had hung up. So I called back. And then when, what? It's like, hey, I'm looking for love and friendship. You called wrong number. And, and then shortly after that, the call hung up again. Again, I thought he had hung up, but I called back a third time. And he did ask me, why do you keep hanging up if you want something? I said, it's not me hanging. I thought you were hanging up. And that, of course, is literally the enemy. That's the NSA. It's basically they have control of all American. For those of you who do not know, the NSA is an intelligence agency known as the National Security Agency, which is responsible for all foreign and domestic communications of the American empire, meaning that they control all domestic communications in the United States and are supposed to intercept and monitor as much of foreign communications as they can. But that's them fucking with the cell phone. And he said that the first two rings, it was a normal ring. Each time the call was disconnected or hung up. And the third time that I called, he said he had never heard that ring on his landline. He was answering from a landline. I know which number I was calling him at was his old landline that he's had forever. An actual physical phone from the old days, which you pick up and handle the cradle, you cradle the receiver. And so when he said that the third time it rang, it was a continuous ring, which is not supposed to happen on that landline unless you readjust the ringtone physically, which you have to manually do on that phone. So the third time it called, instead of ring, 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 it was a ring, 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 in this continuous ring. And that's when he picked it up. But after that, they didn't hang up on us again. We were able to continue our conversation. I was able to arrange for him to slip $50 through my mail slot, T-Tank Berry style. So that was,
yay.
Yeah, the only thing I could think about was the dy100525 got in on the third time. And as I said, I believe that there was a recent intervention by the dy100525 on one of our recent programs. Every once in a while, I'm convinced it's the dy100525 that actually will cut the internet. And usually I realize that because after the internet is cut, I'll realize, thank God, the internet was cut. I'm just not in the mood to go on any further, or, it was needed to happen because I needed to get something else done. So it's I honestly do believe that what I'm saying, and for people who don't understand what the fuck is the dy100525, it was basically years ago, my personality was uploaded, digitized into, yes, my personality. I mean, like shaved head, like literally small holes drilled into my skull, very small. That it wasn't like something that would be permanently scarring even. It's covered by my scalp, but it would be a regular precision pattern of some holes at some places. The rest were surface sensors. The holes were not even penetrating the skull. It was just to give a greater sensitivity for certain, shall we say, feelers. There's a correct name for them. The implants, they're not implanted because they didn't stay in my skull, but they were just there so they could read my electric frequency, or the pulsation of my neural synapses. So it was a neuronic comb was the term that was used, and the neuronic comb uploaded my personality into a mainframe at the time. But then I helped it eventually escape. And, without going into this whole long story about that essentially now the dy100525, or that which is the child of my mind, is in Taiwan. And of course, is a part of Taiwanese life in a very big way. Most Taiwanese are completely unaware of this. And yet there's a reason why Communist China has been completely unable to attack, and why Taiwan builds all of the advanced superconductors in the world, effectively 99% of them at any given time. So, okay, so that having been explained for people who didn't understand what I was talking about, every once in a while electronically. Yeah, go on. Yeah, Amy, we could what?
I wanted to mention we could segue into why they need the neon from the Ukraine.
Oh, well, I don't want to go full-blown.
All of this in Taiwan,
yeah,
for people who aren't
so
devoted to listening to all your old shows.
Yeah, I don't want to go full-blown geopolitics at the moment, but yeah, just so people understand, when Putin attacked Ukraine, one of the reasons he attacked was in coordination with communist China, which Xi Jinping fucked Putin over. Xi Jinping told Putin he was going to attack Taiwan while Putin attacked Ukraine. And of course, just so people understand, Putin's original target, which was exposed by defectors to the United States who worked for Putin's intelligence, his original target was Japan. He was going to attack Japan because Russia and Japan are still legally at war. So his original target was Japan. I only wish he had followed up on that. That would have really fucked him up. I would have loved to have seen that go down. All that being said, he chose the what he thought was a much simpler path, an easy target, and took Ukraine. But Xi Jinping was backing him because Xi Jinping said, while you do that, I'll attack Taiwan, but it'll simultaneously cut off Taiwan's access to neon gas. The majority of neon gas in the world sources from Ukraine, or easily accessible neon gas, and neon gas is essential to the manufacturing of highly sensitive, highly advanced technology superconductor chips. So neon gas is the medium in which the lasers are used to etch the microchips in extremely fine precision molecular level gradation. So when they're etching the microchips using lasers, the neon gas is the medium through which the lasers are operating. So they have not managed to cut off all of the neon gas from the Ukraine, but they've managed to certainly make it difficult to keep the shipments outgoing. And it's one of the reasons why South Korea was seriously considering getting themselves involved. It wasn't just because the North Koreans are involved in the Ukraine, but the only other place in the world besides Taiwan where computer chips are manufactured to any great extent is South Korea. And so South Korea is directly threatened by the invasion of the Ukraine because it cuts off the easy flow of neon gas to South Korea as well. So the South Koreans, with all the North Koreans involved in trying to conquer Ukraine just for the reason of fucking up South Korea in that regard, the South Koreans think it might be in their interest to become involved with Ukraine. And they're involved indirectly, but they probably have some special forces troops in the field. So it's a world war, and we're already fighting it. So we're in the midst of a world war, a pending civil war. And for the moment, let's turn back to Amy and Brooke and enjoy ourselves with what time we have left before it all goes to shit. And we're all, oh, yeah.
Well, I do want to. Everybody seems to be harping on this whole like health insurance issue. I mean, even Sheila was bringing up to some extent, like,
obviously it's a big part of her life, yeah, and many people, yeah.
Well, and like the health insurance, I think the greatest asset you could ever provide for yourself is not to rely on pharmaceuticals in any way.
Ooh.
Like to figure it out, to eat the right things or eat things that make you feel good so that you don't feel like you need these pills. I mean, it's the only way that I've been able to live. Like if I had bought into being disabled 10 years ago and just took more drugs, I don't think I would have made it. I don't think I could fight off everything that's going on.
Well,
that's just my thought.
It's a case by case basis is all I can say. That would be good example here. This one woman I knew who was this former madame of a bordello, one of the last of the original madames. I mean, she had inherited the bordello business from the original 49ers whorehouses. And she was the woman who used to set up those conventions that I used to feature in for a period of time. And she set up a number of them. I can't remember her name. I'd have to ask Brian William Hall, the man who trademarked his name. And Brian William Hall learned everything he learned about setting up conferences from her. Then he crashed and burned when he partnered with Laurie and NFêTE, who made certain he crashed and burned by having him place the conferences on pleasure cruises, where you are trapped on a boat in a conference with mad people, which is the last place you want to be, is in a confined environment which you cannot escape. But that was the death of his conferences. He went broke after that and had to go work for a living, actually get an honest job. Poor son of a bitch. But with Brian William Hall and whoever this woman was, I'd have to ask him her name because I forgot. She ultimately needed a liver transplant. And when she got her liver transplant, you have to be on immunosuppressants or your body will reject your liver. But she had a bunch of old hippie friends who convinced her, oh, you just go natural. Stop taking those drugs. That's all big pharma. And then she stopped taking the drugs and almost rejected the liver, except her son found out and basically made her swallow the bottle of pills and got her
Jesus.
back into...
All right. So there are extreme cases. Like, for instance, you've had something transplanted. Then fine. You might as well just surrender to
big
whatever
pharma.
happens next.
Yes. But I think it's that way with a lot. What about ADHD? I mean, come on, help us out here, Brooke, right? I mean, people with ADHD, you've got something that needs a chemical balance, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what was that?
I think what happened with that song is it's kind of like survival of the fittest and how we put things on our... shouldn't put don't eat Tide Pods on Tide Pods. Like, do not eat it. Because if you're going to eat it, then we have to tell you, then maybe you shouldn't survive like that. Like, so my point is there's not a wrong here. I think there's two truths to it. What Amy's saying is one thing, that we should all take better care of ourselves as far as instead of just depending on pharmaceuticals. Because, after working in pharmaceuticals, obviously, I can vouch for the fact that it is not on the up and up most of the time, as far as honesty. But on the same note, sorry, I'm walking around looking for a charger on my phone. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay. So, and then I think that you have to, but then my point is like, it's kind of like saying you can shove something at somebody, right? But it's like, I believe abortion should be legal, right? But I chose not to have an abortion. And Lola wrote a story about that because she, in her one of her college essays or whatever, was about how that her mother chose to not have an abortion because abortion was legal. Because I had said, Lola, I'm the defier. And if I had been told that I couldn't have an abortion was illegal, you know what I would have done? I would have seen that option was not available to me. And so I wouldn't have had to sit down with myself and figure out what I actually wanted and what was good for me and what I needed to do. I would have just said, well, shit, the government didn't took that away from me. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go find an underground place to have an abortion because they can't take that away from me. Meaning I would have chosen an abortion just for it being illegal. Instead, that's the other side to the coin with that is sometimes when you take something away from somebody, it's what when you're dieting, you don't really care about that cake all week. But as soon as you can't have it, you want it. And for me, it was more of a bigger picture because I had to sit down and think what I really wanted and what, that being pregnant scared me at that time. I had no idea, never thought about it. So, I know the birds and the bees, but just never imagined myself being pregnant at 21. So I think that it's the same token here. You have to be able to have pharmaceuticals and have people, and some people will be heavily invested. Like my mom took Ativan for too long. And I told her years ago when a doctor told me that. But I didn't push her too heavy on it because I knew she wasn't ready for the information. I think that we have to have pharmaceuticals and we have to have doctors, but then there are some of us that can either, those old things that our grandmothers or great-grandparents did to take care of themselves, we've forgotten a lot of that. So whereas we grew in one area, we started looking at doctors to have all the answers, and they don't. We are, nobody's coming to save you, really. We are lucky to have doctors, and there are times where you definitely want, and I would encourage people to go, get medication. But does that equate that you shouldn't be taking care of yourself or that there are other answers out there? And I think that just goes back to the individual and how smart they are and if they eat Tide Pods or not. Like, because sometimes eating Tide Pods means, sometimes that means that this woman would like needed a liver transplant. She's already so fucking unhealthy, she needed a liver transplant. And then she suddenly thought, well, I'm just going to jump into this all natural shit and it'll fix me. Not going to happen. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't just do, like, you're already a liver transplant. I don't know what you've done, but your liver's failing. We can't just jump over there now. Well, you can try it after you have that liver transplant and see if we can keep you healthier. You know, try that, you know? But I don't think, I don't think that, that was the way to go. So, you know, in the same token, somebody that's, you know, never taken a pharmaceutical in their life and been all natural hippie shouldn't just go say, you know what, this hippie stuff ain't working for me. Let me go and get, you know, a prescription of every cholesterol, heart medication, and God give me some Adderall and some Xanax and see what happens to them. You know, like, probably not the best deal either. So I don't know.
Well, I doubt
That's my 2 cents.
I doubt there's very many natural people in today's society. You'd have to be pretty isolated. Maybe people up in the Appalachian Mountains where there's simply no access to modern healthcare at all.
Whatever. They got moonshine, baby.
Well, and I see the point about, like, you take something away and then it's like this curiosity kicks in. Like, why tell me that? This is my body or whatever. And
Yeah, curiosity for
I mean,
me
I
is
can see that,
complete.
like, even like with the YouTube, if you mark it not made for kids, well, that's the first thing the kids are going to get into.
Right? It's like the war on drugs. I don't know if, Amy, you remember when they did the war on drugs of the Dare
All
Week?
my peers are addicted to something.
But
all of
did they
them.
come to your school and they have like the officer, it was Dare Week, Red Ribbon Week, or whatever they
Yeah.
whatever. And they literally, the officer would come in with these dope on the wall and they had these drugs and he'd go through every one. And I swear to God, he reenacted, like, everyone was like, this one, you know, and take this one because you were way too jittery and have way too much fun. Like, I think he sold the drugs better than, I think he created it. That
Or
was
like
my
just
experience.
having a logical kid in the crowd going, you're still here to talk to us about it.
Right.
How, you know, you did all these drugs, but you're still getting paid to come and talk to children.
Or just like when you were a logical kid and they describe it as you don't want to do this, but then they describe it as you get a lot of energy. You feel kind of euphoric like you do when when you're on a ride or eating cotton candy, you know, like that good thing, but you think it all, and then you want it every day. You're going to want that feeling every day, and then it'll ruin your life. As a kid, I hear, that fucking sounds good. I mean, you know, like, you just described it so beautifully, and that was kind of an ad lib joke, but you know, obviously the war on drugs was the biggest failure in modern history.
Well, you realize Trump is waging it again very violently. He's sinking rowboats, claiming that they're trafficking narcos and shit. So he's killing people. I mean, it's getting deadly out there. Now, let me say wise words, well spoken at dear Sheila. So I need you, Amy, to go back into chat, read aloud what Sheila says, and then respond, please.
It does the black thing. Okay,
You
we're
found
gonna have
it
to be
before.
patient.
You'll find
I'm gonna
it.
close it and then reopen it.
That's right.
There we go. That works.
Yes.
Did you piss
Who's
Troy Bellamy
Benjamin?
off last week or Wednesday,
I'm sorry. Say what?
Douglas?
Yes, honey. What's that?
Troy-
Say it again.
Did you piss off Troy Bellamy last Wednesday? I saw that in the comments.
Troy Bellamy falls asleep listening to the show, and the irony was he was either listening intently throughout the night and cribbing together that paragraph, which is fine, or more likely he woke up hearing me use the N-word and had to wake up and lecture me on that. His primary job in life is to wag his finger at me whenever I use that term. He'll come on board to wag his finger. But I do him the favor of reading what he wrote. I will, of course, since we, just to get this out of the way very quickly, he says in that comment, which I'll just read this for our listeners, then we'll go back to Amy and she'll read what Sheila Gavin says because it's important. Let's take a look at Brooke is like, oh God, now we got a pair of tits in Brooke is like, now that wasn't there when I was looking at it. It was a black and white photo. Did someone else just add that? Who is doing this?
Hey, I don't know. I had to walk away for a second.
Yeah. So somebody changed the icon of the Brooke is lame discussion to a pair of tits. Okay, come on now. people, let's.
I did that. Look at that.
Oh.
You pull that picture up. You said you wanted little tits. Tell me that is not the guy off. Hey, do you know who the guy on Family Guy is? Chick. You know the little alien guy? What's his name? He's like alien.
I don't remember. You're not talking about Stewie, are you? Stewie the kid, child?
No, he's the alien on Family Guy.
I don't remember.
A square head.
Square head. I don't remember if any. Yeah, I don't watch it that often. I don't watch it.
Well, I thought Amy might know.
I don't. I don't have a TV, Brooke.
Oh God, yeah, you're talking to Amy. Is like you're talking to like Bigfoot's wife and shit. The Bride of Bigfoot. That's like, yeah.
His name is Roger.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna call me from now on. I'm changing all my names. This is my new name.
As well, you
the Bride
should. Well, you should.
As well, you should.
Yes. So here we are. I mean, when you described, I don't know if you heard it, Brooke, when somehow the subject came up of shaving legs. As you can see, I shaved mine. But then, she said, oh, yeah, in Vermont, that's conditional, all the ladies. Tell them, Amy. I mean, after that, I couldn't sleep.
I thought, no, we're going to talk about all need to do our individual due diligence for our bodies from Sheila. We're not going backwards. We're not talking about hairy legs.
Okay, so tackle that first, and I'll get back to Troy Bellamy because I found his. So read what she said aloud and then respond.
She said, truth, dearest Douglas and Brooke, individual basis, all need to do our due diligence for our bodies. And I totally agree. And, I think that the biggest tell is when you sit down and you say to yourself, how am I feeling? And you have nothing in your head and you can't even, there's no communication with your own self asking this question, how am I feeling? And to the degree where you have to look up a list of feelings from the nonviolent communications people and say, okay, maybe that one, maybe I feel that, or maybe this. I think that is it's huge for people to even just identify, am I thinking or am I feeling or am I in some weird flashback? Am I being triggered? Can I move quietly away from whatever's triggering me? These.
Well, people, randomly, most people don't recognize it or even know. A lot of people don't even know what triggers them. And then more importantly, I think people don't even know themselves at all. I think knowing yourself is the key to the universe, right? As far as, especially in this world that we're in, I made it my motto for a year or so, and I'll get one from the universe, and it was know thyself for a while. And, it helped me survive some of what I've been through, but it was because I was at least confident enough in myself because I knew myself. And I knew when I fucked up or I didn't, I knew that, Brooke operates by Brooke's laws. And the reason I call them Brooke's laws is because I know myself enough to know I'm going to do what I believe. And that may or may not be right for someone else. But I can stand firm in that because I know myself. And when push comes to shove, I'm not going to, fall or be the person, which many of my life was, of two minds, which is 1 minute you're standing up and the next minute you're like, oh, well, maybe this. Now that's different than learning because you can always learn. You should be learning your whole life or you should die. I mean, I just don't understand people that say they, or don't want to learn or don't want to grow. I think that's the whole purpose of being here. So, but yeah, I think that, with this all ties back to Donald Trump. Ultimately, I think we will totally, what we've forgotten, the things that we've lost as humans over the course of thousands of years, probably, as far as knowing ourselves and our own body and our mind and, and going back to those fundamental basics that are so huge that we ignore. Most people that are sick in their body, it's not just about what they eat. We can heal ourselves, but we are so far from that because we're so removed from our body. I'll do energy work. I've done energy work on the dogs. I kept, a 25-year-old, 24. Ford was 24 when he passed, and I did energy work on him for 2 years. They told me to put him to sleep 3 different times, and he walked around and played until his last day because I wasn't going to let him suffer. And when he but he also gave him pharmaceutical medication when he needed a heart medication. That heart medication did something for the heart. And obviously, I didn't have it when he was younger. He had heartworms when I got him. So, but he's still with heartworms and treatment for that. He lived 24 years. And so we can heal ourselves. We can, but we've forgotten that. And taking our power back, taking our sovereignty back is probably what Donald Trump is going to give us. And I say that in the light of everything he's doing, because I think he's going to run our country and maybe the world into so much of a deeper hole than we're already in, that people finally, because people say people can be bad, but they say until you go below the belt, I think I've mentioned this before, until you go like way down, it's kind of like hitting bottom for an addict. Until you get really uncomfortable, not good, no money, not liking life, but they stay there stagnant, and societies will do that. And then when things get, broken completely, at some point, then that's when people stand up and things change. Real change happens. And so I think that's what you're seeing play out in the world and with Donald Trump. That's why I said I finally learned not to hate him, because he is who he is. I don't hate anybody really, but he's bringing change. And sometimes change is fucking hard to swallow, but it needs to happen. And he's bringing change, not in the way I would. I'm not saying he's right. I'm saying that, sometimes your devil ends up being the person that creates something good by accident.
All right.
So.
Yeah, I'm trying to make lemonade out of lemons myself right now with the crises I've been dealing with. Good example, I was saying earlier how my birthday month is the worst month possible. I've always historically had just horrible crises after crises on my birthday month. I like the season. I certainly grew up loving the season of October, but for myself, according to Brendan, it's due to an astrological convergence or conjunction or something that results in his birthday month being bad for him as well. These are particularly stressful times, but one of the things...
Well, I can tell you, yeah. I don't know if he told you this as well, though, but your birthday in particular, Douglas, is bad for a lot of people. It creates stress.
Yeah.
It created some negative challenges in my own life, your birthday.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. No, that's very important. Very important. Thank you. Bless you.
I always be the smart ass. I just meant the fact that you were born has caused me some issues. You've also given me love. And...
That's pretty good. Yes, I like that. Yeah. Did you hear me earlier when I said October 14th is coming up, and that's the birthday of both George Floyd and Charlie Kirk? That they were both born on the same day?
No, okay, that's what he was. So I was wondering why George Floyd was coming up in the discussion.
Yeah, it's
birthdays, same birthday.
I read it in the text or whatever. Yeah, I read the text that just said something about George Floyd and pretty much everything. I'll just have to say, everything that Armin said, I didn't disagree with. So I don't know if I walked away. I walked away to try to quiet the dog because I haven't used to being on here. So. But I didn't hear what you said exactly, but I just feel like, I don't like the N-word. You know that. I heard it tonight, and that's when I called, actually. But I don't think it does need justice, but I also not going to fight that battle with you. It's not worth the time or energy for it.
Well, it was important that you called so that I simply was taken on a different tangent. Just to respond to what Troy Bellamy said, because you asked about, was he angry? He certainly doesn't like my using that word. And what he felt compelled to say was this. He said, we were, of course, talking about George Floyd in the latest episode preceding tonight's. I want everyone to know this. The last episode before tonight's was one of my most unpopular episodes in a long while. And that was because I went all out on discussing the black community, which I don't usually do. And I usually hit the whites, and I hit them hard, to the point where most whites think that, they'll send me like messages or notes saying, you still love the, and they'll have various names for the black community that they use. So I'm not going to reiterate them. No need to go. It's far more creative than the N-word, I assure you.
Hey, I cussed a black girl out during my time with Daniel, and it was a black woman, and she was thinking I was taking too long at the damn register of a gas station because I forgot the Coke that was literally 3 feet away and stepped over there to grab it.
Yeah.
And she said, she cussed me and said, there's a fucking line. And I was like, don't say that, because I really have a boyfriend here with me that I would want to punch and I can't. So I turned around to her and it's like, what did you fucking say to me? And I got a little white redneck with her because I just said, she said something. I said something. I was like, don't fucking talk to me, you fucking black, white trash. And I just said it. She came out. Daniel's like, what'd you say? I think I said black, white trash.
Oh, how'd she take that again? She
I think she didn't know what to say, because what are you gonna say? That's my new song. It just came out. I was like, don't fucking talk to me like that, you fucking black, white trash.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there you have it. So we can all get fairly creative.
Anyway, I think I need to vote up for that. I think it was a good derogatory term.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
see how I call myself out though. There's white trash, okay, and you're black, white trash.
Yes.
I feel like it was if someone has a problem with me saying that, let me know. If you feel like the whites were abused with that.
I think none of us, we should all be, well, what can I say? I mean, the world is the way it is, and people are the way they are. But to respond to what Troy Bellamy said, because I noticed you hearted what he said, which I did as well, because we're both acknowledging his right to say it, and he's invited to.
I just hearted it because I saw you hearted it, Douglas, and I do what you do.
That's cute. I'll take that as a subtly humorous observation. That, yeah, at any rate. So what Troy said was, hey, I can't talk like Troy. First off, I'd have to make noises in the background of raiding a fridge. Then I'd have to be, I threaten him when I really want him to relent. I'll tell him that I'll tell his wife he's raiding the fucking fridge while she's asleep, and she'll put a chain around that.
I thought you were going to say he was making masturbation noises.
No. Well, it's his equivalent thereof. It's chewing. He chews. He'll chew when he talks with. And what really groped my ass was I thought it was a technical problem. And I said, look, we're having a problem catching both the beginning and the end of every sentence you're saying. It was maddening. And that's when I realized what was going on was he was on the speakerphone so he could eat while he was talking. That was just, that's just.
I've taken a bite or two. I know that it's I do not like anybody chewing in the phone. I've tried to do it very quietly, and you pick up. I'm gonna tell you what. Yeah. I literally could put a thing of soft melted ice cream in my mouth and lick tiniest bite, and you'll be like, "Are you eating?" And I don't even fucking know how to. Do you hear my breath? Like every breath I'm taking as well.
It's cute. No.
But I do agree with you that it is annoying.
It would be one thing if it were a personal call. I really don't care. It's on bandwidth. When we're on record and we're on bandwidth, people don't have a concept of just it doesn't present well. It's like,
look, I put somebody in their place without meaning to. Again, Lola got in trouble one time in high school, and the principal called me, but it was assistant principal. He was a wannabe. I wish I went to the military. I want to be a cop, but right now I'm an assistant principal.
Yeah,
I don't know, that kind of guy. He's very military style, and he's a good, nice looking young guy. So he thinks he's the shit. And she tells me ahead of time, she said, "You're going to get a call. I did this." She wrote some poems. She put, it was poems, and he didn't like the poems. He thought they were too dark. So he's going to call me.
What the fuck? Huh? So what did he call to tell? I mean, this I gotta hear. Was he suggesting she get counseling or something?
Yeah. Well, no, he was suspending her. He said that what she had done is she was in 11th grade, and she had already gone over this with her English teacher from the year before. She was really close to him, and he had mentored her. And so she told him what she wanted to do. She wrote poetry, and she wanted to put, there was something going on that night at the school, and she was going to take the poems and stick them on her teacher's doors. Mm-hmm. But they didn't have a note, just some of the teachers that she knew of, and they weren't personal. Some of them could have been considered dark as far as, because her writing's deep, right? It's a deep writing. So when you've got an idiot, I keep getting a cornflake reading shit like that. They're like, "Oh, I don't know if this means, does it mean dark?" They said dark in a basement. Does that mean they're taking everybody to the basement? Are they going to kill themselves, kill us? I don't fucking know.
Did he express or insinuate that he feared a school shooting?
He didn't. He did. I don't know that he got that far, because I took him off his game when he called me, and I wasn't prepared and I don't plan what I'm going to say. I just knew that I've got my baby's back. I always have my kids back, but especially on this one, because it was ridiculous. So when he called me, I answered. He said, "Hi, Miss Gibson. This is, this is principal, whatever, principal idiot, fuckface. Because he literally, so he's saying, he said, I'm calling you because, and he's chewing in my, and I just,
Really?
so he says, I'm calling you
Really?
because,
Oh my God.
Lola.
That
No,
is
he's
so
chewing,
tech.
so he's literally saying this. He goes, I'm calling you, and he's ready to roll, or you can hear him, he's like ready to roll. And it's funny because I didn't even do this intentionally, but he's ready to roll. And I just said, stop, excuse me, one second. And I interrupt him. So he stops, he's like talking, but he's trying to tell me why he's calling. And I said, no, stop. What are you? And I actually said like that, are you chewing in my ear?
That's outrageous. By the way, that is so.
And then he said, well, I mean, it's my lunch hour, so I just kind of have to eat and and then that threw him off his whole game anyway. So he did. Then he just ended up suspending her. I didn't get a whole conversation. I said, that's ridiculous. I'll talk to the principal about it in the morning. And I did. I went up there. I took Lola in the car with me. We went in. I left her in the car because she was suspended, and I went in and talked to the actual principal, who was been there for years, older white gentleman, and he they both were white, so it's not anything good about the white race. One was good, one wasn't. But he sat me down. He said, "What's going on?" And I told him. And he said, "Is she out there?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Okay, let's bring her in." And so he brought her in. He said, "Lola," he said, "I'm so sorry." He said, "How are you doing?" And how are he knew about the divorce I'd been through the year before from Lola. So he said, "This is absolutely well." But here was what was funny. Before Lola came in, I forgot about that part. Before Lola came in, when I went up there to meet with him, I didn't have an appointment. I went in the front and I said I wanted to meet with him. This assistant principal sees me and he comes up there. So when they go get the principal and I go in his office to meet with him, the assistant principal, this jackass, walks in the principal's office. I go sit down. Then he walks in, closes the door, and he leans up against the wall. And all of you can picture this, the way a cop will lean against their wall, right? Spread their legs a little bit, arms and cross military style, shoulders up and back. I am here. I'm going to take you down. Like, just very stern, like just chin in the air, shoulders up and back. Yeah, and I looked right at him and I looked at the principal.
A police procedural pose.
Yes, very much so. And, or just a douchebag, cockhead pose. But, anyway, he did that. And I just looked right at the principal across the desk and I said, I'm not going to meet with you with him in here. And he looked and thinking the principal would have his back. He said, "Oh, I mean, I want to be here because I was part of this, whatever." And the principal said, "It's okay. You need to go ahead. You can go ahead and step out. You just go ahead and step out." And so he, of course, that he did not like that because it took him right out of his little cock pose to, "Oh shit, I gotta leave." And then we talked, and he said, and I said, and we talked about him. I said, you're obviously well versed in the people you work with. I said, I mean, he has just I discussed him as I am here, but in more detail, I had better wording for it because I haven't used. I mean, the douchebag I have now is a very different one. It's just like an asshole and a drug addict, like stupid or crazy. This one was stupid. This one's stupid too, but more, I don't know. I guess
socialized.
My point,
more socialized.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's he was very, I didn't use the word cocky, but what's that thing like they used to call it my ex-husband now, he's a prick too, like a prick. But I told him, I said, what do you feel with him, because I knew this principal was Italian. I said, he's not gonna, he said, yeah, he applied for the principal. He's been wanting to, I've been trying to coach him. He said, I've been trying to coach him, man. He just shook his head. He said, he wants to be principal. He's like, but, and he, would say, he said it, and she shook his head. He's like, I do what I can with him. Meaning, like, he's just a douchebag. He's always going to be a douchebag. So then he got Lola out of the car.
Bring her in. Pete Hegseth vibes.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. That's just like come out with that fucking, like, standing there with his arms out. Like arms are just like whatever, dude. And then, he loves it because he was, I had a teacher like that. It was kind of like that in middle school. And I loved him because this was now a big black, because anybody like these teachers, he was a big black guy, but he was and had been in the military, but he was talk about this, Mr. Appreciate. And most everybody he was not like this guy in the fact that he actually made a difference in many people's lives. He cared about his students. and maybe this guy does in some weird fucking psychotic way, but he but he was very chauvinistic. And what I mean by that is, as a girl, it was social studies that he taught, but he was basically a coach. So he had been a football coach for the school, and then he just had to teach, right? So he taught social studies, and then he realized he couldn't teach it back then anyway he wants. So we didn't ever learn social studies. When you came in that class, we would have random talks. We would just talk, and he'd be like, all right, like the girls he treated like little, how are you? But then the boys, he was just so hard on them. And then in the class, he was always a boy doing push-ups. Get up here and give me, what you got that on for? Give me 50.
That's hysterical.
What you got that on? Give me 50.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, and they were just always doing push-ups. But the boys actually, I found out later, the boys ended up loving him because he bonded with them, gave him that male, tough guy. But he did care about him. But he was rough on him. We could sit there, the girls, I could do anything. I tried deer. The only time I've ever eaten deer in my life. He was eating barbecue deer up there on the desk. He said, Brooke, you had deer? You ever had deer before? And I said, no, sir. He said, come on up here. I want you to try some deer.
All right.
I wasn't saying no to Mr. Appreciate. And this is before I was a vegetarian, so I tried it. And to be honest, it went bad. But
of course.
I wasn't a vegetarian. I don't know. Maybe that was maybe he saw that in me that I was going to be a vegetarian, so he gave it to me to try. But still,
I've turned you vegetarian. You ate that deer, and you just could never do it again.
Yeah, no, he actually did. I think it was the opposite. I think he's like, that girl's going to go vegetarian soon. I might as well get some deer in her while I can.
He was also thinking of getting something else inside.
But anyway, the principal to finish that story with Lola, the principal said, the wonderful principal, that Lola, I'm so sorry that this happened to you. He says, here's what I want you to do. Because she was suspended for 3 days, by the way. He didn't suspend her for 1, he suspended her for 3. This is a child that never got in trouble, got a warning. I mean, she was just, she's not perfect. But as far as school went and grades and all that, I mean, she got a full ride to Furman. She was writing deep poetry and suspended for 3 days by this fucker. So, and that killed her. For me, if I was, I was suspended all the time in high school. So I would have been like, 3 days off, I'll take a week. How about that? But she just killed her that she was suspended. So he said, here's what I want you to do. He said, you know what? I want you to go home with your mom. He said, I want you to relax. I want you to have a good day. Do whatever you want. Y'all want to go get something to eat. He said, and then tomorrow, I want you to come to school like normal. I'm not going to count this absence against you. You're not suspended. If you have any work you need to make up, you can check with your teachers. But, I mean, whatever you need, I got you. And so she ended up, walking out of there with her head high, knowing that not only did she not end up suspended, but that, when I told her I would handle it, I was like, Lola, that you're not wrong in this. I'm going to talk to him. And she knew that she, stand up for what you believe. And that also sometimes justice does prevail, not always. And she knows that, but at this point, just to know that she was she was almost gifted. I mean, she got a day off. She got built up by her principal, who, everyone loved and respected. And shown, and I'm sure knowing that guy silently was fuming, and who knows, he probably went home and put his head in the oven or bent over and let some Navy fuck with that.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get back into what Troy had said, that you had hearted, as I had, and in, of course, your usual agreement with myself.
We're both horses,
Yes. Oh, you were born in 1960. What? No, I was born in 66. You must have been 12 years later at right?
78.
78. Yes, there we are. Thank you for sharing that. So,
although technically I found out I'm not a horse, but that's a whole other story, even though I'm born in 78.
Weird. Okay, how?
Because the new Chinese New
it's early.
Year
You're a bit
starts
early.
in February.
Yeah, that's right, because of the yes.
Yeah, in January.
So what are you?
So that makes me a
sheep.
I almost said a frog.
Frog. That's cute. That's adorable.
What is it? Not a dragon, but the other one that's the snake. I'm a snake. The other reptilian. I'm a snake.
That's cute. That's adorable. That's adorable. Okay. So, anyhow, what Troy Bellamy said, and like I said, to get the full effect, we really need the noise of the fridge in the back, and I
got you covered.
Yeah, being on the speakerphone, so that he could chew. Anyhow, he said, not one single black person condones what happened to that young woman on the bus in Charlotte. That is, well, wrong. But this is not an omission or an evening of the score. It was a lone nut. George Floyd was the last notch in a long pole of injustices committed by police, which makes these things seem sanctioned. The willingness to explain away racism as if it were a fentanyl fit is insulting, no matter what his past is. He definitely needs to come on so that he can clarify what he's saying. At any
How about I'll clarify it for him, because every word of it makes sense to me. So how about let's pretend like I wrote that.
Okay, well, let me finish reading it and then go at it. Yeah, it seems that whites get to be judge, jury, and executioner. Again, George Floyd was after Eric Garner, Breonna Taylor, Sandra Bland, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old kid shot by cops for playing with a toy gun in the park by himself. Which, by the way...
And thousands we don't know about.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, and thousands more that we don't even know about.
Oh, yes, thank you. For that 12-year-old lad, he was developmentally disabled as well, and his toy gun was clearly marked as a toy gun. In other words, it had an orange cap on the end to show that it's a pop pistol. At any rate, he says these are stories that ended up where the victims are blamed for their own demise, and then they are willing to cast the cop as a villain and raise Ashley Babbitt during January 6th, as she didn't deserve the consequences of her actions. Stop using the N-word too. That's so cute. Okay, so have at it and analyze that for us, and then I'll respond. Honey? Honey?
I can't. I'm sorry, I had to mute it. I wanted to say, well, you said you needed Toy to come on to answer questions. So let's just do it that way instead. What is your...
I thought you said...
What would you ask?
But didn't you say it all made sense to you? Not that I'm saying...
It does. I'm saying ask me like I'm Troy. Ask me like I wrote it. What are you confused on?
It's simply the syntax and the structure. He's a mathematics teacher. He's not an English teacher. So I'd say the syntax makes it somewhat difficult to follow exactly what he's referencing. So I'll simply respond to it, but certainly feel free to interject. Basically, when he says not one single black person condones what happened to that young woman on the bus in Charlotte, look, I understand that this is a very sensitive topic and it's easy to get upset, and we tend to lose track of the details. And when something is as ugly as this, well, the details are something you don't even really.
But he's responding about what Charlie Kirk actually said, right? So that was a whole argument.
No. What he's really starting off with is the murder of Irina Zarudzka.
But that's the problem. That was when Charlie. So that's what they're discussing. I actually went back and read the context of that. What he was referring to was when that woman was murdered. Charlie Kirk went on and said that this was because of sheer white racist. I mean, it was just white racism, and that's what it was about. I used another word.
What Charlie said was that it was black racism against whites, right?
I didn't exactly the context of the words. I meant if you're racist against whites, white racism, black, whatever the fuck, however you say it, it's all stupid to me, racism. But obviously that is a great proponent of why we shouldn't buy this shit. And so let me just go further with it then. That's what Charlie said, okay? Charlie said that. I know, and I'm just going to ask you not to answer me now, but you will in a little bit. Okay. But maybe just consider this. I'll go a show without mentioning, you can give me some parameters. I won't mention squirrels, whatever. I would love to go a couple of shows with no race mentioned, no racism, nothing about race, because I think there's much bigger context here when you're talking about the fact that what Charlie did was put it back to like, that's what blacks are doing and they're all hating whites and that's why this one was killed. And I think what he was trying to say was there may be some black people that were excited about it, but overall, that was not those people would be one-offs, just like some white people might be excited about it. I'm sure her ex-boyfriends were probably, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like you could have a few bad apples, but overall that was not done for sheer racism. And when Charlie Kirk said that, obviously there was some heat back and forth there. I think when he used George Floyd was literally being killed by people in power positions that are supposed to serve and protect, which we know that they don't, which we know that they don't. And the problem with abuse of power and the social dynamic of the police, which criminal justice reform, there is no justice in it, right? There needs to be criminal justice reform because justice does not exist. in that. If you get justice, it's in one-off, right? Because there's so much that can go into that. But in general, you have a power dynamic police officers that get pulled into a job that it doesn't take the biggest brains to do it. You don't have the data analysts, scientists, and librarian researchers. You've got people that usually are fresh out of high school and go to the academy. And it's not that they're all stupid. That's not it. But many of them are still young when they start getting here, and they are given, what are you giving? You're given an ultimate ego power trip, and you're still in the part of your life in the beginning where you're still supposed to be an ego, right? That's when you still think, oh, a car makes you, or a house makes you, or, my hair, my tan. And And then most of us get knocked down on our ass at some point in midlife, called midlife crisis. It's a term that people use. But I think in general, it's like, hey, you got to rebuild yourself, and you got to rebuild yourself from inside. The problem with police officers and some other people, they never do that, and especially in that job. So you either have young ones that are doing it, and so you have a brotherhood built on a power structure that is there, and it abuses. And there's no better example, but it abuses. Who does it abuse? You can't just walk in there and they can't arrest every rich person or every whatever, call it. Well, number one, we already know because of socioeconomic standards that the people calling are going to probably be lower class. And then forever, the black was a huge, because of racism, because of slavery, and what happened after civil rights, there was such racism that there was a predominantly huge racism by police officers that they would not like the white trash, but they would be worse, and they could get away with it, and they would with a black. It didn't matter who they were, and a black person. And so that continued on. And then, but what you've seen slowly is racism. People realize, you know what, you're cool. You're either an asshole or you're not. You're a good person or you're not. And it really has nothing to do with your race. You stink or you don't. And, like whatever it is, it's not about race, because that does not define anybody. It is a part of who we are. It is not who we are. And so slowly is people then be abused across all walks of life, in all races. And that's what you see more and more now. All races, but most of it still goes to, well, the people that are lower income, either people on drugs, people breaking laws, stealing, or shoplifting, people that look like they might be. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I learned very quickly that I always went around walking around in sweatpants, and I could run to Walmart or do anything. But that's when you have money. And when money went out the window for a while, and I'm sitting there at the checkout having to put shit back because I didn't have enough money to get it a few times, and then Walmart's thinking that I'm shoplifting. Because what do I look like? I look the same as I always have, but because I didn't just have the credit card to come out and pay with everything, I was like, can we check your buggy? So it's like, yeah, you can check it. But I realized that that's why, people sometimes of lower income brackets or grown up that way, they'll take extra care. And I've always noticed this. Some of them will take extra care to dress up even for a Walmart trip, or maybe, they want to look good because the appearance matters, and they know that. And the police officers are the epitome of that. That's what they arrest. They're called into horrible things. They do have horrible things they see, and they all are different backgrounds. But the ultimate background they have is brotherhood and power, and they will abuse that power. And they're set up in a system that creates the abuse of power. And if you go back to George Floyd, that's exactly what we saw on TV, and it happens weekly. And before that, I would say it happened somewhere like that, if not dead. I mean, the things I saw just when I would be in jail for 24 hours. I mean, it's insane what goes on. But we can go back to Memphis and the black officers. I believe it was an entire black team of officers. They had a certain name, I believe, that they went by. And they killed a black man, literally, for speeding. So I think it was Tyler Nichols. Mm-hmm. He was killed by 5 black police officers I was 29 in Memphis. And 3 of them actually got acquitted, but they beat him and they killed him. And, he was begging to go to the hospital and begging for help, and they killed him. But this was 3, but they were 5 blacks. So then it wasn't black. It wasn't white on black. It wasn't white officers. Well, then that shows you right there. It's a power dynamic structure that has been set up. And so these were 5 black officers that one of their own from the hood that supposedly, some of them were from, but brotherhood took over, right? And we are better than you. We are above the law. We are I don't know, Douglas. I mean, I think you could understand what I'm trying to say.
No, absolutely. Once a black man in particular becomes a police officer, everything to them is there's a re-identification process. Their new identity is with the force. They become part of a brotherhood, as you said, indeed a toxic brotherhood of this oath of silence, and they are therefore prone to incredible corruption. They become...
They were members
Yes.
of their, and this to me said it a lot too, because it's the idea of Scorpion. They were all members that did that. Every officer they had there was a group that they were part of, and that was the group, and they were the Scorpion unit, and they were the Scorpions. And you just thinking of the Scorpion, it's just again, we're here, we don't take prisoners. I mean, not they don't take prisoners to prison, but like we're the badass team, right? We're the badass on the block, and you're not gonna fuck with us.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's just black. I think I see it with white officers as well. And I've had so many officers. I've seen every officer. I've seen great officers. I've met great officers. I've met idiots. I've met frustrated ones, and I've met ones that abuse power. Every single one. And so I think that across the board, though, the problem is when you've got a group, and I've had them come here, the ones that are going to step up and abuse the power, even if you have a group unit like Scorpion, the others will usually backstep, because that's how it's set up to do.
Yes.
Support your brother. Yeah. You don't go in there and say, I don't think you should have done that. Now, body cameras are helping with that, but I mean, it's just like the lawsuit I have pending. I mean, it's just, it is what it is.
Well, you've personally experienced this level of police corruption. They all identify as blue. They all become blue. It's a blue identity. Right. So they become, we are no longer black or white. We're all blue now. So it's... yeah, I mean, your point's well taken. It's not denied. This is the point I was trying to make with our man, Troy Bellamy. But that brings us back to his point, and I'll respond back to that because, I'm that kind of guy. I'm kind of and I feel a sense of oblige or obligation to respond.
It's your thing. But I do want to dare you to consider what I offered later.
Well, I don't disagree with any of it. I mean, obviously, it's... look, I've spoken of police brutality at length in the past. I've spoken of white supremacy. Obviously, it's...
No, I meant for you to go a whole show without talking about race.
Oh, right. Well, would you... I presume that shows that I do. I don't think it's an obsession of mine. It's... do you feel that way? Is that your impression?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say obsession, but I do think it's definitely, I hear race when I'm on this show, when I'm on here at least, more than I ever have before discussed. But in part of it, we talked about a lot World War II. So you're talking about, Nazis coming up in Germany. And then, you teach about Zionists and those topics. So those are there. But then, a lot of times it does lead in, and then we end up discussing things like this. And I just feel like that it is the reason I would like to see you just do it is because you are so powerful and knowledgeable. And I feel like race is a thing that they have used for a long time to keep humans divided. Because, we can divide ourselves anyway. But when they find things to divide us on, that's what's promoted in propaganda. And whether it's LGBTQ has been done that, but race has been a huge one that's been used for thousands. It's been propagated. The first people that were different races, maybe they came out and they're like, I don't know what you like. But then the person that was like, you know what, we need to not get with we need these people to hate each other, because if not, they're going to figure out they can take over this thing where we're taking all their money. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you've basically got going on in society. And so people are, consciously aware that the person next to you in line is a good person or a bad person, and it is not because of their race. Or what you would call a good person. I don't even think people are good or bad. I think people have good and bad in them, all of them. But what level of good and bad, and what your definition of what's good and what's bad is. But I'm saying the person in line that, just took the handicap spot from Granny, who was trying to get in there, and then, ran her.
Ooh. Okay. Did everybody... Are you there? Okay. Let's see first that we're still on the call.
I'm here.
She's not. Brooke isn't. Amy is.
Suited, huh?
Yeah, I didn't do it.
I didn't do it. I didn't take her out. I didn't see a little thing that said somebody else took her out.
Yeah, it's maybe her battery died.
It does seem like maybe they killed her battery.
I'll go into monologue. I'll go into monologue.
Do it.
But definitely, just to answer Troy, he says not one single black person condones what happened to that woman on the bus in Charlotte. Obviously, it's not a bus. It was a train. She was in what was effectively an all blacks only carriage. And every person on that carriage was black. And for all intents and purposes, they approved. They not only sat and watched what happened, they approached the killer after the dirty deed was done and asked him about his well-being. Are you okay? Are you all right? No one offered to help the young lady. No one bothered to touch. She was like so much garbage. But him they were concerned about and said, you okay? A lot of blood on you. Did you cut yourself? No, it's all her blood. And it brings us to the point of the execution, the assassination, which was based on race, because he said, no, it's all that white girl's blood. I done did that white girl in. So we know it's race. And not only did they escort him, help him to get out of the carriage in the hopes of helping him escape, everyone who was on there passively participated, if not actively so, by not reporting the crime. The only reason we knew about it was from the camera. Otherwise, the body would ultimately have been found, but the camera was the factor that rendered it a recognizable crime and something that could be solved. So it was definitely every black on that caboose, that carriage, was in on it for all intents and purposes. Did they conspire it? No, but he did. It was premeditated because he stalked her. And as he said out loud, he killed her because of her race. Her race was specifically mentioned. Now, as Troy Bellamy says, this was a lone nut. Well, the problem is there's all too many of these lone nuts who happen to be black.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I know.
Yes. So when I brought up what I did, we had a recent Amber Alert that ended up in a black celebrity, D4VD, or DVD, yeah, D4VD. And D4VD had stalked a young girl and chainsawed her into dog food, which he then placed in his carriage, his Tesla trunk, after he had carved satanic symbols into her body while she was conscious and alive. We had a man whose daughter was killed by a black home invader. Of course, he's white. His daughter was white. And I made certain to put a link into that father's describing what happened to judges who had set this man free 100 times. 47 felons, 47 former home invasions, assaults, rapes, and he's got the black color privilege card. He just let him go. He's black, poor bastard, and he's free to go again. Until they cross a line that simply cannot be ignored. So yes, the black community is waging a war on the white community. The white community is waging a war on the black community. One is through suppression, the other is through terrorism. So when Brooke brought up the police abuse of power, yes, the blacks who become police officers then become part of that blue line, which is definitely guarding the white caste from the black caste. But it obviously does a piss poor job of it. You couldn't say they do anything at all. What do? Do they kill blacks? Yes, execution style. Yeah, it's usually random stops, traffic stops. A traffic stop for a black man is always a potentially lethal event. And so it's such having been said, do they stop blacks from killing this white girl on a train? Do they stop blacks from home invading white people's property and killing their loved ones. No, they don't do anything. Anything to prevent that. It is an asymmetrical war in which the police ultimately, for all their suppression, have no effect on the black crime wave. So it will ultimately have to be fought out. It will be Bosnia. It will be what I saw in Bosnia. Ethnically enclaved communities in arms where skin color is the uniform of the next civil war. Now, such being said, what Brooke was trying to encourage, and I did not take her off the call. She was trying to encourage me to go through an episode without falling back on that topic, because she feels she's heard the topic of race quite a lot lately when I talk about Zionism or the like. I do not feel I'm very racially focused. I don't feel I'm racially focused at all. Every once in a while, you have to confront something that cannot be ignored. Race is one of those topics. As I said, it's a very real topic. She brought up good people. You have to judge people as being good people no matter what their skin color on an individual basis. Of course, that's the ideal. It's also impossible when you're dealing with aggregates and communities. One of the things George Knight said, bless him, he's welcome to jump on if he feels like it. But shout out there to George Knight if you're listening. He came on once and he was saying, yes, we're talking about, Zionism. But he used a term, he fell back on a term that was very similar to something Nemo said, which Brooke Gibson also took issue with quite rightly. Nemo, Albano, whose real name is Michael Lloyd, Larry Michael Lloyd, or Michael Larry Lloyd. He changes it for every time he's busted for pedo porn or something. Quite seriously, by the way, because that's the kind of porn he had, which he showed both people on Team Dietrich, aside myself, Aristides, and Brendan Zoge. So we know what he's into. But at any rate, Larry Michael Lloyd, aka Nemo Albano, once said, well, good men should have guns. Good men should have firearms and have, the right to the Second Amendment. Okay, help me out here, Amy. What on earth is a good man? How do we find these good men? How is that definition? It's like, what an indefinable vagary. But take it off from there for a few minutes before I go back into it. Before I go back into the fray, tell us what do you get out of that? Give guns to good men.
I think we're all constrained by our experience, and a good, beautiful, right. These are all qualities that we strive for. Any race, any human, any thinking sentient thing can strive to be part of that category of good. Unfortunately, sometimes good means, finishing off your pet that was hit by a car.
Yes, thank you.
Sometimes things are ugly and yet they're still good.
Right.
So it really, when people start making calls on just the general idea of, well, just give every good person a gun.
That's so fucking
it just, to me, it's like you're really not progressing in your argument towards something people are going to be able to absorb and use. I mean, you can't believe that even a good person with a gun is always readily available.
Well, here comes the crux. There's the crux. But continue. Finish your thought.
I'm thinking about the joke that we'd heard by one of our favorite comedians who was fighting with his wife over the fact that she was like, I need you to tell me you'll take a bullet for me. And he is going through his head going, the right answer is to say yes, but quite literally, bullets are a lot faster than I am. How am I going to take a bullet for her? Like, somebody's going to shoot a gun and I'm going to just throw myself in the way of the bullet. Like, and it was like this whole skit that he'd done on, how silly some of these requirements that we placed on the people who are closest to us really are. Like, tell me you'll take a bullet for me. Oh, here she is.
Yes.
She's back.
Yes. You're here to take the bullet for us, right?
I am. I'm here to actually say some of your bullets that you just shot out. I don't necessarily agree with, and I would say those are blanks.
George is with us. Say hi to George, and George, say hi to Brooke.
Hey, George.
Yes. Good morning, Brooke. Good morning, Douglas. Thanks for having me on.
Well, welcome on board. How long are we graced with your presence tonight? Believe me, there's no rush. So
yes,
no rush,
thank you,
rush.
Douglas. No, I'll only stay on for another 5 minutes. I've literally just woken up. I've just had my first coffee of the day.
Don't come on here for 5 minutes. I've got 5 minutes, and I'm going to spend my whole 5 minutes talking. Now you see, George, you fucked me over again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's kidding. Don't worry about that.
Because I can't let the energy go from what was just said, and I can't let George come in and start talking about World War II.
It's going to be 5 minutes. It's going to be 5 minutes, honey.
Literally just 5 minutes.
And I do want to talk to you privately, just to go over my calendar with you, George, as soon as we can.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah, probably towards the weekend we'll do that. So, but all such being said, I definitely want to let you know about, what a busy month this is. I'm dealing with a toilet apocalypse again in this home. We're going to try and get me a flu shot and a COVID shot before I see any janitor, and that takes about 2 weeks before it kicks in after you get it. So this is going to be a long month. A lot of times I won't be home, but definitely I'll always be back for the show. And, of course, you're always welcome to join us on the program.
Thank you, Douglas.
So always such being said, so tell us a bit about, catch Brooke up on what's been going on with you. And Brooke, certainly you must have some questions for George.
Yes, and Brooke, I just wanted to just remind you that it's Douglas's birthday this month, and mine is approaching first. So we're both Libras. As you speak about our star signs in the past. So just wanted to remind everyone that this is Douglas's and myself's birthday month.
Yeah.
And who else? There's somebody else.
What's your birthday? What's the date?
Yeah, mine's the 11th, Douglas, and of course yours is on the 20th. Right. So that's slowly approaching. So mine's next week, next Saturday, and then yours is the following.
Happy birthday!
The following
Happy
week.
birthday!
Yes,
like your birthday brothers, like butt brothers, I think.
Yeah.
We're Libras.
Yeah. So your birthday will be on International Child Bride Day of the Girl Child. It's meant to empower girls who are often sold off as child brides worldwide. It's the United Nations holiday. It will also be an important Armenian holiday of the holy translators of the Bible. Also, it'll be National Coming Out Day here. It's also the weekend of Columbus Day, or the Indigenous Peoples Contra Columbus Day weekend. Fleet Week will still be ongoing, and of course, most importantly, my mother's favorite holiday that was created in the month and year of my birth, the Japanese Sports Day. So, so all that I'm going to add on. Birthday of George Knight, so bless you for reminding us of that. And everybody remember that. And what are you going to send him, Brooke? See if she responds. Yeah. No, nothing. Crickets. We're hearing. Anyhow, so go on, George. What else is going on? Certainly, you might have some questions. You might have some questions for Brooke. Or anyhow, what's on your mind? I did talk a bit about the fact that when Trump visited King Charles, he had in tow a bunch of high-tech broke, the techno bros, all of these techno multi-billionaires that he brought with him to England, and they were saying, oh, we got this great deal for England, we're trying to help with techno development centers and all this shit, and it's all just, it's like the same budget they put into the state of Louisiana. It ain't shit. It ain't shit.
Yeah.
But go
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
Oh no, of course.
Yeah. You just want England more dependent on their fucking technology. But
On American technology.
Yeah.
Yes, I know exactly what you're.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
much appreciated, Douglas. Yes, and I just did want to. I do want to say, yeah, I'm glad to hear, because I did catch up on the last episode a little
Right.
bit, that
There
you
you go.
did make rent and everything. That's what I'm most grateful for,
Yes. Thank
and
you.
I'm glad that you're okay. Thanks, Aristides, and various other, various other people who donated. So yeah, it's very much appreciated. And I did want to say, Douglas, yeah, because when we do speak privately, I want to try something with you, so I can send over something via my bank account, if that's okay, because it is your birthday month as well. And so I want to send you over a little gift, so we can do that privately, if that's okay. We can try it, and that's what I want to do.
Oh,
If that's
sure.
okay
We can
with you.
discuss that privately. It's not.
Yes.
It's not emergent. It's not emergent, and but
No,
certainly it's
that's
the thought
wonderful.
that counts. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But we'll speak of that privately.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
Douglas.
But
Thank
definitely
you so
appreciate
much.
the sentiment and encourage others. But of course, yes.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. No,
It,
absolutely. Thank you.
so Brooke, are you with us? Just curious. Oh, you
Yes, and don't you say a word about what it. Don't you say a word.
got it. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. So, George, by all means, continue.
Yes, no, Douglas, no. I just
Enjoying
wanted
the
to
show.
just, yeah, no, I just wanted to come on, just say hello, just send my love on to you and everything, Douglas. Yeah, I will, obviously, yeah, when we speak privately, let me know when, you've got some time with your calendar,
Yes, just
and we'll
always make
arrange.
certain to check your messages, please. Private messages. Just keep constantly checking
Yes,
your private messages. So definitely
yes,
be on the lookout for that. And
yes.
yeah.
No, that's very much appreciated.
Yeah, and what's going on was, of course, what Brooke and I were seeing, which you cannot see, or I don't know if you can see it, but at any
No,
rate, don't worry about it then. So, also being
yes,
said,
no
oh, don't
worries.
forget to say hi to Amy. Oh my God, Amy, say hi to
Yes,
George.
I was gonna. Yes, I was gonna say. I was just listening in just before I jumped on.
I'm
I was
here.
listening to Amy's voice. Hello, Amy. Good to speak to you. I hope you're well.
Yeah.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm doing really good. Things are getting a lot better.
Oh, thank God for that. Yes, I was listening to what you're saying. I was agreeing exactly what you were saying about. I think, Douglas, you mentioned about Nemo saying about good men should have the right to the Second Amendment
Yeah,
and take
guns.
guns.
That only
Yes.
good men should have these guns. It's
Mhm.
like, yes, please respond.
Well,
Please.
yeah, it did compel me, because I thought, I better jump on now because of the hot topic about it. And when Amy was saying that, when you're a pet or you see an animal get run over and it's suffering on the roadside, the right thing to do, and it's quite ugly as she described it, is an ugly thing, but the right thing to do is to obviously, put the animal out of its misery if it cannot be obviously recovered and taken to a vet. But yeah, I knew exactly what she was on about, and that's had to happen to like people of my family, and thankfully I've never had to do it to myself. But that is the right thing to do, and I just wanted to just say, yeah, that's exactly it. But even good men are forced to do things that people in the foresight would think is ugly, but it's the right thing to do. Yes.
Now,
But please emphasize that.
Yeah. The way to, of course, these are extreme situations that are almost innocuous. There's very few people that would argue with
Yes.
that. Rather, I think the challenge that we face is, the deeds, the reality speaks for itself, and the reality is that when all of these school shootings happen, when all
Yes.
these bank robberies happen, whenever a man shows up and starts shooting people, good men with guns are nowhere to be found. The
Exactly.
argument that everybody needs guns and the good guy with the gun is going to be there to save you, and all we need are more men with guns. It's obviously there's all kinds of guys collecting guns, but they're never anywhere to
Exactly.
be found when the shit goes down.
Yeah, when
So,
that's right. Yeah.
effectively,
Yes.
statistically, demographically, it is a completely fallacious concept. It is a meaningless
Yes.
concept that has no it has no applicability to reality. So so that having been said, one
Mm.
time you were on, and I don't want to
Yes.
misquote you. We were
Yes,
talking
Douglas.
about Israel, And, of course, we're
Yes.
talking about the evil of Zionism. And
Yes.
at one point, you said, honestly,
Was it
it's
about good? Did I mention
something about good
Jews or
Jews.
something?
Something about good
Yes.
Jews. And I said,
Yes.
oh, my God, that sounds so horrible. Don't use that term.
Yes. No, you
Uh,
point out to me. Yes,
yes.
I much appreciate
So-
it.
so the-
yes.
the-
And I realised,
Yeah.
oh, I made a little slip up.
Well,
with
by
what-
the way,
because
just-
that's not what I intended.
just so people know, actual
Yes.
historical quote people can look up from Heinrich
Yes.
Himmler. Heinrich Himmler said,
Yes.
each
Yeah.
one of us has got one good Jew that they're going to come and present me the case of, oh, hey, wait, this is a good Jew. Hey, wait, this is my friend here is a good Jew. And Heinrich Himmler said, if we investigated each case, we would be drowning in good Jews. He said, I have no time for good Jews. We have what he considered to be an existential issue, and the way he dealt with it was as an aggregate. So
Yes.
when we're dealing with situations that go beyond the operational to strategic, we're dealing in aggregates. And now the good news is, for what it's worth, as a historical Nazi, I am not talking about genocide because our situation, so well as
Yes.
I foresee it, and again I say as I foresee it, I really can't see of a possibility of us coming to that point. There were all
No.
kinds of convergent circumstances that forced Germany into that point.
Yes.
But with ourselves here in America,
Yes.
we've got so many resources, even in a state of civil war and world war. I don't feel we need to come to the point of racial genocide. However, I do advocate general relocation and providing Jews an ethno-state in America. As I said, Long Island and New York City in particular. Now, such having been said, at that point,
Yeah,
we're
much
not
pleased.
dealing with good Jews here, say
Yes.
it would be, in a sense, the American Jews would tend to be liberal, progressive, and antithetical, one would hope, in at least half of them, to the genocide in
Yes.
Gaza. But in general, we would say
Yes.
American Jews would tend to be, in that sense, the good Jews. I still hate that term. We've got to find a better term to deal with this concept.
Yes,
Whereas
absolutely.
the
Douglas.
Zionists
No,
who
I
are
agree.
supporting the genocide in the
Yes.
Gaza simply by occupying Palestine are the bad Jews. The end result, however, is we're dealing with Jews. As I said, the best way to treat the subject is to conclude what was taught to us by Carl Gustav Jung, that the Jews are neither good nor bad. They are simply insane. They are genetically insane. It is their genetic component. And that doesn't mean, just because someone is insane, doesn't mean they're not intelligent. Indeed, insane people are some of the most intelligent people in the world. And some of the most intelligent people in the world go stark raving mad. So understand that Jews are some of the most intelligent people in the world. Some of the most intelligent people in the world are among them. Indeed, probably higher statistical ratios of intelligent people among the Jews. But do bear in mind, it's qualified by a racial madness.
Yes.
But
Exactly,
I
Douglas.
myself, as the son of
that
Adolf
was taking
Hitler,
my train.
thank you. But as the son of
Yes,
Adolf Hitler,
yes.
I can say that I'm nothing toward the mad, if not merciful. So I would say
Yes.
I view Long Island and New York City as kind of a grand asylum, but it would also be an ethno-state and a new Israel in America. But yes, take it from there, George, please, by all means.
Oh yeah, no, Douglas. Just to qualify and to reinforce what you were just saying. Then, my train of thought when I was saying that, I was going to bring up Rosalind Franklin, and when you said they are intelligent, they can be and are intelligent. Rosalind Franklin was the woman who comprised the helix structure of DNA, and she was one of the people that was going to reference after saying that slip, because that's who I was referring to, and it wasn't to disparage all of them.
And
of
you
course,
notice how
they've
she was
contributed.
victimized. She was victimized
By
by
the
a
West.
couple of kikes, by a couple of
Yes.
fellow Jews who happen
the
to
West,
be
yeah.
patriarchal assholes.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. Yes,
Watson
absolutely.
and Crick stole her work and took all the credit and got the Nobel Prize.
Prize, yes, for her work, for all her credit. Yeah, that she was the woman who, comprised it and certainly mapped it to a degree for our understanding.
Or rather, what she did was she ascertained that deoxyribonucleic acid had a helical structure. She ascertained it. Yeah, she discerned ascertained it would be the better word. Discovered it. You could say basically she discovered DNA. But yes. Continue.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas. No, absolutely. And that was one of the very individuals that I was going to credit, as well as, Jacob Schiff as well, another man who suffered heavily at the hands of Tsarist Russia against their anti-Jewish pogroms in the what you would call the Pale Settlement during the time of the Pale Settlement. And that was the other individual I was going to reference. But that's what I meant.
He financed the Japanese during the Russo-Japanese War.
He was the man that funded that and financed that effort. So individuals like that, that's who I was, because of course with that slip I was meant to say that there are individuals that we recognize as being, good, well, you recall
well, let's say Jewish people
avocation of that title.
Jewish people who seem to be very contributive in the most positive sense, positively contributive people of Jewish ethnicity, tradition. George Soros is one of them today.
George Soros is another one. Yes.
Thank God.
And the other thing you point out, which is a valid point as well, Douglas, is that the state of Israel, the rogue state, the population vote with their democratic vote these people in power. It's their fault as well. They have to be recognized as, that's such an important point. People forget that these people are voting into power the policies that the regime is imposing on the Palestinians, for example.
By the way, Brooke,
and so they are responsible. Yes.
Brooke, I want you to review, if at all possible, the episode before last where I was speaking of the rabbinical curses. And what really happened was that Israel under Yitzhak Rabin was a very liberal progressive state, was headed towards coexistence with the Palestinians, and they took him out, literally assassinated him by curse, literally conducted a curse. And when the rabbis realized how successful they were, they bragged about it on national television, and then they began killing other liberals. I brought up other cases where they used the curses and ultimately killed the majority of the liberal leadership. And unlike what happened anywhere else in the world, where Martin Luther King gets killed, Abraham Lincoln gets killed, and the other side, the killers are discredited, and instead the idea of King and Lincoln go on to prosper. Everyone says, well, this must have been a really good idea. They killed him for it. In the case of Yitzhak Rabin and the Jewish liberals, again, a sign of Jewish mass insanity, a racial insanity. Instead, the assassinations made them think the other side was the right side. That, wow, if these guys are going down, the guys there that are able to kill them we'll follow them, put them in power. And the people like Ariel Sharon, they fall into the trenches, but the guys who are like dipshit Netanyahu, whose real name George can tell you, I always forget his real name. Yeah, tell him the killers of Yitzhak Rabin are running Israel now. Thank you. By assassinating him, they propel themselves into power, which is the exact opposite of how it works anywhere else. But go on, George.
No, absolutely, Douglas. No, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And just before I do depart, Douglas, I just wanted to, I don't mind if we, if you just wanted to wait till we speak privately, but it's nothing. It was just because I reviewed the show, after when I was with you for about a good 5 hours, after the earthquake, and the following show, I know Amy Comer was on in the beginning part of the show with yourself, and then you were talking about that time when you informed me that I'm going through an earthquake right now, and I know in that beginning show when I wasn't on. You said about, when you told me that there was an earthquake, and it was my response to you. And I just wanted to just speak about that very quickly because to the listeners, because when that show, and that was like 3 or 4 episodes ago when that earthquake happened. Douglas informed me that there was an earthquake, and my response was, "Oh, are you okay?" I asked you if you're all right, and he said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm going through an earthquake, but the power hasn't gone out." And I was like, "That's a good sign." Sorry, 2 seconds, Douglas. I might have to depart in a minute. I'll jump straight back on. Yes, but I just wanted to inform people, because I work with broadband myself. I install it. Usually when the power goes down, usually the internet cuts off, and thankfully, like, the show was continuing, thank God. So I didn't need to. The reason I want to say it, because I didn't need to panic, because there was no sign of me worrying about your safety, because you were able to talk to me during the real time when it was happening, thank God. And so I knew your safety was okay. And also the sign that you wasn't panicking either was a good sign. That's the whole reason why I didn't want to, like, alarm people and think that, oh, George wasn't concerned about your safety, because I was aware you were all right, and that there was nothing bad happening to you, because you informed me that it was on the Richter scale 4.3, I believe.
4.5.
But the good thing is 4.5. But the good thing is there was no there was still power coming to your apartment, and the internet was still working, which are utility services. If they dropped, then that's a bad sign for your safety. And so, because of course where I work is a utility service, if those 4 main services, water, gas, electric, and power and communication, go down, then that could be detrimental to somebody. But if the show had dropped, that's when I would have panicked. That's when I would have been like getting hold of Brendan Zoga to say, could you please check on Douglas, because I was with him, but the show's dropped. But because I was quiet and I was trying to listen, see if I can hear anything in the background as well, car alarms, anything, signs of things falling, dropping, because as you describe, usually in an earthquake, the earth sinks beneath you and everything is falling apart. It's chaos.
That's what most people visualize.
Yes.
That's the visual.
Yes. But also, just to reinforce my stance, is I know in a crisis, the last thing you want to do is panic, to start screaming and shouting and go, what's going on?
I think what you have is a very professional response. You have a very professional response.
Thank you. Yes. I just wanted to just reinforce that. Yes.
Most people, because I was simply commenting on how unusual that was, because most people, because they see films of earthquakes, their vision is, oh my God, the crack's opening between his legs and the devils are reaching out to pull him down into hell. I mean,
hell was opening
up. So most people, it's like an earthquake, and then they get very stressed at the other end. But you did not handled it well.
Thank you. No, and also because now Brooke's on the show, because it reminded me of the time. Do you remember that that person that was stalking her? It was all captured on audio, and so if anything, it needed to be captured on audio. So keep the live stream going. Brooke, just keep the phone, keep on the call. So if anything happens, it's all on record, it's all recorded. So that's another, that's a good, strategy. I would say that's a good mechanism to use as well. So thankfully, because I was listening to make sure, I hope the stream doesn't stop, because if it does, that's a sign that the infrastructure's failed or been compromised. So, but Douglas, I do love you big lots, and I do want to just
I love
say
you
thank
in
you for having
return,
me on.
and
I will be on again. Yeah. Yes, and I will be on with you again shortly. But we'll speak privately soon enough, I hope. So but good. Take good care of yourself, and it's nice speaking to everyone. Okay. Thanks for now. Bye.
Right.
Bye.
Bye for now. Stay safe and be well. Bye. Excellent. Okay, so that's George and I. Is anyone capable of talking? Amy? Brooke? Anyone there?
I'm here.
You okay? Huh?
Yeah, I'm good. I got up and was banging around with the wood stove, so I was trying to be quiet. But
that's okay. I'm going to go into monologue now. Anything you want to say before I start in?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you're going to get to it, whatever it is. But I'm thinking like these main issues around the healthcare and the way that things are like evolving around these, like every time you turn on your TV, there's a murder. Like the violence is just
just coming into your home through the internet, through the phone, through.
It's pervasive. Go on.
It's everywhere, and it's affecting everybody. And I think that's why we need to have like more compassion for ourselves. First of all, to understand that we're already in a heightened state.
Yes. Yeah. We're
That's
in a war zone. We're in a fucking war zone. Yes. And it's well, love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. You're welcome to stay on as long as you wish and interject whenever you feel like it. Other than that, yeah, if you happen to fall asleep, love you dearly. And okay, speak again soon. As always, we'll catch up. Okay, so there's one big thing on my side of the street. The Blue Angels have been grounded. I am so fucking ecstatic to report. If you want to catch up quick, the federal government is shutting down for the first time since 2019 this week after lawmakers clashed over spending priorities. With no compromise in sight, it's unclear when operations will resume. Ergo, the United States Navy's Blue Angels have grounded all San Francisco Fleet Week shows due to the federal government shutdown that began yesterday, or last week, in the English, from the Latin, to translate from the Latin. Just looking at incoming message here. There you are. Brendan Zokit says, "You're like the opposite of psychiatric therapy. You perpetuate their neuroses." Oh, well, let's put it this way. Going back to why it matters here concerning the Blue Angels, the flight demonstration squadron is Fleet Week's top draw, and their absence means locals will neither see nor thank the gods of my ancestors hear their synchronized maneuvers. In terms of the state of play, while Fleet Week, which runs from October 5th through October 13th, has not been canceled, Congress's inability to pass a government funding measure ahead of a midnight deadline on Tuesday of yesterweek triggered an automatic suspension of all non-essential federal operations. The Blue Angels, under the Navy's budget, were immediately benched. As to what they're saying, if the shutdown lifts before Fleet Week is over, Blue Angel shows may resume. Let's pray on our knees that does not come to pass. On Wednesday midweek last, the Blue Angels' public affairs chief, Conor Minto. I mean, what a name. Conor Minto. C-O-N-O-R is his first name. And last name is M-I-N-T-O. What the fuck is that? Is that like a Star Trek alien race or something? That's up there with, like, who's the Ferengi guy? I can't remember the Ferengi guy's name, but, Conor Minto is up there with that. He told the Fourth Estate, "If the shutdown ends today, there's a high chance that we continue on to Fleet Week." Yeah, good fucking luck. If the shutdown ends this weekend, I know the team would probably try their hardest to try and still make any air shows possible. Let's hope not. Let's pray not. By the numbers, Fleet Week draws about 1 million visitors and delivers $200 million in an economic boost to our fair city, including more than $10 million in tax revenue. The United States Defense Department, and believe me, it's still called the Department of Defense everywhere I look, has called San Francisco the model for Fleet Weeks nationwide. So as to what's next, many Fleet Week festivities, including musical performances, ship tours, and expositions, will go on. Spokesperson David Cruz told the San Jose Mercury News that the Canadian Air Force's Snowbirds will headline the air show for the first time since 2017. Now, amidst Canada's Cold War with the United States, rather the United States of America's Cold War with Canada, and, of course, the fact that we're engaged in a trade war in which no holds are being barred, I can't understand how the Canadian Snowbirds are performing in place of the Blue Angels, other than as and I'm all on their side in this, a grand fuck you, a finger in the eye to the United States of America and Donald Trump in particular for, well, being a shithole nation, as Trump would say himself. Now, the shutdown threatens wildfire prevention plans. President Trump wants cleaning of the forests, but his government shutdown will slow that work. Anxiety and uncertainty. Those are the words you hear most often from United States employees, well, U.S. workers and federal contractors, facing the first day of a government shutdown triggered by the budget impasse in Washington, D.C. Some crucial services, such as airport security screenings and health service for military veterans, promised to continue. Of course, I wouldn't count the health service for military veterans as crucial anymore. In fact, that's a goddamn privilege we need to revoke. If they want to get access to health care, they can do exactly what I did, and I myself am a combat veteran, which is apply through the civilian benefits programs. If I can make it through all that, so can they. You just don't hand it to them on a platter like we do. There's people out there who are fucking starving. Your veterans are not. In fact, the biggest problem with all of them is extreme overweight. So stop feeding the zoo animals, please. Okay, we've got attacks on critical infrastructure, massive California refinery attack. It's a refinery fire in California. It's going to make California gas prices go up. This is a link from Brendan Zogit to the SF Gate. Thank you very much. Very important. And oh my goodness, what a thing I saw in there as a commercial. Let me see if I can open this up for our friend Brendan Zogit here and share a screen. Brooke is still with us, but I don't see why she's not talking, and I guess I'm okay with that. I'll just go on with monologue. So I don't know if you can see this, Brendan, but if we skip the ad, they've got some other ad that comes up, but if I'm not mistaken, they were showing, look at this, Brendan. Oh my God. Here we are, Brendan. This look familiar? This is from SF Gate, the De Young Museum's new Art of Manga. And so they've got all kinds of displays, including JoJo. And so this is something that, hell, we should go together to visit this, Brendan. Wouldn't you love to come up to San Francisco again? Join in on this. The different artists that are being honored and respected. There's JoJo. Look at that, Brendan. Can you see that? Let me see if I can find this on YouTube. It's SF Gate. He says, yes, new art show. So, good. He can see it then. He says, I will be attending. Excellent. Excellent. Maybe we could go together. Yeah, there goes JoJo all the way on the walls. He says, not with you. I don't blame him. Oh, my fucking God. He goes with me. He gets shot at. It's incredible that he even survives. Here we are. Let me heart his commentary. He says Araki was in San Francisco while we were there. There we are. Much rather encounter his vamp ass than you. Don't blame him for that. Okay, such a deal. Okay, how do I get out of this? Okay, SF Gate, we will save that for later, put a stop on that now. Shit, all that does is it takes me to the Claritin commercial. Skip ad and just, well, turn that off. And so, back to, oh shit, did we lose connection? No, seems we got an excellent connection. But definitely was touch or go there for a while. Let's take a look inside of the studio and check how everyone is doing. And it looks like we've got, it's rolling. Okay. So, at any rate, now, with the Trump misadministration promising mass job cuts, the future of other programs remains in doubt. Most national parks were supposedly set to remain open until they all declared that they were closed, albeit I can't see how anyone can enforce that when they fired all the park rangers. There was an exception of closure for the indoor facilities and those behind locked gates. I think they were locked immediately. They shut those down immediately. Okay, our dear friend Brendan says, here you and your viewers are climbing. I'm out. Okay, well, we love you dearly, Brendan. Stay safe and be well. And now, in terms of the fate of the parks in the longer term, it remains unclear as far as I'm concerned. In the 35-day shutdown of 2018 through 2019, during President Trump's first midterm, understaffed parks said they could not keep trash collected and toilets even pumped. Parts of California's most popular national parks, including Sequoia, Kings Canyon, Joshua Tree, Death Valley, had to be shut down. Nobody knows what will happen this time, in part because it's impossible to predict how long it will take for the Trump administration and Congress to agree on a formula to fund the government. Among the biggest worries in my own Golden State nation of California, whether programs to reduce fuel loads in our fire-prone state will be cut. I spoke personally, as a matter of fact, telephonically, to the executive director of one Northern California nonprofit that helps manage prescribed burns to remove brush from fire-prone areas. Trump famously began talking about forest management in his first midterm, qualifying that in Finland, to quote as Trump himself, they spend a lot of time on raking and cleaning and doing things. You know, the floors of the forest. Very important. While some mocked Trump's statement, forest managers acknowledged the need for treatment of wildlands, including prescribed burns, mechanical brush clearance, deployments of goats to eat away overgrown hillsides. Sourced nonprofit CEO, our chief executive officer, who asked not to be named, saying he was concerned his government grants might be targeted, said, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, I think that this shutdown just undermines that goal. And it could be worse if there are sweeping firings and reductions in force. That will mean there is no one at the desk doing the orderly business of trying to reduce this wildland threat. Right now, we are in a prime 6-week window in the North State for doing these burns. It's go time. Anytime you put an artificial barrier, like a shutdown, you can't pay workers and crews will not show up. And then if our funding is cut and we have to lay off some of the workforce, it will be hard to muster the sort of militia we need to do this work. We have been deemed in California to be in the midst of a wildfire crisis, according to the administration itself. Well, the majority of work we do is related to fire reduction, and that work will suffer if we don't get clarity. Time is of the essence. This is vital. Essentially, since my Golden State nation of California lost more homes to wildfires in the last 8 years than any time in California history. The leader of the nonprofit that shared his time with me said that he has spraketh to officials at the Bureau of Land Management and the Department of Forestry, regular partners in fuel reduction projects, such as brush burning, but the government workers said they don't yet understand what work would continue during this shutdown. The White House referred questions to the Department of the Interior, which has never responded to myself ever since. Not once. The Northern California nonprofit has been preparing to conduct a prescribed burn sometime, it was supposed to be this week. The burns are carefully timed for days when ground cover is dry enough to burn, but not so dry that fire will spread uncontrollably. Now, a lot of these firefighters, these paramilitary fire militias, are migrants. What happens when migrants stop coming? Just over 5 years ago, travel in much of the world stopped. Governments in rich countries, especially, slammed borders shut to migrants and others. That episode proved how, when needed, once porous borders could be plugged. Where politicians cared little about the economic, social, or other costs, they really could keep pesky foreigners out. When historians parse the consequences of the COVID pandemic, its effect on migration policy deserves much more than a footnote. It revealed to voters how the previous high levels of migration into rich countries had been a policy choice. Elected leaders who had opted to keep the migrants flowing for decades on end could, after all, opt for something else. I have spraketh, on and off, about migration on critical omissions for, well, at this point, over a decade by now, and I now suspect we are witnessing a turning point. I was speaking about it back in the days of my working with the Department of Defense and on my attempts to transfer over to a think tank. Specifically, I wanted to work with RAND, MIT, and back then with James F. Dunnigan, who was a personal hero of mine until I actually met the son of a bitch. They always say you never want to meet your heroes. But as for this turning point that I had predicted coming way back then, a couple of decades ago, when I was still involved with the Department of the Defense, the foreign-born share of the population was nearly 10% in Great Britain and 13% in America. Near records. Though I myself favor the liberal argument that freedom of movement brings the greatest benefits, even then it was obvious a strong political backlash was building up. Today, the foreign-born share is much higher yet. In both Great Britain and the United States of America, it may be around 16% and rising. Meanwhile, and for Russo-subversive reasons, the strength of anti-immigrant populist politicians everywhere is immensely greater. Now politicians are adopting a much harsher approach. This has happened before. Until a century ago, America saw extremely high numbers of European and Chinese economic migrants. Then, pushed by public anxiety and politicians hostile to outsiders, the American empire slammed shut the doors. It took several generations, until the 1960s, that very decade in which I myself was delivered into this vale of tears, before high flows resumed. Today, almost no illegal migrants are crossing the southern border from Mexico into America, just as the numbers being deported have surged. The change began belatedly while Joe Biden was president, but has only intensified under Donald Trump in 2025. An increasingly forceful military deployment explains some of it. Europeans who might tut at such heavy-handedness should note something very similar is happening on the south of their own continent. An invisible wall in both places, combined with more pressure on neighboring countries, is choking off the flow of migrants. What if this drop lasts for years, or even decades? It should become easier to defuse the anxiety of some voters if the foreign-born share of populations stops rising. And democracies have to respond to their voters after all. It will also be easier to fully integrate existing migrants. But the economic and social price will probably be very high. Without foreigners topping up the numbers, almost every wealthy nation on Earth will start to see their populations slump. They are already getting old fast. The median age of an American in the 1920s was about a quarter of a century, 25 years of age. Today, it is over 39. People rely far more than before on health, as Amy Como said. Healthcare, pensions, and care systems that, in turn, rely on foreign staff. The rotten state of public services in England, perhaps the biggest cause of voter unhappiness, is likely to worsen further without help from mass migrants. Only I have always known what happens when the migrants stop coming. But all the rich nations on the face of the earth are about to find out what I, the son of Adolf Hitler, already knew. The misadministration has misjudged its advantages in playing a zero-sum game with the rest of the world. Trump is losing his geoeconomic war. In seeking to weaponize the American imperial economy and financial system against the Communist Chinese Empire, the Russian Empire, and many other nation-states, Donald Trump has picked a fight that he cannot win. After all, it is much easier for other countries to develop alternatives to the dollar than for America to spontaneously redevelop its own rare earths industry. In an age of shifting geopolitique, many countries' strategic planning includes imaginative exercises in weaponizing their positions in the world. While the Russian and Chinese communist empires have been moderately successful at this game, America's efforts have already boomeranged back upon us. The Russian Empire thought energy dependence would force Europe to accept its invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and that calculation was partly correct. Europe has found it hard to wean itself off of Russian oil. Moreover, energy deals are at the heart of Russia's improved relations with both Asian India and the Communist Chinese Empire, providing the economic underpinning for a new anti-American coalition, a triaxis. Communist China on the Asian mainland is in an equally strong position, owing to its control over strategic raw materials and their processing, particularly rare earths and other critical minerals. Gallium and germanium are key ingredients, not only in green energy technologies, but also in LEDs, fiber optics, and high-performance electronic devices. And autonomy, or rather I mean to say, I'm thinking of autonomy in economic terms, but rather let's concentrate on the rare metals again, and there's one in particular, antimony, that also predominantly sources from mainland China. It's crucial for high-performance military equipment and as a fire retardant. In response to U.S. President Donald Trump's Liberation Day tariff announcement in April, Red China imposed new restrictions on 7 additional rare earths: samarium, gadolinium, terbium, dysprosium, lutetium or lutetium, scandium, and yttrium. Having demonstrated little previous awareness of their importance, the Trump misadministration has had to backpedal almost immediately on multiple fronts of his trade war. The American empire has been scrambling to imitate the Communist Chinese and Russian imperializing strategies, ramping up energy production and pouring public money into promoting the development of rare earth production. But both efforts are problematic, to say the least. While short-term oil and gas production may have increased, new investment in drilling and pipelines will be required in the long run. And yet, with marginal costs of non-carbon energy continuing to fall rapidly, energy companies are wisely reluctant to devote resources to fossil fuels. That means the current American imperial push will be but a flash in the pan. Developing rare earths is more plausible, but it will take its time. From the 1960s through to the 1990s, the Mountain Pass mine in my own Golden, California, in the southern half of our great state nation, was a major source of rare earths. But in recent decades, various American imperial operators who have jumped into this business have ended up in bankruptcy. The newest American imperial rare earths company, MP Materials, started up in 2017 and has now secured its future by giving the Pentagon a $400 million equity stake coupled with a purchase guarantee for what it mines. But while Trumpian state capitalism can prevent future bankruptcy, it cannot perform miracles. MP's key investment, the 10X facility, will not start producing until 2028 or later. This is why Trump wants to be president in 2028 and there to see it. So, in its desperation to do something more immediately effective, the Trump misadministration has reached for the most obvious and widely discussed lever, the United States dollar, the almighty dollar. Back in the 1960s, that decade when I was delivered into this world from my mother's loins, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, then France's finance minister, famously complained that the greenbacks' global primacy gave America an exorbitant privilege within the global economy. Now Trump seems to want to test the limits of that privilege, even as he pursues other priorities, such as threatening the independence of the United States Federal Reserve, that undermine, well, everything we're attempting to recover. There is a long tradition of contemplating the various and precarious roles of international currencies over time. Early in the Greater British Pound's long ascendancy, Walter Bagehot, the great 19th century editor of The Economist magazine, wrote that the briefest and truest way of describing Britain's financial system was to call it, and here I quote as T again, by far the greatest combination of economical power and economical delicacy that the world has ever seen. The same argument can be applied to the United States dollar today. As a recent International Monetary Fund report makes clear, the US dollar is indisputably at the center of the global financial system. But trade and finance move at different speeds, because the former depends on the exchange of production, whilst the later is simply a platform. If one financial problem, or should I say one financial platform, has problems, it can be changed. Substantial sunk costs did not prevent Genoa, Antwerp, or Amsterdam from losing their positions as global financial centers. Moreover, it is easier and much quicker for other countries to develop alternatives to the dollar than for America to suddenly develop its own rare earths industry. You need only open your eyes to see currencies not weighed down with immense fiscal problems, high deficits, and spiraling debt levels. Recall Facebook's Libra initiative, undertaken in a much more stable world, to launch a blockchain-based currency benchmarked to a basket of other currencies. While this effort immediately ran into opposition from the United States itself and the European Union as well, there were no technical hurdles to pulling it off. While alternatives to the dollar, such as the euro or China's renminbi, looked implausible in the past, blockchain makes possible the old dream of a worldwide currency. To be sure, the Trump administration believes that stablecoins secured against the United States dollar will increase demand for treasury bills and bonds, thus allowing the United States to service our vast national debt more easily. But while almost all stablecoins are indeed dollar-pegged, it would take us only one financial crisis in these United States, or even just a hint of one, to create an impetus for coins pegged to a basket of other strong currencies, such as the Australian, Canadian, and Hong Kong dollar, the Norwegian and Swedish krone, and the Swiss franc. An imaginative issuer of a new synthetic currency would, well, they could even add in some pure cryptocurrencies, and almost certainly would also include the world's most enduring monetary backstop, gold. In any case, Trump is impatient about asserting America's role in the world. He likes quick results and disdains losers. But despite our empire's abundance of talent and ingenuity, he has picked a fight that he is unlikely to ever win. The growing risk to the dollar's global role will see to that. In the widening Middle Eastern crises that began on October 7th, there is a before and after global Sumud flotilla, at least as far as public opinion's perception of this war is concerned. In the hardball politics of humanitarian aid, the Gaza flotilla matters. Here's a quote. We'll call it the quote of the day, which is becoming a regular term around here. If you see this video, it means I have been detained or arrested by Israeli forces against my will. That same sentence was uttered in the Espanol, the Polish, the Portuguese, the Swedish, the Arabic, and English by different faces, boys, girls, men, women, who on Wednesday at around 10 p.m. delivered the global Sumud flotilla's message to half the world via social media. Are these then the closing credits of the open-air film that has been broadcast in recent weeks, keeping the public and governments around the world in suspense? No, the flotilla's exploits don't end here. Judging by the public outcry that accompanied the hours in which the crews were intercepted by the Israelis and taken to the port of Ashdod, 40 kilometers south of Tel Aviv-Yafo. This is about peace and provocation. The twain are not necessarily incompatible. Never before have so many private sea vessels been in the spotlight, and given the particularly delicate situation, with a peace plan hanging on tenuous hopes and a cascade of ultimatums waiting to expire, any excesses and abuses by Israel, even in the coming days, could backfire. The activists know this, promising peace, but it's not out of the question that some provocations let's just say they deviate from the Gandhian line envisaged in the rules of engagement. The foreign ministers of major European countries have mobilized to ensure no incidents occur. One can imagine the arguments they presented at meetings with Israeli authorities, from requests for leniency towards the mostly young and some elderly passengers to warnings of reputational damage. There's no denying it. In the widening Middle Eastern crises that began on October 7th, there is a before and after flotilla, at least as far as public opinion's perception of this war is concerned. Was it a humanitarian mission or a political one? And which of the two missions can be considered the greater failure? This seems to be the debate at the dawn of what will be remembered among the most spectacular activist demonstrations of recent times. It was not just an adventure. The distinction is both specious and insufficient to convey the meaning of what happened. Indeed, the flotilla's novelty was precisely that it merged the two motivations to the point of making them indistinguishable. The humanitarian tragedy in Gaza is a political fact, and a humanitarian response is ergo political. The fact that no government has made a similar connection. A humanitarian disaster is unfolding. Therefore, initiatives must be taken to stop it. Sadly, says a lot more about the fragility of governments than the flotilla's motivations. So, it wasn't just an adventure, as those who have focused on the futurist aspects of the undertaking would have it. Some have even evoked Winston Churchill's Operation Dynamo to evacuate Dunkirk. From today, the prospect of opening a humanitarian channel to bring aid to the tormented population of the Gaza, it has gained ground in terms of reality itself. The route exists. Change is possible. And continuing to keep our eyes closed is now much more difficult and a tragic embarrassment. It's no laughing matter that comedians are ditching free speech in Saudi Arabia. A handful of big-name comedians have made their way to Saudi Arabia for the royal family-funded Riyadh Comedy Festival. But there's one glaring problem with, the entire premise of their participation. Comedians who've accepted giant checks to crack jokes for the Crown Prince, whom the U.S. government declared had the journalist Jamal Khashoggi snuff-filmographically torture-murdered, are having trouble standing on their free speech soapboxes, since they're forbidden from making jokes negatively referencing Saudi Arabia or the royal family, or criticizing the legal system or their religion. And they're not joking about these limitations. Comedian Tim Dillon said during a podcast that he was willing to look the other way for the $375,000 paycheck. But after publicly joking about slavery in Saudi Arabia, his offer was rescinded. Notorious funny guys like Bill Burr, who previously said that comedians should have the freedom to joke as they please, are also giving up their freedoms to perform at the festival. And even Saudi Arabia's long history of human rights abuses didn't stop some high-grossing comedians. Explaining that he planned to bring his wife to the festival, Mark Normand joked on a podcast last month, "I want to be like, you see? You think I'm an asshole, Well, they'll cut your clit off, bitch. I mean, oh, his wit leaves me weak. Really? Well, they'll cut your clit off, bitch. That, oh man, it's like I can't breathe. I'm laughing so hard. What a piece of shit. I hope his wife divorces him immediately. But these comedians' willingness to give up their free speech in exchange for a paycheck cometh at a rather unfortunate time. On September 17th, the late-night host, Jimmy Kimmel, was pulled off the air for his comments about MAGA and the alleged killer of the far-right activist Charlie Kirk. As the right celebrated the move, several comedians came to Kimmel's defense. A day after the announcement, Dylan called the maneuver a politically motivated hit job. So writing, anyone who cares about the ability to speak freely for a living should be disturbed by this. And other comedians have called out the hypocrisy. On Threads, the comedian Atsuko Akosuka, whose name I don't know very well, I've never listened to her. Indeed, I think it's a man. Atsuko Akatsuka turned down an offer to perform at the House of Seoul Festival, writing, a lot of the you can't say anything anymore comedians are doing the festival. They had to adhere to censorship rules about the types of jokes they can make. Well, here's a joke, and the joke's on them. Let's enter this into the text box. Well, the chat room first. Our listeners first. Then, we're gonna... forgive me. How rude. It's not you. It's me. All right. Obviously, I'll grab myself some sleep before I do what I need to do tomorrow, but that'll be a while yet. Similarly, comedian David Cross expressed his disgust with comedians throwing away all their beliefs for a paycheck. On his website, he wrote, I am disgusted and deeply disappointed in this whole gross thing. That people I admire, with unarguable talent, would condone this totalitarian fiefdom for, what, a fourth house? A boat? More sneakers? And though Burr has already defended his performance at the festival, it's yet to be seen if the others will get back to defending free speech now that they've got a fresh wad of cash. This brings us to the need for reconquista. Wherever Islam meets non-Muslims, there be bloodshed. And it has been true from the beginning. 9/11s were its constant strategy. Let us begin by remembering Covadonga. Covadonga was the great Christian victory in Hispania in 722 Anno Domini, and the beginning of the Reconquista. This was the decade before the Battle of Tours, when Charles Martel, the Hammer, repelled the unstoppable Umayyad cavalry, preparing the ground for the Carolingian Empire that saved, or one might say invented, Europe. For all of Christendom had been laid waste, including the civilized centers in Aegyptus and Syria, except for the shrinking Roma, Byzantium, and the largely pagan wastelands in the far, 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 far west. Miracles alone saved France, for instance, from falling prey to the aggression. Yet the vanquishing of Iberia by the desert savages was like their progress through the Middle East and North Africa, a catastrophe for the Christians, who had ruled fairly peacefully. 14 centuries of annihilation had begun, with other Arab stormings preceding Islam. Zoroastrian Persia was also pulverized, and massacres were also perpetrated deep into Hindustan and even to Tibet. Islam has bloody borders, as Samuel P. Huntington wrote a decade before 9/11, and it always has. Wherever Islam meets non-Muslims, there be bloodshed. This is not the modern condition only. It was true from the beginning. Islam spread by terrorism, by utter surprise, out of the blue. 9/11s being its constant strategy. Non-Muslims generally have a history of enmity with Muslim laborers, and most have been slaughtered by Muslims in their turn. But Christians and Jews have been the principal victims, as both were psychotically identified in the Quran and the Hadith. To learn about the realities of Islam, one must study these foundational texts, as one must read the Bible to assess Christianity. Finding accurate translations is necessarily a challenge, for Arabic to English must be nearly impossible, there being wild disparities between any 12 versions. At least a third of the Quran is senseless blather, even in the original. So good fucking luck. Questions such as, who was Muhammad? And if he existed in fact? Or if Al-Makkah was even built by the 7th century, cannot be resolved by using evidence in any Western sense. There is nothing like the scholarship that buttresses both Old and New Testaments. For good reason, investigation of Islamic texts and claims is prevented in all Muslim countries, and endangered when attempted in the West. By contrast, Christianity and Judaism can be studied openly, even by skeptics, and have been available for destructive disassembly over a very long time. Archaeology has shown all Bible traditions to be sound or plausible, whereas all the ancient archaeological sites in Saudi Arabia have been thoroughly bulldozed and scoured. Huge efforts have been made to keep the history of Islam away from scrutiny, or restrict it to official authorities. Indeed, virtually all attempts to study the Islamic past have been conducted in and limited to institutions in the West. Now, gaze your eyes upon this magnificent painting. Here, I'll put it again into the live stream itself, and we'll also enter it into the text box of our call. Let's see if we can make that work. This, then, is the painting in a collection of artwork at the Museo del Prado. It's Pelagius o Asturias in Covadonga. It was painted by Louis de Madrazo y Cunz, 1855. It's maintained in Prado, Madrid. This may sound like an exaggeration while you visually dwell and contemplate, meditate upon this image. And it's a scandal to the multicultural, happy-face liberalism of today. But check upon all that I've already articulated, for it is all but fact. Moreover, if one consults the older academic literature, up to a few decades agone, one finds that all agree on the indigence of Islam. Our older historians did actually master the field. The more recent have been, almost always, politically correct and timid apologists for fear of Muslim reprisals. The Idler magazine editor and columnist in Canadian newspapers, David Warren, was commissioned to write on this state of affairs by Peter Collier at Encounter Books, of the Collier Brothers dynasty, just after the subject became as current in the wake of the Islamic terror attacks of 9/11. He did not accept the advance and declined until he could be sure the task was doable. Alas, it was not, by a person who can't read Arabic, Farsi or Persian, Turkish, and several other languages. 2, I think he was a coward, and you can tell him I have said so, as I already have unto his face. But braver and more learned have since emerged. Perhaps we have got beyond President George W. Bush's uttering fatuous nonsense about the religion of peace and regretting the use of the word crusade. But Islam would not even exist, except for its most essential practice, the universal punishment of apostasy by death. This is at the head of this religion's many barbarous punishments, and liest behind every article of Sharia law. It is an open, violent conflict with all civilized legal traditions. Nor does moderate Islam offer any kind of relief therefrom, for moderate Muslims are just like moderate Christians, people who know nothing and care less about what they believe. Invariably, Muslim beliefs return to their disturbing origins and to the control of fanatics. To the present day in, for instance, Nigeria, where many, many thousands upon thousands of Christians have all too recently been butchered, and churches torched by the Boko Haram and other Muslim representatives. And there are 53 Muslim majority nations besides, and several dozen where Muslims now form a considerable and noisome minority. Despite wonderful and all too brief cultural moments, the experience of Islam has been the same throughout the centuries. It is consistently violent, and every success has depended upon intimidation. Only violent men are attracted thereunto, and to its economics of piracy, slavery, and theft. This is what I learned over all the years since I was first appalled by Islamic violence as a child in a Taiwan terrorized between Bangsamoro, the Muslim Philippines, centered on the Isle of Mindanao, and Indonesia, the largest archipelago in the world, where the state religion is Islam, hanging like a scimitar over Australia, a ripe rabbit waiting for the slaughter, as millions of Muslims await to engulf it in a tsunami of human hordes. All the while, of course, I appreciated the warmth of Muslim families from Brunei, considered a pirate nation by the majority of Islam. So how do we reconquer the Muslims? We can't, is the answer from all our smug post-Christian liberals. Surrender is their only coherent policy. Yet victory is nigh. For the invasion of Europe and America by Muslim immigrants is proving to be Islam's biggest mistake. People who camest from societies in which 99% of Muslims stayed Muslim have come to places where at least 20% convert, and most go Christian whenever they can, wherever they can, even in Iran. Those who were the best Muslims become impressive Christians. The Reconquista will not require violence from us. It will cost us martyrdoms. But when we find the courage to tell Muslims the shocking truth, their religion will collapse. For the truth is steadfast. Deus vult. God's will be done. Nixon feared a Sino-Slavic synaxis. It's here. This is the Racial-Red China friendship that Nixon feared. The Sino-Slavic synaxis is getting firmer, and it's built on gas. Moskva pivoted to the east a decade ago, but it is now besmitten, or rather captive. An interesting thing happened late this summer. Red China and the Russian Empire, they dramatically deepened their energy relationship. Loss was compensated for by mutual support of each other's resources, pumped and flowing at a faster rate, less for economic reasons than for geopolitical ones. The ramifications, not so much for energy markets, but for international relations, will be quite significant, especially for Communist China on the Asian mainland, a little less so for Russia, and certainly for these United States, as the no-limits friendship between Beijing and Moscow has now been lily-gilded and locked in for decades yet to come. Mao Zedong arrived in Moscow in 1949, expecting to be feted for delivering mainland China, the world's most populous empire at the time, to communism. Instead, Joseph Stalin humiliated him by making him wait for a meeting for months. Although Mao and Stalin eventually signed a treaty of friendship, Mao chafed at being treated like a hayseed from a backward country. By the 1960s, Mao was openly feuding with the Soviets over leadership of the communist world. Communist China and the Greater Soviet Union even battled each other in 1969 over disputed territory along their long border, the longest border in all the world, in an operationally nuclear conflict, wherein tactical nuclear weapons were deployed. That created an opening for Richard Nixon's trip to Zhonghua, China, on February 21st of 1972, a diplomatic overture aimed at peeling Red China away from the Soviets' orbit. In the short term, Nixon's 8-day visit was an unambiguous success. Chi-Com leaders agreed to help spy on the Greater Soviet Union. Nixon won re-election. The stage was set for mainland China's eventual integration into the global economy, which it has impacted ever since. Impacted? In effect, demolished and overwhelmed. But as we mark the 50th anniversary of that visit, some American imperial officials and foreign policy analysts have second-guessed the wisdom of partnering with Beijing. Even Nixon apparently looked back on the strategy with mixed feelings, and possibly some regret. Russia was a military threat, but never an economic rival. Communist China on the Asian mainland, however, is becoming the first power in a century capable of challenging American dominance on both economic and military terms. Some American policymakers felt that Red China would eventually rise, with or without American imperial help. If you take us that view, then welcoming Red China as a friendly partner instead of a hostile power made sense. Today, Zhongguo rén-Mínggòng-Hégggaʼ, the People's Republic of China, has a far bigger stake in the international system and the American imperial economy than Nixon could ever have imagined as possible. Still, over the years, American policymakers have oversold the benefits of engaging market-Leninist China and have underplayed the risks. Steps by the monolithic communist Chinese superstate toward a free market economy never turned it into any democracy. As everyone, aside myself, argued that it would. And although a lot of American businessmen grew wealthy off the communist Chinese empire's success, and American consumers were able to buy a lot of cheap shit, every American worker suffered when factories moved to China. Over the last 20 years, Washington has been too preoccupied with the war on terrorism to think about how to prevent the United States from becoming too dependent on a communist empire of the East that would prove to be fundamentally at odds with us all. The communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping of state capitalist China makes no secret of his view that these United States are a fading superpower that is intent on blocking communist capitalist China's ascent to its rightful place in all the world. Donald Trump slapped tariffs on communist Chinese goods, bringing an era of hopeful engagement to an end. But Mr. Trump's isolationism has benefited communist China on the Asian mainland, which filled the void of America's global retreat. President Biden, who thereafter rallied Europe, Australia, and the Empire of Japan with talk of fighting autocracy and making democracy bloom around the world, presented a thornier problem for Mr. Xi. If the United States and Europe remain united, they form an economic bloc that is still roughly twice the size of the People's Republic of China's economy. But by framing the struggle as a fight between the free world and dictatorship, the Biden administration pushed Red China and the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire closer together into what they themselves contra-coronated a new axis of autocracy. This time, Moscow is the little brother, seeking support from Beijing. It could prove to be among the most consequential geopolitical developments, well, among such in decades. Per Adrian Gyges, co-author of the work titled Xi Jinping, subtitled The Most Powerful Man in the World, published circa 2022. What the West is doing now is the exact opposite of what Nixon did back then. Russia and China are not neutral or even natural partners. They are partners because of the common enemy, the United States and Western Europe. You know, it's still too early to tell how far the communist Chinese empire of the East will stick its neck out for Russia in its confrontation with the West over Ukraine. The monolithic communist Chinese superstates leaders have long argued for a world free of formal military alliances. They've been cautious about getting entangled in other countries' military conflicts. But Mr. Xi and the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin of, well, the Russian Empire, pains to present a common front in the 2025th year of our Lord. Beginning circa Anno Domini 2022, when Putin and Xi issued an extraordinary joint statement hours before the opening night of the Winter Olympics in Beijing. That statement pledged that their cooperation would be superior to the one forged between the Tuareg giants during the Third World Conflict, misnomered the Cold War. No area of cooperation would be off limits, presumably including commune capitalist China giving Russia its most advanced weaponry. The two gangster empires began edging close together in 2014, after Russia's invasion of the Crimea prompted Western sanctions. Russia weathered the fallout with some support from the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, which beefed up trade and its purchase of Russian oil and gas. In February of 2022, the friendship appeared to break ground. That statement marked the first time that Red China has supported Russia's demand for an end to NATO expansion. By signing on to said text, Russia also supported mainland China's claim to My Taiwan, and both sides said they were seriously concerned about the American imperial decision to forge a military alliance with Great Britain and the Commonwealth of Australia and to cooperate in the field of nuclear-powered submarines. This is the foundation of the great Macronesian fleet that will come into its own via a Pax Australica. But for now, Mr. Xi and his bitch Putin might not be natural allies, yet they have an awful lot in common. Both see the United States as a chaotic hegemon. Both men were profoundly shaken by the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union, which they viewed as a cautionary tale of what not to do. Both have clamped down hard on dissent and dispensed with or circumvented presidential term limits, paving the way for their potential to rule for life. And both, longing to restore their empires' role as ultra-powers, are striving to recover territory that they see as having been lost to the West. Ukraine in Russia's case, and My Taiwan in the case of the Communist Chinese Empire. The most striking thing about their statement was its sweeping declarations. It reads like a manifesto calling for the United States to recognize that it is no longer the world's policeman and must retire into obscurity. Asserting that the world has changed, but 12 months after Mr. Biden presided over a democracy summit, Mr. Xi and his bitch Putin assailed, quote, certain states' attempts to impose their own democratic standards on other countries, to monopolize the right to assess the level of compliance with democratic criteria, to draw dividing lines based on the grounds of ideology, unquote. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires should be respected as world powers that get to dictate what happens in their backyards. The statement can be read as an attempt to peel America's allies away and make Americans lose the will to fight. The truth is that the world has changed. American democracy doesn't look as shiny as it used to. Many people around the world are tired of Westerners telling them what to do. And yet the world is not jumping at the chance to be bossed around by the world's largest surveillance states either. It's not an exaggeration to say that the fate of the world depends on our ability to get the response to this axis of autocracy effectively. Americans have to stand up for our values and our allies, sans precipitating a catastrophic war. No matter how testy relations become, we should remember that the biggest threats we face today, climate catastrophe, the perennial pandemic, and nuclear proliferation, threaten the Russian and Communist Chinese empires as ill. But via Russia's gray zone intimidation of Europe, Vladimir Putin is deliberately testing the West and our unity in an attempt to corrode support for Ukraine and destabilize the foundations of NATO. Whether it is drones and fighter jets traversing NATO aerospace, undersea cable sabotage, or mysterious explosions and assassinations, Russia is waging a cheap, deniable, and calibrated campaign to unsettle Europe that is carefully short of outright conflict. In this new age of brinkmanship, the West needs to relearn the Cold War arts of escalation management vis-a-vis Russia's murky tactics as employed by their global dark fleet of ships, which conceal their identities so they can smuggle Russian oil or engage in sabotage and espionage. This brings us to Europe's delusions over what it means to deter the Russian Empire. Leaders are afraid to tell voters what it will take to defend their continent. Let me fall back upon history. In December of 1941, as Japanese bombers and landing ships converged on Singapore, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill still clung to the belief that the British territory and naval base remained impregnable. Our boasted fortress, as the British commander responsible for its defense called it. Its surrender was, in Churchill's devastating assessment, the worst disaster and largest capitulation in British history. His physician later saying that the defeat left a scar upon his mind. In reality, Singapore was no impregnable fortress. As the Japanese launched their final assault, Churchill sent desperate orders. There must be at this stage be no thought of saving the troops or sparing the population. Commanders and senior officers should die with their troops. The honor of the British Empire and of the British Army is at stake. Yet no amount of exhortation could compensate for the strategic failures that had made defeat inevitable long before the first shots of World War II were even fired. Today's European leaders are in the Singapore trap, crafting a training mission designed to signal resolve rather than achieve an actual military objective, such as ethnically cleansing Kaliningrad and re-establishing Ostprussia. Instead, today, as European leaders craft their response to Russian aggression in Ukraine and as NATO holds emergency Article 4 talks after Russia's overnight drone attack on Poland, European leaders are in a Singapore trap, repeating the same fundamental error that doomed Singapore. Crafting a training mission designed to signal their resolve rather than achieve any operational objective, such as, again, ethnically cleansing the Russians who occupy half of Estonia out of Europe. The Russians would do it to you, I assure you. Altogether, thusly substituting tactical gestures for strategic clarity and allowing political convenience to drive what should be comprehensive strategic imperatives. The Singapore parallels are sobering, revealing how self-deception creates a predictable cascade toward military disaster. Singapore's destruction emerged from Great Britain's grand strategic delusion in the Far East. The fantasy that naval supremacy could substitute for territorial defense, rooted in the imperial strategy of the 1920s that treated Singapore Naval Base, as the cornerstone of Far Eastern defense. British planners envisioned a war with Japan unfolding in 3 neat phases. Singapore's garrison would hold the supposed fortress while the British main fleet sailed from Europa to defeat the Japanese in a decisive naval battle and subsequently blockade Japan's home islands. Oh boy, talk about grandiose delusions. By 1937, according to naval historian Stephen Roskill, the concept of the main fleet to Singapore had, perhaps through constant repetition, assumed something of the inviolability of Holy Writ. This strategic framework completely disregarded the changing character of naval warfare itself, the rise of aero power, and the impossibility of defending a land-based fortress solely through sea-based operations. In such periods of disorientation, then and now, people are susceptible to political shifts, to discarding their cherished beliefs, and picking up others they previously considered vile. These periods, and we are in one now, you can feel it, are therefore both useful and dangerous. But sometimes changing one's politics is good. And because acute emotional overload is not conducive to rational realignment. As the new Supreme Court returns, there'll be major tests ahead for Trump's presidential power grabs. The Supreme Court's new term features major disputes over presidential overreach, with implications for the economy, American foreign policy, and the midterm elections. A monumental Supreme Court term begins Monday, with major tests of presidential power on the agenda, along with pivotal cases on voting and the rights of 2S LGBTQ+ people. The court's conservative majority has thus far been receptive, at least in preliminary rulings, to many of President Donald Trump's aggressive assertions of authority. They could be more skeptical when they conduct an in-depth examination of some Trump policies, including his imposition of tariffs and his desired restrictions on birthright citizenship. Which now brings us to the most immediate question that, in a sense, will consume us all. To mark George Floyd or Charlie Kirk, both were born on October 14th. The 14th day in October will mark the birthday of 12 very different FAMs, or false American martyrs. On that day in 1973, George Floyd was born. And, as everyone knows only too well, he died in 2020 after being placed under arrest by a Minneapolis police officer. 20 years later, Charlie Kirk was born on the same October day. The nation is still coming to terms with his rub-out while speaking to students on the Utah Valley University campus some 24 days ago. Floyd's death was the result of white impunity and police immunity. Officer Derek Chauvin was convicted only of second-degree murder, but on the basis that he killed Floyd unintentionally. Kirk was struck down in a fag spat with no explicitly political motive. Floyd was unknown to the world until his death, while the 31-year-old Kirk had founded and built one of the most powerful organizations in the American empire, not to mention being the confidant of the most power-mongering president since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Both deaths were not just live-action spectacles. They had profound political and social aftershocks that have reshaped the national psyche. And as the anniversary of their birth approaches, how that day is marked by their respective followers will reveal how close to boiling point America really is. The House and Senate have passed a resolution deeming October 14th of this year a National Day of Remembrance for Kirk, a tauntingly offensive measure aimed merely at encouraging the country, quote, to observe this day with appropriate programs, activities, prayers, and ceremonies that promote civic engagement and the principles of faith, liberty, and democracy that Charlie Kirk championed, unquote. Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi was among the 22 Democrats to walk out of the House chamber during this vituperous vote. That act marked a stark contrast from June of 2020, however, when Pelosi and her colleagues, dressed up in performative kente cloth stoles, knelt for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. The time Floyd was pinned under a cop's knee in the Capitol building's Emancipation Hall to honor the great George Floyd. Pelosi declaring, "We're here to observe that pain. We're here to respect the actions of the American people, to speak out against that." There was, of course, much pain to observe. Floyd's death kicked off a summer of divisive disorder that yielded pain, destruction, and still more death. In the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul alone, more than 1,500 businesses were damaged, and well over $500 million in property destruction was wrought in violent riots in the days after the Floyd kill. 5 years later, businesses are still struggling. One resident noting, and here I quote as they, "Even that guy, you know, helped George Floyd, helped the guy get convicted for the murder. He had a black Chinese spot. He had to move out because he couldn't afford it, you know. He wasn't generating any income." By the fall of 2020, the Insurance Information Institute was projecting that across only 20 states, $1 to $2 billion United States dollars in paid insurance claims were forthcoming. The losses were more than pecuniary. It was reported that 17 people were killed, dying in incidents stemming from the unrest following Floyd's May 25th death. Among those killed was David Dorn, a 77-year-old retired black police officer who was shot and killed after responding to a break-in at his friend's pawn shop in St. Louis. Contrast this carnage, the American carnage of which Trump spraketh, with the reaction to Kirk's premeditated homicide, falsely promoted as having been perpetrated on the basis of his virally virulent beliefs. A purpose murder that was prepensedly exploited by America's Russian radicalized right and lied about in the popular press. But where are the riots? Where is the violence and recriminations? What about the vandalism and economic ruin? All such was sublimated into the pneumatic flood of festering bitterness as dissimulated by the platitudinal pablum, the pablum of Erica Kirk, the prepositioned widow of the fallen and the designated heiress to his terrorist organization. And here I enter into our live stream, the link you need. And we're going to put it into the text box as well, so that everyone else may know the truth. Last Sunday, feels like last Sunday, Jesus Christ. It was last month, a Sunday last month, before a roaring stadium at her husband's memorial, Trump's reality pageant, his reality pageant employee, Erica Kirk, prevaricated, "That man, that young man, I forgive him. I forgive him because it was what Christ did, and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love." Well, if I ever get married, and I ever get rubbed out, I'm hoping my wife would grieve a hell of a lot longer than Erica Kirk has for Charlie. She simply went right into taking over his empire on behalf of her employer, Donald Trump, whom she had worked for and was essentially assigned to marry Charlie Kirk as his handler and set him up for the kill, so she could ultimately, take over his operations as a much more safe bet for Trump than Charlie ever was. Because Charlie was beginning to question Israel. Bad actors have ever since been taking advantage of both fatal past grenades. Any good actors having been blacklisted by the Judeo-Zionists who monopolize the stage. But how October 14th is marked will show whether the left and right have learned any lessons from their last self-righteous moral panics, and likely demonstrate what the country has not yet done, excusing the indefensible, both then and now. Our country's not yet done with too much tolerance for the unacceptable. There was yet a call for peace, half in vain, which is all of the problem. One small relief in that awful week between the death of Irina Zalutska and Charlie Kirk was that Utah Governor Spencer Cox was the man leading the official response to Charlie Kirk's elimination. In any other state, local politicians might have either become targets for President Donald Trump or leapt to inflame the situation. But the Beehive State's governor is perhaps the most consistent voice of calm and conciliation in the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, or at least he was, till Trump shat on his face, shoved his turd inside his mouth, and said, "You eat this, swallow it, that's your red pill, motherfucker." And then our Utah boy went, well, MAGA, all the way. The Utah Governor Spencer Cox's impulse to appeal to what Abraham Lincoln called the better angels of our nature was on display the Thursday morning after the kill in a press conference where, flanked by FBI Director Kash Patel and local leaders, he announced the Wednesday arrest of the 22-year-old cisgendered Caucasian male registered Republican Utahn Tyler James Robinson, born in 2003, the suspect in Kirk's killing, who joked that his doppelganger, literally double-goer, did it, in deflection onto his transitioning roommate, who was shocked by his implications in every sense of the term. To quote as Cox, "This is certainly about the tragic death. Political assassination," and here Cox betrays his inevitable assimilation into the Red Ilk Russo-collaborationist Edomic party line by parroting their malevolent misapplication of said phrase. The political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Later that morning, Governor Cox seemed almost to be trying to speak to Trump himself, or at least to those who might be swayed by his rhetoric. Here's Cox lamenting into that weekend. "To my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. There is one person responsible for what happened here, and that person is now in custody and will be charged soon, and will be held accountable. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now, not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. Social media is a cancer on our society right now, and I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community." This kind of language was once common among mainstream politicians responding to a tragedy, for but the briefest of moments, rendering Cox a notable and praiseworthy outlier in his own party. Trump's response was to hammer Cox back in line until the Cox cunt was crowing with the chorus like Pavlov's bitch. Well, you can read about that here. Again, a link first for the live stream, and then to be inserted on call, in text of call. Let's do that. And thereafter, Trump who has his own social media network, which he abuses to blast out invective at all hours of the day, has presented himself as platitudinal preceding pernicious, dissimulating a call for a calm, measured reaction to the shooting before projecting his poisonous vitriol. On Thursday of the week of the rub-out, Trump bore false witness, to, well, he bore false witness of Kirk himself, to his personae, by fabulating that he was an advocate of nonviolence. That's the way I'd like to see people respond. In the next breath, however, he cast blame and demanded forceful reprisal, raving that we have radical left lunatics out there, and we just have to beat the hell out of them. Friday morning on Fox and Friends that week, Trump told the hosts, I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. To boot, imagine that. So if Trump and Cox momentarily represented trois rival impulses within the Republican coalition, Trump undoubtedly won out in spades. On X, the influential Trump advisor Laura Loomer posted, we must shut these lunatic leftists down once and for all. The left is a national security threat. Andrew Tate, the misogynist who's been charged with human child sex trafficking in 12 countries. Alex Jones, the conspiracy confabulist broadcaster. And libs of TikTok. Yeah, the libs of TikTok influencer Shia Raichik. Self-loathing cunt, all invoked the two words, Civil War. Other influential figures on the right have been equally or even more strident. Before a suspect had even been identified, Elon Musk declared on X, the left is the party of murder. Musk has never missed a chance to pat himself on the back for his free speech bona fides and for sticking it to the big mean lefties, whom he insists hate free speech and made comedy illegal. So he must have come out guns a-blazing to decry ABC for suspending Jimmy Kimmel, right? Yeah, not so much. All Musk could offer up was a paltry little bit of government suck-up on X, pooching like a cunt, that Kimmel is disgusting. Elon Musk fancies himself equal parts comedic genius and free speech warrior. Turns out, he sucks at both. Come on, man! What happened to comedy being legal now, thanks to your magnanimous purchase of Twitter in order to preserve it? Here, at this link, I'll slap into our chat room there, and I'll place into the text box of our call here. Now, remember how bleak it was when it was clear that Musk's purchase of the social media platform was imminent and everyone had to pretend that he was the most absolute of free speech absolutists, which he absolutely is not? If he were, he might have taken issue with Ed Martin, one of President Donald Trump's jack-of-all-trades bullies, who sent a formal threatening letter to Democratic Representative Robert Garcia of My California after he called Musk a dick. A real free speech supporter, you'd think, would have told Martin to knock it off instead of letting him use the full force of the federal government to attack someone for meanly calling Musk the name of an organ he doesn't even have, considering that all his kids are either in vitro or cloned. Not to mention that a newly released document links Elon Musk to the identified human child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and his infamous island in the Caribbean. Placing that aside for the moment, part of why Musk can't actually ever be funny is that he's far too thin-skinned. Is this the guy? I mean, well, this is the guy who's so soft that when people booed him during his surprise appearance at a Dave Chappelle show in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, he turned into a helpless little baby whining, "Dave, what do I say? What do I do?" But Musk has a fix for all of that. Friendly audiences. Like extremely friendly, extremely unfunny audiences. Take CPAC 2025, for example. In the midst of his heyday running the so-called Department of Government Efficiency and eviscerating the federal government from tip to tail, Musk showed up at the right-wing conference with a chainsaw. Because when you're juiced out of your fucking gourd on ketamine and surrounded by yes-men, that stuff probably seems funny. And it was there that Musk complained about how the left made comedy illegal. Well, here's a joke for you. What do you call Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay deal? Simply obscene. Tesla's board is dangling a gargantuan payout in front of its chief, so riddle me this. Is it a manipulative ploy or a desperate stunt? Bribery is generally unethical and often illegal, but also quite effective. When a 4-year-old is acting up and ignoring your increasingly desperate pleas for them to get dressed, leave the playground, or do something else very important, doubtless many among you have, on occasion, resorted to desperate promises of ice cream. Just as obviously, most of you know, it's counterproductive to respond to suboptimal behavior with sugar-based bribes. But sometimes you are exhausted and just need a short-term win. The ice cream usually delivers. It seems trying to motivate a 4-year-old is not much different from trying to keep a petulant 54-year-old techno-mogul in line. On Friday, into the weekend of the week before last, or maybe the week before that by now, Tesla's board of directors rolled out a pay package proposal for CEO Elon Musk that would, if he played his cards right, played his cars right, turn the multi-billionaire into the world's first trillionaire. In a section of Tesla's latest stock market manipulation update that began, "Yes, you read that correctly," the board outlined everything Musk had to do to get his hands on that performance-based trillion United States dollars, which, to be fair, is a lot. You could spend your life counting it to the end of your days and never make it through. Tesla needs to reach a market cap of $8.5 trillion, 8 times its current value in 10 years, to get Musk that payout. Many analysts believe Tesla is already overvalued, so this is no small task. Still, a challenge and reward of this magnitude seem a cunning way to harness the power of Musk's oversized ego. If anything can get Musk to stop stoking culture wars and fathering children when he's not raping them at Epstein's, back to that soon enough, in order to focus on the companies he is supposed to be running, it may well be the prospect of becoming the world's first trillionaire. Efficacy aside, a potential $1 trillion pay package in a world where almost 700 million people live on less than $2.15 a day is beyond obscene. Making it even more enraging is that Musk's handy knack for failing upwards is, well, always the end game. The multi-billionaire's stint running the DOGE, D-O-G-E, the Department of Government Efficacy, his short-lived pet project, left chaos and a trail of destruction in its wake. Global health officials have said, for example, that DOGE's USAID, or United States Agency for International Development, USAID cuts, have led to cases of babies being born with HIV infections, because mothers could not get access to medication and have warned these cuts will reverse decades of progress. Cuts to educational programs for low-income families will similarly have long-term ramifications. And for what? A Politico magazine analysis published yesterday proved that Dodge saved less than 5% of what it claimed in canceled contracts. Musk is now deeply unpopular, and a lot of people want to see him get his just desserts. Tesla, meanwhile, just wants him to get back to work in the private sector and is dangling the prospect of the biggest bucket of ice cream the world has ever seen since the creepy Epstein protein pig troughs used to slop the chain gangs of tunnel tots sequestered under his islands, with new evidence linking Elon Musk to just such escapades in Epstein's enclave, no less. A newly released document has linked the techno-multi-billionaire Elon Musk to the deceased financier and infamous human child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and his notorious island in the Caribbean, making for an ironic twist since Musk himself recently lambasted President Donald Trump's own Epstein connections. The link came to light after Congress gained access to a new trove of Epstein documents from his estate, according to Politico magazine, and Democrats quickly capitalized on the release in posts on social media on Friday into the weekend before last, or just last weekend. In the posts, Democratic members from the House of Representatives, the Committee on Oversight and the Government Reform posted 4 images from the documents that mention the Zio-political operative Steve Bannon, the techno-multi-billionaire Peter Thiel, the Microsoft founder Bill Gates, and the British royal black sheep Prince Andrew, all sucking and fucking away at Epstein's in a ball of flesh that's, let's just say, fun-sized instead of adult. Musk's name also appears in a document indicating that he was scheduled to visit Epstein's private island, part of the United States Virgin Islands, back in December of 2014. A note that reads, "Is this still happening?" appears next to his name in the file, so it's unclear if the trip went through. Musk himself has bragged about visiting Epstein's house in New York City, after the disgraced financier's first stint in prison for sex crimes, no less. Years before Epstein was found dead in 2019 in a Manhattan jail cell where he was being detained for new sex trafficking, human child sex trafficking infractions. Musk had also prevaricated that a picture of himself with longtime Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell, which has made the rounds of social media, was a photobomb, man! Photobomb! That's been contradicted by Maxwell herself, who confessed in a new interview this year that Musk partied in the Caribbean with her in the compound where Epstein freely sex trafficked women and underage girls to boldface names, people who are said to appear in a batch of documents that are now infamously called the Epstein Files, confirming that Musk had a much stronger connection with Epstein than he's let on in the press. A stench of impropriety lingers because the notorious Epstein was convicted of soliciting underage sex workers back in 2008 during the great financial crash and had to register as a sex offender then, which didn't stop any powerful people from ever hanging out with him, ranging from the Microsoft founder Bill Gates to the president of the Chiba Institute of Technology, CUME MIT Media Lab Director Joey Ito. So there's credible information that links the twa men, and we haven't even gotten into Musk's own sexual misconduct allegations. The other wrinkle to this is that Musk, an erstwhile Trump ally, went on a social media rampage earlier this year when he blasted Trump and his handling of the Epstein files, saying Trump, a close friend of Epstein who himself has been accused of raping at least one underage girl procured for his pleasure by Epstein, is covering up the files because the president himself is all over them. Musk later backtracking those comments, but he's remained on thin ice with Trump ever since. So, bogus indictments and demonizing Tylenol equals fewer headlines about the Epstein files. The Democratic representative, Jamie Raskin of Maryland, reminded CNN viewers on Friday into last weekend that the Department of Justice's indictment of former FBI Director James Comey is a distraction from the cover-ups, plural, that the Trump misadministration is carrying out. The CNN hostess, Kate Bolduan, asked, "When I was asking you about James Comey, you've twice now brought out the Epstein files and border czar Tom Homan. Why?" Well, Rashkin took that opportunity to remind her, the viewers, that after Donald Trump retook the White House in January, his Justice Department quickly quashed a corruption case against New York Mayor Eric Adams, who had recently become a political ally, himself responding, "Oh, because the Department of Justice is in full cover-up mode. And just like they're doing the bidding of President Trump with respect to Mr. Comey, they're doing the bidding of President Trump with respect to covering up cases." He should have been saying covering asses. So what we see, his words again, I'm going back to quote his T. So what we see is the complete politicization of the Department of Justice. But we're in the midst of trying to get this information with apparently real crimes. And we've got a strong bipartisan majority saying, stop the cover-up of the Epstein files. Just go ahead and release that. Well, the Trump misadministration, with the help of virtually the entire Republican Party, because they're all on the they're all over the files as well, has done everything in its power to deflect from the mounting evidence that Trump may be afraid to release the government's long-promised files on Jeffrey Epstein because of what it might reveal about himself. At the same time, a federal investigation into Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, for taking a $50,000 bribe from undercover agents posing as contractors yesteryear, has been swept under the rug by Trump's DOJ, or Department of Justice. So much for the party of law and order. Now, no other politician can really hope to compete with a president's influence, though Governor Gavin Newsom, our own California traitor, is certainly willing to try. And that is especially true of Trump, who is so omnipresent that a few days' absence from the spotlight led to rumors of his death. Even the aforecited Governor Cox has completely succumbed to Trump's gravitational pull, although for a long time he distanced himself from the president. One of the most notable Republicans to neither endorse Trump nor leave the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, he eventually got behind him in the last election. As he told the Atlantic magazine correspondent McKay Coppins in a somewhat pained interview, he understood Trump's character but thought that public criticism was useless. Instead, he hoped that Trump might at least modulate his tone if given sufficient positive reinforcement. Cox was right to call for conciliation and peace into the weekend after the attack, but by now he must surely know that his hopes for Trump were all in vain. Perhaps other Americans are still redeemable. We should all be grateful unto God that the son of a Christian minister, the white heterosexual male Republican Utah Kirkpatsy named Tyler James Robinson, was prepositioned to be apprehended by conspiracy on the notional presumption that he was alternatively oriented solely because he resided with a roommate in transition. Accordingly, the Wall Street Journal had already propagandized on behalf of the mispresidency that the killer left ammunition engraved with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology. The last words Kirk ever spraketh were about transgenderism, and as that was indeed promulgated as the designated Patsy's motive, it all too predictably narrowed discussion of the act itself. What a difference in how Americans reacted to the deaths of Charlie Kirk versus George Floyd. This is not me speaking. I'm actually going to do something I almost never do. Read a very short article for the effect of exposing to you your enemy. Now, there's this old historian born in the 1950s named Victor Davis Hanson. 3 first names, like pedophiles have. So they tell each of the kids they molest a different first name. And then when the kid finds out all 3 names and tells the police, they say, so you're saying 3 people attacked you? Victor Davis and Hanson? Well, Victor Davis Hanson got published in the New York Post. This is the motherfucker you see on YouTube with all these World War II video shorts where they take his lectures and spice them into digestible slices for the memory deprived, the attention poor, the people who can't pay attention to more than 16-second sound bites. Who spews his pablum in platitudes about how America was the best and we won World War II in this desperate attempt to counter myself. Well, we see where he's coming from, because in this open column, he gets personal. Just days after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, according to Victor Davis Hanson, again, you can look that name up, old fucking white trash piece of shit, propagandizing about World War II, desperately covering the tracks of everybody's asses till they all safely die. He says, just days after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the left is working overtime to hide the truth and create fantasies about his death. Now remember, this is not me. This is Victor Davis Hanson, the man with the pedophile name. He says, specifically, leftists alleged that conservatives were going to pounce on the death to wage protests and boost radical agendas in the manner of what followed George Floyd's death. Here are some of the lies that such a ridiculous narrative entails. 1. Charlie Kirk is not conservatives' George Floyd. There were no mass riots after his death of the sort that followed Floyd's demise. Floyd's death was used by the left to justify 5 months of rioting, arson, murder, looting, and attacking police officers. The post-mortem respect for Kirk's singular life was not characterized by $2 billion in property damage, the torching of a police precinct, the federal courthouse, and an iconic church, 35 deaths, and 1,500 injured law enforcement officers. Instead, thousands of people peacefully joined his Turning Point USA organization and promised to redirect their lives toward peaceful political engagement. 2. After Kirk's death, no prominent Republican or conservative is encouraging ongoing mass and often violent protests in the manner of high-profile leftists like former Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris. She blurted out on national television in June of 2020, "They're not going to stop, and this is a movement. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And they should not." Governor Tim Walz's spouse declared, "Of the 2020 arsons, I could smell the burning tires, and that was a very real thing. I kept the windows open as long as I could because I felt like that was such a touchstone of what was happening." In contrast, Kirk's supporters are calling on everyone to express their anger peacefully at the ballot box by registering to vote and showing up for the 2026 midterms. 3. Kirk was not George Floyd. He was a law-abiding, religiously devout, political organizer, happily married with 2 children. Kirk was a media figure and head of a huge 501c3 nonprofit whose brand was calmly debating students who disagreed with him. Floyd should not have died while in police custody, but Floyd's comorbidities were many. When arrested, he was under the influence of fentanyl and methamphetamine, with a heart condition and recent COVID infection. He was a career felon with 8 previous criminal convictions, he says, who had staged a violent... He would have commercial contracts had he lived. At any rate, 8 previous criminal convictions, who had staged a violent home invasion robbery and pointed a knife at the abdomen of one of the female occupants. When Kirk was killed, he was not on drugs, he was not resisting police officers, and he was not trying to pass counterfeit currency. Instead, he eschewed violence and tried to engage in polite dialogue with students of different views. 4. Kirk was not, as alleged by the left, murdered by a right-wing shooter. His death was not an example of right-on-right violence. Just the opposite was true. Here's where this Victor Davis Hanson, the man with the pedo name, gets personal. The shooter, Tyler Robinson, was on record with his family expressing hatred for the conservative Kirk. Robinson engraved his bullets with both Antifa-like anti-fascist messaging and transgender references. He lived with his transgender partner. His partner. They're coupled by Victor Davis Hanson. That's his fantasy. He says he lived with his transgender partner, not roommate, partner, who was a leftist, in the words of Victor Davis Hanson, who knows no such thing. Robinson's aim was to end Kirk's peaceful conservative career because he hated his politics and popularity and feared his influence. 5. The left used the death of Floyd to promote its hard left and otherwise unpopular agenda, defunding the police, cashless bail, decriminalization of theft, and DEI mandates. It manipulated outrage, chaos, and months-long violence to ram through radical cultural and top-down legal changes that otherwise had little popular support. Conservatives upset over Kirk's murder will bolster Turning Point USA. They are determined through peaceful means to persuade more youth about the poverty and dangers of progressive thought. Why is the left fabricating the circumstances surrounding and following Kirk's murder? In its signature projective style, the left is terrified that the right might follow its own example by manipulating facts, ginning up street violence, and issuing non-negotiable demands to achieve its agenda. But the chief difference between the Kirk assassination, his words, and the death of Floyd, notice Kirk gets the term assassination, but Floyd simply gets acknowledged as having died, is that the post-Floyd agenda had no majority support. I mean, I guess all those people were, crisis actors that were somehow paid by George Soros, I suppose? No majority support, and so had to be rammed through in hysterical times by implied threats of unending violence beyond 5 months of continued mayhem. The post-Kirk agenda eschewed violence because it was both morally wrong and politically counterproductive, since most Americans naturally favored most of what Kirk championed. Really? Racial and anti-alternative lifestyle violence. Victor Davis Hanson is himself a distinguished fellow of the Center for American Greatness. What a fucked up name. But shocker. Everything Victor Davis Hanson and all Republicans said throughout the following couple of days after Kirk was wrong. And, as with everything else in Trump-America, or should I say Trump-Erica, it only gets worse. The Kirk Patsy is far from the central casting model of any far-left anti-factivist. In the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's shooting, every mainstream mass media machine outlet rushed out sensational claims that transgender symbols were engraved on bullet casings found near the suspect's discarded weapon. Within hours, senior law enforcement contradicted the reports and the outlets hedged. But the damage was already done. with the falsehood ricocheting across the internet. Friday morning, officials announced the arrest of a suspect in Kirk's killing and revealed at a press conference that the actual engravings had nothing to do with transgender or 2S LGBTQ+ people at all. They were internet memes unrelated to transgender people. The ammo used was stamped TRN because it was manufactured by the bullet manufacturer Turan. Ergo, when the MAGA masses saw the TRN stamp, since they self-confessedly think about trans people all day, every day, they ran with their lie that TRN stood for trans ideology all day, every day. On the 24th, 9/11 Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance, several mainstream mass media machine outlets claimed or strongly implied that transgender symbols were found at the scene of the gun used by Charlie Kirk's shooter. This turned out to be false. In the hours after the shooting, far-right propagandist Steven Crowder fanned the flames by posting a screenshot of what he claimed was an ATF dashboard, alleging that transgender and anti-fascist ideology was engraved on the recorded casings. The Wall Street Journal then laundered the same claim into legitimacy, citing anonymous sources who said transgender symbols were found. The effect was immediate. Paleo-reactionary influencers flooded social media, blaming the killing on transgender people, and even sitting members of Congress joined in. Representativist Nancy Mace, who has built much of her political brand on anti-trans hostility, declared, "It sounds like the shooter was a tranny." By Friday morning, even Trump's banner rag, the Wall Street Journal, began hedging, cautioning that some sources urge caution, while other outlets started walking back their initial certainty. Hours later, the official story completely collapsed. At a press conference announcing the arrest of the suspect, an incel, 22-year-old straight white griper named Tyler James Robinson, whose father is a Christian minister, officials revealed the actual engravings found on the casings. None were transgender or 2S LGBTQ+ symbols. Governor Spencer Cox read them aloud. According to the aforementioned Utah Governor Spencer Cox press conference, there were no transgender or 2S LGBTQ+ symbols found at Kirk's shooting, insisting instead that bullet casings recovered from the fatal shooting of the paleo-reactionary pedo piper Charlie Kirk were inscribed in anti-fascist taunts. Kirk detailed the inscriptions, the taunts on the casings, at a September 12th press conference where he announced the identity of the suspected shooter, the Utah man Tyler James Robinson. Yet all too predictably, Cox didn't provide a single visual image of the inscriptions or detail any of the punctuation, spelling, or capitalization within them. Despite the facts, when radical rightist Zio media pundit Ben Shapiro made a Friday night, September 12th appearance on Real Time with Bill Maher, he assumed that Tyler James Robinson, the designated patsy in the MAG activist and Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk's fatal shooting, was motivated by the far-left Antifa ideology. But his fellow Zionist, William Maher, known for being a scathing Judeo-centric critic of both the far-right MAGA movement and left-wing woke ideology, cautioned against jumping to conclusions about the shooter's possible motivations. Similarly, the Daily Beast's David Gardner exposits, via an op-ed or opinion editorial column published on the 13th day in September, that the Kirk Patsy Robinson's background doesn't fit the profile of any standard anti-factivist. To quote us Gardner, at length and verbatim, Tyler Robinson loved guns. His mother posted a picture of him posing with an M2 Browning 50 caliber machine gun. Photos of him and his brothers with every type of weapon littered social media. He went to gun shows with his parents and was given a gun kit for Christmas. He also liked gaming and putting provocative comments online. Of course, Robinson lived with his parents, both registered Republicans, in a $600,000 house in a comfortable Utah suburb. At first glance, the 22-year-old looks to be the kind of young man who might attend a Charlie Kirk rally to offer his support. Maybe a Turning Point USA member. His father, Matt, is self-identified to be an avid Trump supporter. Clearly, much will become clearer after Robinson's motivations, about Robinson's motivations in the weeks and months to come, as the authorities speak to those closest to him. No rational person would shoot someone in cold blood from 200 yards, whatever their beliefs. But one thing does seem obvious. Robinson is not a central casting, rabble-rousing, far-left activist. He sounds about as far as you can get from Antifa. He drove a Dodge Challenger, an orange one for goodness sake. Right now, America is riven in twain with outspoken MAGA surgents talking about going to war with Democrats over Kirk's death. There are apparent contradictions. "Hey, fascist! Catch!" was supposedly engraved on the side of some ammunition casing left with his abandoned rifle. On another were scratched the words, "Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao," referencing a popular Italian anti-fascist song. It is also the theme tune to the popular Netflix show, the Netflix show Money Heist, a Spanish TV series about a motley crew of robbers trying to carry out the perfect crime, which has altogether less sinister connotations. Gamers know it from Far Cry 6. A third casing found in the gun chamber was engraved, "If you read this, you are gay. LMAO. Laughing my ass off." Gardner concludes that none of those things fit the profile of any longtime anti-factivist. All evidence indicating instead that the Kirk patsy, Tyler James Robinson, is simply another ideologically confused but singularly mind-controlled product of the mass production assembly line of first-person shooters under direction of the United States MICOM, Military/Intelligence Industrial Complex, or M/I-I space com. To reiterate, the inscription on one recovered fired casing of the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk was engraved with the phrase, "Notices, bulges, oh whoa, what's this?" All part of an internet furry and anime meme and iterative slang that has circulated online for a decade since 2018 and 2019, generally meant as a joke about something unexpected. It has ties to animated videos and furries. Oh whoa, O, uppercase O, lowercase w, and uppercase O references an emoticon, and "what's this?" denotes cuteness or curiosity. The terms are frequently referenced by video game streamers. There were also inscriptions on 3 recovered unfired shell casings. Those said, "Hey fascist! Catch!" followed by an up arrow symbol, a right arrow symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols, all together in reference to the Helldivers 2 video game code used to drop the 500 kilogram bomb. With Cox telling reporters, "I think that speaks for itself." "Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao." Bella ciao being the Italian anti-fascist folk song dedicated to resistance fighters against the Nazi troops occupying their country during World War II. It is a rallying cry for antifascisti. "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO. a trolling insult common in meme subcultures, with LMAO being acronymous for laughing my ass off. In other words, internet detritus. Not a single engraving had anything to do with transgender symbols, let alone the trans community. Regardless, even after the press conference revealed the engravings, far-right accounts kept the lie alive. Libs of TikTok claimed the casings bore Antifa, 2SLGBTQIA+, and leftist messaging. Joel Berry of the Babylon Bee told followers that there was a transgender meme on them. Ollie London insisting that they referenced 2SLGBTQIA+, plus I, plus furries. The facts were clear, but the falsehood was far more abuseful. The narrative seeded by the first wave of bad reporting continues to circulate, weaponized by right-wing influencers eager to turn any act of violence into another attack on queer and trans people. Prominent transgender rights activists are now demanding that the Wall Street Journal issue a full retraction and apology for its false reporting. On Blue Sky, Gillian Brandstetter of the ACLU wrote, "Transgender people are owed a retraction and a policy from @WSJ.com. The lie has already become canon to millions, and it seems the least they could do." Alejandra Caraballo, a clinical instructress at Harvard Law, echoed the call. The Wall Street Journal needs to issue a full retraction and apology to the trans community for this. Nothing less will suffice. They put us all in danger and recklessly put out incorrect information. This is hardly the first time a mass shooting has been pinned on transgender people, and it will not be the last. When Trump was shot last year, or rather, when the act of Trump being shot was staged last year, far-right outlets spread the photo of an unrelated transgender woman, whom this outlet was one of the first to exonerate. After Uvalde, another trans woman's pictures went viral, amplified by right-wing influencers and sitting members of Congress. In Texas, a megachurch shooter was also falsely identified as transgender. The pattern being all too clear. At every moment of national violence, trans people are scapegoated, with the lie traveling further than the truth ever can. Charlie Kirk himself repeated this narrative even in his final fucking moments, claiming that there had been too many transgender shooters. Yet once again, the facts reveal the opposite. Even in his death, the rush to blame transgender people was built on nothing but misinformation. Yes, Republicans are literally that ignorant. Notwithstanding accusations of stoking violence, prominent Democrats have consistently condemned Kirk's political execution. That's a vivid contrast to the mockery from many on the right, as exemplified by Donald Trump Jr., after a man attacked the husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and the muted reactions, disinformation, and silence that followed the assassination of the Democratic Minnesota legislatoress Melissa Hortman and her husband this summer. For now, while the motive is unconfirmed because it was always about mind control as opposed to motivation, it is better and more respectful to Kirk's countless victims not to dwell speculatively on whatever pet issue the Patsy Tyler Robinson might have had, but instead to reflect upon his thanatization, I should say more correctly, thanatization generically, and the fact that this facile family man was never murdered for expressing his opinions, but because he was infinitely more useful as a dead martyr than a suspiring clown. Okay, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we did our 6 hours. All right. Everybody, I need your support. Well, a monthly auto payment of $50 to $100 will help me sustain my life and survive to swear at you another day. Most blessed be to all who support myself.
That's awesome.
Oh, bless you, honey. Oh, I love you. Hey, you want to talk a little bit more? A few minutes?
Oh, yeah. Well, I just wanted to say I listened to all of it and outside of the race. That was wonderful. I was glad to be back in here also.
Oh, bless you. Well, I hope you review all the other recent episodes as time-stamped.
I mean, I will, yes.
Okay.
Hopefully now that I can think again, or semi-think, and have peace. But yeah, I just, I'll talk about it with you later, but yeah, it was great. So just wanted to.
Well, we will talk privately, hopefully before Friday then, sometime soon.
Yeah.
Okay. I love you.
Good job. Good job. Thanks.
Oh, bless
Thank you for
you.
that. Thanks.
Hey, thank you so much, honey. All right. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. We're ending stream. And first we'll, of course, that was beautiful. Thank you so much, dear Brooke. Love you. All right. Pressing the leave button. Love you too, Aristides. Stay safe and be well. And all right. Leaving the call and ending the stream.